"Could I have a word with you?" Nadine Boynton turned, startled, her eyes meeting the dark, intense gaze of a young woman she didn't recognize. "Of course," she replied, though even as she spoke a quick, anxious glance over her shoulder betrayed her unease. "My name is Sarah King," the stranger continued. "Oh, Mrs. Boynton, I need to say something a bit unusual. I had a rather long conversation with your sister-in-law recently. A slight disturbance, like a ripple on still water, passed over Nadine Boynton's composed features. You spoke with Ginevra. No, not Ginevra, with Carol." The tension eased from Nadine's expression, replaced by clear surprise. "Oh, I see, with Carol she seemed genuinely pleased, yet baffled. However did you manage that?" Sarah explained. "She came to my room quite late one evening." She noted the subtle arch of Nadine's penciled eyebrows on her pale forehead, and added, feeling awkward, "I'm sure that must seem very strange to you." "Not at all," Nadine said, her voice softening. "I'm actually very glad. It's wonderful for Carol to have someone to confide in." "We connected quite well," Sarah said, choosing her words with care. "In fact, we made plans to meet again the next night. But Carol never showed up, didn't she?" Nadine's tone was cool, contemplative. A serene, gentle face gave nothing away. "No, the next day I saw her crossing the lobby. I called out to her, but she didn't reply. She just looked at me once, then quickly looked away and hurried off." "I understand." An uncomfortable silence stretched between them. Sarah gathered her courage. "You should know, Mrs. Boynton, I'm training to be a doctor. I truly believe it would be very good for your sister-in-law not to isolate herself so completely from other people." Nadine studied Sarah thoughtfully. "A doctor? That does change things. Do you see what I'm getting at?" Sarah pressed. Nadine nodded slowly, still deep in thought. "You're absolutely right in principle," she said after a moment. "But there are complications. My mother-in-law's health is poor, and she has what I can only call a pathological aversion to anyone outside the family getting close to us." Sarah argued, a rebellious edge in her voice. "But Carol is an adult woman." Nadine Boynton shook her head decisively. "In age, perhaps, but not in spirit. If you talk to her, you must have sensed that, in any stressful situation, she reacts like a terrified child. Is that what you think happened here? Do you believe she became afraid?" "I imagine, Miss King, that my mother-in-law made it very clear Carol was to have no further contact with you. And Carol simply obeyed," Nadine said quietly. "Can you honestly picture her doing otherwise?" Their eyes met, and in that silent exchange, Sarah felt a grim understanding pass between them, bypassing the polite veneer of their words. Nadine grasped the situation perfectly, but she was clearly not willing to discuss it openly. Sarah felt a wave of discouragement. That secret meeting had felt like a victory, the first step toward fanning a spark of rebellion in Carol, and if she was being honest with herself, in Raymond even more so. And now, in the opening skirmish, she had been utterly defeated by that monstrous, shapeless figure with her malevolent, gloating eyes. Carol had surrendered without a fight. "It's all so wrong," Sarah exclaimed, frustration boiling over. Nadine offered no reply. Her profound silence felt to Sarah like a cold hand closing around her heart. She realized, with a sinking feeling, this woman understands the hopelessness of it all far better than I do. She's been living inside this prison. Just then the elevator doors slid open. The elder Mrs. Boynton emerged, leaning heavily on a stick, with Raymond supporting her other arm. Sarah stiffened slightly. She watched as the old woman's piercing gaze swept from her to Nadine and back again, missing nothing. Sarah had braced herself for contempt in that gaze, perhaps even hatred. What she found instead was a look of gloating, spiteful satisfaction. Turning aside, she watched as Nadine approached the others. "Ah, there you are, Nadine," Mrs. Boynton declared. "I believe I'll sit for a moment before venturing out." They helped her into a tall chair, and Nadine took a seat nearby. "Who was that you were speaking with, Nadine?" "A Miss King." "Oh, yes," the young woman who addressed Raymond the other evening. Well, Ray, why don't you go over and talk to her now? She's right there at the writing desk. A spiteful grin spread across the old woman's face as she watched Raymond. His cheeks flushed crimson. He looked away and mumbled something under his breath. What was that, son? I don't wish to speak to her. No, I didn't think so. You won't speak to her. You couldn't possibly, even if you tried. A sudden rattling cough seized her. I'm thoroughly enjoying this journey, Nadine, she remarked once it passed. I wouldn't have traded it for the world, really. Nadine's tone was flat. Ray? Yes, mother. Fetch me a sheet of writing paper from that table in the corner. Raymond obeyed without question. Nadine lifted her gaze, but her focus was not on the young man. It was fixed on the old woman. Mrs. Boynton was leaning forward slightly. Her nostrils flared as if savouring a delightful scent. Raymond walked right past Sarah. She glanced up, a flicker of hope brightening her expression, but it vanished as he moved by her without a word, took a sheet from the paper holder, and returned across the room. Tiny beads of perspiration dotted his forehead when he rejoined them, and his face was utterly pale. Mrs. Boynton let out a soft, satisfied sigh as she observed him. Then she noticed Nadine's eyes locked on her. Something in that steady look sparked a flash of irritation in the older woman. "Where is Mr. Cope this morning?" she asked abruptly. Nadine lowered her gaze. Her reply came in that same gentle, unreadable voice. "I don't know. I haven't seen him." "I'm quite fond of him," Mrs. Boynton stated. "Exceptionally fond. We must arrange to spend more time in his company. You would like that, wouldn't you?" "Yes," said Nadine. "I'm also very fond of him. What is troubling Lennox lately? He seems so withdrawn and quiet. There isn't any trouble between you, is there?" "Oh, no. Why would there be?" "I merely wondered. Married people do not always see eye to eye. Perhaps you would be happier in a home of your own." Nadine remained silent. "Well, what is your opinion of the idea? Does it interest you?" Nadine shook her head slightly. She offered a faint smile. "I don't believe it would interest you, Mother." Mrs. Boynton's eyelids gave a quick flutter. Her voice turned sharp and venomous. "You have always been opposed to me, Nadine." The younger woman replied calmly, "I'm sorry you feel that way." The old woman's grip tightened on her cane. Her face seemed to darken another shade. She changed her tone abruptly. "I've forgotten my medicine. Fetch it for me, Nadine." "Of course." Nadine rose and walked across the lounge toward the elevator. Mrs. Boynton's eyes followed her. Raymond sat slumped in his chair, his eyes clouded with a numb despair. Upstairs, Nadine moved down the corridor and entered the sitting room of their suite. Lennox was by the window, a book in his hand, though he wasn't reading. He stirred as she entered. "Hello, Nadine." "I came up for Mother's drops. She forgot them." She continued into Mrs. Boynton's bedroom. From a bottle on the washstand, she carefully measured a dose into a small medicine glass and filled it with water. Passing back through the sitting room, she paused. Lennox. It took him a moment to respond, as if her voice had to travel a great distance. Finally, he said, "I'm sorry, what is it?" Nadine Boynton set the glass down carefully on a table. Then she went and stood beside him. "Lennox, look at the sunshine out there, beyond the window. Look at life. It's beautiful. We could be out in it instead of standing here looking through a pane of glass." Another pause lingered in the air. Then he said, "I'm sorry. Do you wish to go out?" Her answer came swiftly with a sudden, fierce intensity that broke her usual composure. "Yes, I wish to go out with you, out into the sun. We could walk anywhere just to feel the warmth. We could even drive up the coast, find some little cafe by the water, and pretend just for an hour that this weight doesn't exist." The longing in her voice was a stark, raw contrast to the subdued tension that filled the room. "Let's step out into the world and truly live, just the two of us together." He retreated into his chair, his eyes darting nervously. "Nadine, my dear, do we have to revisit this conversation?" "Yes, we do. We should leave and build our own life somewhere else." "How is that possible? We have no money. We can work and earn it. How would we manage? I have no real skills. There are thousands of qualified, trained men already out of work. It simply wouldn't work. I would earn enough for both of us, my dear. You didn't even finish your own training. It's a hopeless idea, completely impossible. No, what's hopeless and impossible is the life we're living right now. You don't understand the reality. My mother is very generous to us. She provides every comfort, except our freedom. Lennox, please try. Come away with me now today. Nadine, I think you've lost your mind. I am perfectly sane. I want a life with you out in the sunshine, not smothered in the shadow of an old woman who is a tyrant and takes pleasure in your misery. Mother can be a bit controlling. Your mother is unhinged. She's not right in the head. He replied softly, That isn't true. She has an excellent business mind, maybe so, yes. And you must understand, Nadine, she won't live forever. She's in her 60s and her health is failing. When she passes, my father's money will be divided equally among us all. You remember when she read the will when she dies, said Nadine? It might be too late. Too late for what? Too late for us to find any happiness? Lennox whispered, Too late for happiness, and gave an involuntary shudder. Nadine moved closer, placing a hand on his shoulder. Lennox, I love you. This is a battle between me and your mother. Will you stand with her or with me? With you, always with you? Then do as I ask. It's impossible. No, it isn't. Just think, Lennox, we could have a family of our own. Mother wants us to have children anyway. She said so. I know, but I won't bring children into this world just to live under the same shadow you were raised in. Your mother may influence you, but she has no power over me. Lennox murmured. You upset her sometimes, Nadine. It isn't wise. She only gets angry because she knows she can't control my mind or dictate what I think. You're always so polite and gentle with her. You're wonderful. You're too good for me. You always have been. When you agreed to marry me, it felt like an unbelievable dream, Nadine said quietly. I made a mistake by marrying you. Lennox replied despondently. Yes, you did. You misunderstand. What I mean is, if I had left back then and asked you to follow, you would have. I truly believe you would have. I wasn't clever enough then to fully understand your mother and what she wanted from us. She paused, then continued. So you refuse to leave? I can't force you, but I am free to go myself, I think. I think I will go. He stared up at her, disbelief written across his face. For the first time, his response came quickly, as if the sluggish current of his thoughts had finally quickened. He stammered. But you can't do that. Mother would never allow it. She couldn't stop me. You have no money. I could earn it, borrow it, or find it somehow. Understand this, Lennox. Your mother has no hold over me. I can go or stay as I choose. I'm starting to feel I've endured this life long enough. Nadine, don't leave me. Please don't leave me. She looked at him thoughtfully, her expression quiet and inscrutable. Don't leave me, Nadine, he pleaded, sounding like a lost child. She turned her head away so he wouldn't see the sudden pain in her eyes, then knelt beside him. Then come with me, you can do it, you really can, if only you find the will. He shrank back from her. I can't. I'm telling you, I don't have. God help me, I don't have the courage. Later that morning, Dr. Gerard entered the office of Castle Travel Agency and found Sarah King at the counter. She looked up. Good morning, I'm just arranging my tour to Petra. I heard you decided to go after all, Gerard said, stepping out into the crisp, sunny air, the faint chill sharp against his skin. Yes, it seems I can manage it, Sarah replied, tucking her mail under her arm. How pleasant. I wonder how large our party will be. Just 2 other women, I'm told. You, me, and them. 1 carload. How delightful, Gerard offered with a slight, polite nod. He had attended to his own affairs inside, and now fell into step beside her as they moved away from the office. What news of our friends, the Boyntons? I've been away. Bethlehem, Nazareth, a 3-day tour. With clear reluctance, Sarah recounted her failed attempts to connect. Anyway, I didn't succeed. She finished their leaving today. Wherefore? I've no idea. She sounded irritated with herself. I feel rather foolish, to be honest. How so? Meddling in what isn't my business. Gerard gave a slight shrug. That is always a matter of perspective, whether one should interfere or not. Precisely, do you? The Frenchman looked amused. Are you asking if I make a habit of involving myself in other people's affairs, frankly? No. So you think I was wrong to try? No, you misunderstand, Gerard said, his tone becoming more animated. It's a debatable point. If you see a wrong being done, should you attempt to right it? Your interference might do good, or it might cause immeasurable harm. It's impossible to make a firm rule. Some people have a talent for intervention. They do it skillfully. Others do it clumsily, and are better leaving well enough alone. Then there's the matter of age. The young have the courage of their ideals. Their values are more theoretical than practical. They haven't yet learned that reality often contradicts theory. If you believe in yourself and in the rightness of your actions, you can sometimes accomplish worthwhile things. He paused, adding wryly, incidentally, you can also do a great deal of damage. On the other hand, the middle-aged have experience. They've seen that harm comes from meddling as often as good, if not more so, and so very wisely they refrain. So it balances out. The earnest young do both harm and good, while the prudent middle-aged do neither. That isn't very helpful, Sarah objected. Can one person ever truly be helpful to another? That is your problem, not mine. You mean you aren't going to do anything about the Boyntons? No, for me there would be no chance of success. Then there isn't for me either? For you there might be? Why? Because you have special qualifications, the appeal of your youth and your sex? My sex? Oh, I see, one always comes back to that, doesn't one? You failed with the daughter. It doesn't mean you would fail with her brother, what you told me. What the girl Carol said shows the one real threat to Mrs. Boynton's control. The eldest son, Lennox, defied her in the full force of his young manhood. He slipped away from home, went to local dances. A man's desire for a mate was stronger than her hypnotic hold. But the old woman understood the power of attraction perfectly well. She would have seen plenty of it in her time. She handled it cleverly, bringing a pretty but penniless girl into the house, encouraging a marriage, and so she gained another captive. Sarah shook her head. I don't think the young Mrs. Boynton is a captive, Gerard agreed. No, perhaps not. I suspect that because she was a quiet, docile girl, old Mrs. Boynton underestimated her strength of will. Nadine Boynton was too young and inexperienced then to grasp the true situation. She understands it now, but it may be too late. Do you think she has given up hope? Dr. Gerard shook his head doubtfully. If she has any plans, no one would know there are. You understand certain possibilities where Mr. Cope is concerned. He glanced at Sarah, a new speculative light in his eyes. Tell me, have you ever considered that a shared journey, even a difficult one, can sometimes reveal alliances no one expects? Human nature is inherently prone to jealousy, and that emotion can be a powerful motivator. It might even be enough to pull Lennox Boynton out of the apathy that seems to be consuming him. So you believe, Sarah said, deliberately keeping her voice clinical and detached, that I could actually have some influence over Raymond? I do. Sarah let out a sigh. I suppose I could have attempted it, but it's too late for that now regardless. And honestly, the whole idea makes me uncomfortable. Gerard looked amused. That is a very English reaction. The English have such a peculiar hang-up about matters of intimacy. They treat it as something vaguely improper. Sarah's heated protest did nothing to sway him. Oh, I'm well aware you consider yourself modern, that you use all the bluntest words in casual conversation, that you're a professional and completely unrestrained. Nevertheless, I stand by my observation. You share the same deep-seated cultural traits as your mother and your grandmother. Underneath it all, you are still the proper English young lady, even if you've forgotten how to blush. That is absolute nonsense. Dr. Gerard, his eyes twinkling and utterly unruffled, added, And it is what makes you so remarkably charming. This left Sarah momentarily at a loss for words. Dr. Gerard quickly tipped his hat. "I shall make my exit now," he declared, "before you have the opportunity to articulate everything you are currently thinking." He made a swift retreat into the hotel. Sarah followed more slowly. The lobby was a scene of organized chaos. Several cars were being loaded with luggage for departure. Lennox and Nadine Boynton, along with Mr. Cope, were overseeing the packing of a large sedan. A portly guide was chattering away to Carol, with enthusiastic, though largely incomprehensible, fluency. Sarah moved past them and entered the building. There, wrapped in a heavy coat, sat Mrs. Boynton in a chair waiting to leave. Looking at her, Sarah was suddenly overcome by a strange reversal of feeling. She had previously viewed the old woman as a sinister presence, a living embodiment of pure malice. Now, in a flash, she saw only a pitiful and ineffectual figure, to be born with such a hunger for control, such a craving for absolute dominion, and to have achieved nothing more than a petty domestic tyranny. If only her children could see her as Sarah did in that moment, not as a monster, but as an object of pity, a foolish, spiteful, and rather ridiculous old woman playing a part. Acting on a sudden impulse, Sarah walked over to her. "Goodbye, Mrs. Boynton," she said. "I hope you have a pleasant journey." The old woman's eyes met hers, a turbulent mix of malice and profound indignation swirling within them. "You've been determined to be rude to me?" Sarah found herself saying. What on earth was compelling her to speak like this? She felt almost outside herself. "You've tried to stop your son and daughter from being friendly with me. Don't you see how utterly silly and childish that all is? You enjoy casting yourself as a kind of villain, but in truth you're just pathetic and a little absurd. If I were you, I'd give up this tiresome performance. I expect you'll despise me for saying this, but I mean it, and perhaps some of it will sink in. You know, you could still find a great deal of enjoyment in life. It's genuinely better to be approachable and kind. You could be if you only made the effort." A heavy silence followed. Mrs. Boynton had gone perfectly still, a statue of icy resentment. Finally, her tongue moistened her dry lips. Her mouth opened, yet for a moment, no sound emerged. "Go ahead," Sarah encouraged, almost gently. "Say what you wish. It doesn't matter what you say to me, but do think about what I've said to you." The words came at last in a soft, raspy whisper that carried an unsettling clarity. Mrs. Boynton's gaze, sharp and reptilian, shifted oddly past Sarah's shoulder. She seemed to be addressing not Sarah, but some private demon only she could see. "I never forget," she hissed. "Remember that. I have never forgotten a single thing. Not an action, not a name, not a face." The words themselves were simple, but the pure venom with which they were delivered made Sarah take an involuntary step backward. Then Mrs. Boynton laughed. It was unmistakably a deeply unpleasant sound. Sarah merely shrugged. "You poor old thing," she said quietly, and turned away. As she moved toward the elevator, she nearly bumped into Raymond Boynton. On another sudden impulse, she spoke to him quickly, her tone softening. "Goodbye. I do hope you have a wonderful time. Perhaps we'll meet again some day," she said, offering him a warm, friendly smile before moving swiftly past. Raymond stood frozen, as if carved from stone, so absorbed in his own thoughts that he didn't notice the small man with the large mustache trying to exit the elevator. The man had to repeat himself several times before Raymond finally heard the pardon. Startled, Raymond stepped aside. "So sorry," he murmured. "I was thinking just then." Carol approached him. "Ray, could you fetch Ginny?" She went back to her room. "We're about to leave." "Right away. I'll tell her to come straight down," Raymond replied, stepping into the elevator. Hercule Poirot watched him go, his eyebrows raised thoughtfully, his head tilted as if listening to some distant echo. After a moment he gave a slight, knowing nod. As he crossed the lounge, he took a careful look at Carol, who had rejoined her mother, before signalling to the passing head waiter. "Excuse me, could you tell me the name of that party over there?" "That is the Boynton family. Monsieur, they are American." "Thank you," Poirot said. Up on the third floor, Dr. Gerard, on his way to his room, passed Raymond Boynton and Ginevra. heading toward the waiting elevator. Just as they were about to step inside, Ginevra suddenly said, "Wait a moment, Ray. Please hold the elevator for me." She darted back, rounded a corner, and caught up with the doctor. "Please, I must speak with you." Dr. Gerard looked up, surprised. The girl moved close, grasping his arm. "They're taking me away. They might even plan to kill me. I don't truly belong to them. You understand? My name isn't really Boynton." Her words spilled out in a frantic, jumbled rush. "I'll trust you with my secret. I'm actually royalty. I'm the heir to a throne. That's why enemies are everywhere. They try to poison me. They plot against me in so many ways. If you could only help me escape." She broke off abruptly at the sound of approaching footsteps. "Ginny!" With a beautifully startled gesture, she pressed a finger to her lips, threw Gerard a pleading glance, and hurried back. "I'm coming, Ray." Dr. Gerard continued on his way, his eyebrows raised in disbelief. Slowly he shook his head and frowned. It was the morning of the departure for Petra. Sarah came down to find a formidable, masterful woman, whom she had noticed earlier in the hotel, standing outside the main entrance, vigorously objecting to the size of the car. This woman, with her pronounced rocking-horse nose, declared, "This is entirely too small. 4 passengers, and a guide. We absolutely require a much larger sedan. Please remove this vehicle and return with one of adequate size." The representative from Castle's Tours tried in vain to explain. This was the standard size provided, perfectly comfortable for the journey, and a larger car was less suitable for desert travel. But the large woman metaphorically rolled over his objections like a steamroller. She then turned her attention to Sarah. "Miss King, I am Lady Westholme. I trust you agree that this car is grossly inadequate." "Well," Sarah said cautiously, "I suppose a larger one would be more comfortable." The young man from Castles murmured that a larger car would increase the cost. "The price," Lady Westholme stated firmly, "is inclusive, and I will certainly refuse to authorize any additional charge. Your brochure distinctly promises a comfortable sedan. You will adhere to the terms of our agreement." Recognizing defeat, the young man mumbled something about seeing what could be done and retreated. Lady Westholme turned to Sarah, a triumphant smile on her weathered face, her large ruddy nostrils flaring with satisfaction. Lady Westholme was a well-known figure in English political circles. Lord Westholme, a middle-aged peer of simple tastes whose sole interests were hunting, shooting, and fishing, had been returning from a trip to the United States when he met a fellow passenger named Mrs. Vansittart. Not long after, Mrs. Vansittart became Lady Westholme. The journey was frequently mentioned as a cautionary tale about the perils of sea travel. The new Lady Westholme now dressed exclusively in tweeds and sturdy walking shoes, raised dogs, intimidated the local townspeople, and relentlessly pushed her husband into the political arena. However, once it became clear that politics was not and never would be Lord Westholme's calling, she magnanimously permitted him to return to his hunting and shooting, while she herself ran for a seat in Parliament. Elected by a comfortable margin, Lady Westholme plunged into her political duties with formidable energy, becoming a particularly vocal presence during parliamentary debates. Political cartoons featuring her soon began to circulate, an undeniable mark of her arrival. As a public personality, she championed traditional family values and women's welfare programs, and was a passionate advocate for the League of Nations. She held firm, often uncompromising, opinions on agricultural policy, public housing, and slum clearance. She commanded widespread respect and was almost equally widely disliked. There was a strong likelihood she would be appointed to a junior ministerial position whenever her party regained control. Currently, due to a fracture in the national coalition between Labour and the Conservatives, a Liberal government held power somewhat against expectations. Watching the car drive away, Lady Westholme nodded with dour satisfaction. "Men invariably believe they can take advantage of women," she declared. Sarah privately thought any man attempting to take advantage of Lady Westholme would need remarkable courage. She then presented Dr. Gerard, who had just emerged from the hotel. "Your reputation, of course, precedes you," stated Lady Westholm, shaking his hand. "I was recently in Paris discussing matters with Professor Clemenceau. I have been vigorously pursuing the issue of institutional care for the indigent mentally ill, vigorously indeed. Shall we step inside while we arrange for more suitable transportation?" A somewhat fluttery, middle-aged woman with strands of grey hair, who had been lingering nearby, was revealed to be Miss Annabel Pierce, the fourth member of their group. She too was ushered into the lounge under Lady Westholm's formidable supervision. "You're a career woman, Miss King. I've recently qualified as a physician." "Excellent," said Lady Westholm with patronizing approval. "If anything meaningful is to be achieved, mark my words, it will be accomplished by women." For the first time, Sarah felt an awkward consciousness of her gender and followed Lady Westholm obediently to a seat. As they waited, Lady Westholm informed them she had declined an invitation to stay with the High Commissioner during her time in Jerusalem. "I did not wish to be constrained by official protocol. I intended to conduct my own investigations." "Investigations into what?" Sarah wondered silently. Lady Westholm continued, explaining that she was lodged at the Solomon Hotel specifically to maintain her independence. She added that she had already offered the manager several recommendations for improving the hotel's operational efficiency. "Efficiency," Lady Westholm pronounced, "is my guiding principle." And a principle it certainly appeared to be. Within 15 minutes, a large and very comfortable automobile arrived. After Lady Westholm dispensed advice on the optimal stowing of the luggage, the party finally departed. Their first stop was the Dead Sea, followed by lunch in Jericho. Afterwards, when Lady Westholm, armed with her guidebook, had marched off with Miss Pierce, the doctor, and the portly local guide to tour the ancient ruins, Sarah remained behind in the hotel garden. She had a slight headache and craved solitude. A profound and inexplicable melancholy settled over her. She felt suddenly apathetic and disinterested, with no desire for sightseeing and a growing irritation with her fellow travellers. She found herself wishing she had never agreed to this excursion to Petra. It was proving very costly, and she was now convinced she would derive no pleasure from it whatsoever. Lady Westholm's resonant pronouncements, Miss Pierce's incessant chirping, and the guide's mournful diatribes against Zionism were already shredding her nerves. She disliked almost as intensely Dr. Gerard's perceptive, amused air, which seemed to diagnose her mood with infuriating accuracy. In a moment of quiet rebellion, she even imagined simply walking away from it all, catching the next train to the coast and forgetting the entire tedious adventure. Sarah found herself wondering where the Boyntons might have travelled next. Perhaps they had continued on to Syria, maybe visiting the ancient ruins of Baalbek or the bustling markets of Damascus. Raymond's face came to her mind with startling clarity, that eager, hesitant expression, the nervous energy he carried. Why was she dwelling on people she would likely never encounter again? That impulsive moment with the old woman, what had driven her to stride right up and blurt out such nonsense? Others must have overheard. She was almost certain Lady Westholm had been nearby. Sarah cringed, trying to recall her exact words. They must have sounded utterly ridiculous, even hysterical. Good grief, what a spectacle she had made of herself. Yet it wasn't entirely her fault. There was something about old Mrs. Boynton that seemed to strip away one's sense of reason. Just then Dr. Gerard came in and dropped heavily into a chair, wiping his brow. "Who, that woman deserves to be poisoned," he announced. Sarah jumped. "Mrs. Boynton. Mrs. Boynton. No, I meant Lady Westholm. It's a mystery to me how her husband has endured her for so many years without taking that step. What on earth is the man made of?" Sarah couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, he's the classic hunting, fishing, shooting type," she explained. "Psychologically, that makes perfect sense," Gerard noted. "He channels his aggressive impulses onto what we call the lower creatures." "I've heard he's actually quite proud of his wife's public endeavours," Sarah added. The Frenchman offered a wry smile. "Because it keeps her away from home so often that I can understand." Then his tone shifted. "But you mentioned Mrs. Boynton. Poisoning her would be an excellent idea as well. undeniably the simplest solution to that family's troubles. In fact, a great many women would be better off poisoned, especially those who have grown old and unattractive. He made a dramatic, dismissive gesture. "Oh, you Frenchman!" Sarah exclaimed, laughing in spite of herself. "You have no use for any woman who isn't young and pretty." Gerard shrugged. "We are simply more honest about it. Englishmen don't leap to give up their seats on the train for an ugly woman. Let's be real. How utterly depressing life can be." Sarah sighed. "There is no need for you to sigh, mademoiselle. Well, I'm feeling thoroughly out of sorts today. Naturally." "What do you mean, naturally?" Sarah snapped. "You could find the reason easily enough if you examined your own mind honestly," he replied calmly. "I suppose it's our fellow travellers who bring me down," Sarah admitted. "It's awful to say, but I really do struggle with women. When they're as fluttery and vague as Miss Pierce, they irritate me, and when they're as ruthlessly efficient as Lady Westholm, they annoy me even more." "It's perfectly understandable that these two would grate on you," Gerard observed. "Lady Westholm is perfectly suited to her life and is entirely content and successful. Miss Pierce worked for years as a governess and has now come into a small inheritance, finally able to fulfill her lifelong dream of travelling, and so far it has met all her expectations. Meanwhile, you have just been denied something you deeply wanted. Of course, you resent encountering people who seem more satisfied with their lives than you are with yours." "I suppose you're right," Sarah said gloomily. "You're a horribly accurate mind reader. I keep trying to fool myself, and you won't allow it." At that moment, the rest of their party returned. Their guide appeared the most worn out of the three, unusually quiet and offering little commentary as they made their way toward Ammon. For once, he didn't even bring up his usual tirades about the local Jewish population, a relief to everyone since his fervent lectures on the journey from Jerusalem had tested everyone's patience. The road climbed steadily from the Jordan Valley, winding through curves where clusters of oleanders showed off their soft pink blooms. They arrived in Amman as the afternoon light faded and, after a brief visit to the Greco-Roman theatre, retired early for the night. The next day began early, with the group planning a long drive across the desert to reach Ma'an. They departed shortly after 8. The mood inside the car subdued and quiet. The air was hot and still, and by the time they stopped for a picnic lunch around noon, the heat had become oppressive and stifling. Being confined in a small space with 4 other people on such a sweltering day was beginning to fray everyone's nerves. A somewhat testy debate sprang up between Lady Westholm and Dr. Gerard concerning the League of Nations. Lady Westholm was a passionate advocate for the organization, while the French doctor offered a series of witty, dismissive remarks about its effectiveness. Their discussion jumped from the League's handling of conflicts in Abyssinia and Spain to a boundary dispute in Lithuania, a topic Sarah knew nothing about, and then to its efforts in combating international drug trafficking. "You must acknowledge they have achieved remarkable things, truly remarkable." Lady Westholm insisted sharply. Dr. Gerard merely shrugged. "Perhaps. And at a remarkable cost as well. The issue is deadly serious under the Dangerous Drugs Act." The argument continued unabated. Miss Pierce leaned toward Sarah, whispering excitedly, "It is so fascinating to travel with someone like Lady Westholm, is it?" Sarah replied with a distinct edge, though Miss Pierce missed the sarcasm entirely and chattered on happily. "I've seen her name in the papers so often. It's so impressive for a woman to enter public life and hold her own. I always feel so proud when a woman accomplishes something significant."
"Why?"
Sarah asked, her tone suddenly fierce. Miss Pierce's mouth dropped open and she stammered, "Oh, because I suppose just because. Well, it's so pleasing to see women capable of achieving things." "I don't see it that way," Sarah countered. "It's pleasing when any person accomplishes something worthwhile. It doesn't matter in the slightest whether that person is a man or a woman. Why should it?" "Well, naturally," Miss Pierce faltered. "Yes, I suppose seen from that perspective, she looked a little crestfallen." Sarah softened her tone. "I'm sorry, but I truly dislike this emphasis on gender. The modern girl has such a practical, business-like approach to life. That sort of sentiment, it isn't true at all. Some women are practical, some are not. Some men are sentimental and disorganized, while others are logical and clear-headed. There are simply different types of minds. Gender only matters in matters directly concerning gender itself. Miss Pearce flushed slightly at the word and deftly shifted the subject. "One can't help wishing for a bit of shade," she murmured. "But I do find all this vast emptiness rather wonderful, don't you?" Sarah nodded. Yes, she thought, the emptiness was extraordinary. Soothing. Peaceful. Here there were no people to unsettle her with their complicated, tiresome relationships, no urgent personal dilemmas to weigh on her mind. For the first time she felt truly free of the Boyntons and that odd, compelling urge to meddle in the lives of strangers whose paths would never cross her own. She felt calm and at peace. This was solitude, openness, spaciousness. In a word, tranquility. Of course, one wasn't exactly alone to enjoy it. Lady Westholme and Dr. Gerard had moved on from drugs and were now debating the sinister trafficking of naive young women to cabarets in Argentina. Throughout the exchange, Dr. Gerard maintained a flippant tone that Lady Westholme, a politician with no discernible sense of humour, found deeply irritating. "We continue now, yes?" announced their guide, wearing his tarbouche, before launching once more into a monologue about the misdeeds of various Jewish communities. It was nearly sunset when they finally arrived at Mayan. Groups of wild-looking men gathered around the car, their faces unfamiliar and intense. After a brief pause, the journey resumed, gazing out over the flat, barren landscape. Sarah was puzzled. Where could the rocky fortress of Petra possibly be? The view stretched for miles in every direction without a single hill or mountain in sight. Were they still far from their destination? They reached the village of Musa, where the cars were to be left behind. A sorry collection of thin, weary horses awaited them. Miss Pearce felt acutely self-conscious in her striped cotton dress, while Lady Westholme had chosen the practical, if not particularly flattering, option of riding breeches, led from the village. The party began a treacherous descent along a path of loose stones as the sun dipped toward the horizon. Exhausted and dazed from the long, hot drive, Sarah felt the ride take on a dreamlike, almost nightmarish quality. It was as if the very earth were splitting open beneath them. Down and down they wound the red rock walls, rising to enclose them in a stifling, ever-narrowing labyrinth. A grim refrain echoed in her tired mind, down into the valley of death. The vivid crimson of the stone faded into shadow as they pressed on, feeling imprisoned and lost in the bowels of the earth. It was a dead city, she thought. A place both fantastic and unbelievable. With lanterns now lit, the horses trudged forward until the cliffs abruptly fell away, revealing a wide space and a cluster of lights in the distance. "The camp," announced their guide. The animals quickened their pace just a fraction. A faint show of spirit as they moved along a gravelly wash. The tents and caves hollowed from the cliff face grew distinct. As Bedouin servants ran to meet them, Sarah's gaze was drawn upward to one particular cave. A looming, squatting figure was silhouetted there, an idol, a monstrous, swollen image. Then, with a sickening leap of her heart, she recognized it. The desert's feeling of freedom vanished, replaced by the sensation of being led back into captivity. There, like some archaic high priestess or a grotesque, immovable Buddha, sat Mrs. Boynton. She was here at Petra. Sarah answered questions mechanically. Dinner now or after washing? A tent or a cave? She chose a tent without hesitation, flinching from the thought of sleeping in the rock, the vision of that inhuman figure still haunting her. Following a native servant in patched khaki and a ragged coat, his head wrapped in a traditional keffiyeh, she admired his easy, proud stride. The European parts of his attire seemed shabby and out of place. Civilization is all wrong, she thought, with a surge of bitter humor. In a savage tribe, they'd have likely killed and eaten someone like Mrs. Boynton years ago, recognizing her own overtired and frayed nerves. She washed her face in hot water, dusted it with powder, and felt her composure return, combing her thick black hair by the wavering light of a small oil lamp. She finally pushed aside the tent flap and stepped out into the night, ready to descend to the large marquee below. "You're here," the words came out as a low, stunned whisper. Sarah turned and found herself looking directly into Raymond Boynton's eyes. They were wide with disbelief, and something in their depths made her go still, a flicker of fear mingling with her own surprise. The joy she saw there was almost painful to witness, a raw, humble, disbelieving wonder, as if he'd glimpsed something sacred. She knew in that moment she would carry the memory of his expression forever. It was the look of someone finding salvation where they least expected it. He spoke again, that single word trembling with emotion. "You." Something shifted inside her. Her heart gave a strange, slow turn. She felt suddenly shy and uncertain, yet beneath that, a fierce, unexpected gladness rose. Her reply was simple. Yes. He moved closer, still dazed, as if not trusting his own eyes. Then his hand found hers. "It's really you," he murmured. "You're solid, you're here. For a second I thought I'd imagined you. I've thought of nothing else for days." He took a shaky breath. "I love you. I think I knew it from that first moment on the train. I need you to know that, so you'll understand it isn't me doing these things. The real me wouldn't be so cowardly. I can't even trust myself right now. I might walk right past you tomorrow, or be cold, but it's not by choice. It's my nerves. They betray me completely. When she gives an order, I just obey. Please understand." "You can despise me if you must," she cut him off, her voice softer and warmer than she intended. "I could never despise you. I'm still pretty pathetic," he said with a bitter laugh. "I should be able to act like a man." Her answer came not just from Gerard's earlier advice, but from a sudden deep well of conviction within herself. There was a new certainty in her tone. "You will. Starting now? Will I?" His voice was hopeful, but weary. "Maybe. You'll find the courage, I'm sure of it." He straightened his shoulders, lifting his chin. "Courage. Yes, that's all it is, isn't it? Just courage." Abruptly he bent his head, his lips brushing her hand in a fleeting, tender gesture. Then he was gone, disappearing into the shadows of the camp. Sarah made her way to the large dining tent. Her three companions were already seated, picking at their meal. Their guide was explaining that another group had arrived. "They came 2 days ago. Americans leave day after tomorrow. The mother is very large, very difficult to bring up, carried in a chair by porters. Very hard work, they are very hot, yes." A sudden, irrepressible laugh escaped Sarah. Seen from the right angle, the entire situation was absurdly comical. The portly guide gave her a grateful look. His day had been trying. Lady Westholme had corrected him using her guidebook 3 times already, and had just finished complaining about the construction of the camp cots. He was thankful for at least one member of his party who seemed inexplicably cheerful. "Ah," Lady Westholme declared. "I believe those people were at the Solomon Hotel. I recognized the elderly matriarch as we arrived. I think I saw you speaking with her, Miss King." Sarah felt a guilty heat rise to her cheeks, fervently hoping Lady Westholme hadn't overheard much of that fraught conversation. What on earth came over me, she thought, cringing inwardly. Lady Westholme issued her verdict. Not interesting people at all, rather provincial. Miss Pearce made quick agreeing noises, and Lady Westholme launched into a detailed account of the various distinguished Americans she had recently encountered. Due to the unseasonable heat, an early start was planned for the next day's excursion. The 4 assembled for a bleak breakfast at 6 o'clock. There was no sign of the Boynton family. After Lady Westholme lamented the lack of fresh fruit, they made do with strong tea, tinned milk, and fried eggs swimming in grease, accompanied by strips of overly salty bacon. Then they set out, Lady Westholme and Dr. Gerard soon engrossed in a one-sided debate about vitamin deficiencies and the ideal diet for the labouring classes, her voice carrying confidently across the rocky path. A sudden shout from the camp brought the group to a halt, allowing a new figure to catch up. It was Mr. Jefferson Cope, his friendly face flushed from the quick jog. "Mind if I tag along this morning? Good day, Miss King. Quite a surprise to find you and Dr. Gerard here. What's your take on all this?" He gestured broadly toward the incredible red rock formations sprawling in every direction. "I find it both magnificent and slightly terrifying," Sarah replied. "I always pictured it as something from a romantic dream, the rose-red city. But it feels far more tangible, more visceral, like the rawness of uncooked meat." "And just about the same color," Mr. Cope agreed with a chuckle, "though it is undeniably marvelous," Sarah conceded. The climb began in earnest, led by two Bedouin guides. These tall men moved with a natural, effortless grace, their hobnailed boots finding easy purchase on the slippery stone as they ascended without a hint of concern. The difficulties, however, soon became apparent for the others. Sarah and Dr. Gerard were both steady with heights, but Mr. Cope and Lady Westholme were visibly uncomfortable. Poor Miss Pearce was nearly carried over the most treacherous sections, her eyes squeezed shut, her complexion pale, her voice a constant, trembling lament. "I've never been able to handle drops, never, not even as a little girl." At one point she insisted on turning back, but a single glance down the steep path turned her skin an even sicklier shade, forcing her to admit that pressing onward was her only real option. Dr. Gerard proved kind and resourceful, positioning himself behind her and holding his walking stick like a protective railing between her and the sheer edge. She admitted this small illusion of a barrier helped steady her dizzy fear. Catching her breath, Sarah asked the dragoman Mahmoud, who, despite his substantial build, showed no sign of strain, "Don't you ever have real trouble getting people, especially older ones, all the way up here?" "Oh, always, there is always some trouble," Mahmoud answered calmly. "Then why do you always try?" He gave a thick-shouldered shrug. "They wish to come, they have paid to see these sights, and so they must see them. The Bedouin guides are very clever, very sure-footed. They always find a way." Finally they reached the summit. Sarah drew a long, deep breath. All around and below them stretched the blood-red landscape, a strange, almost unbelievable country, unlike any other. Here, in the crisp, pure morning air, they stood like detached deities surveying a more violent, chaotic world. This was, as the guide explained, the place of sacrifice, the high place. He pointed out the channel carved into the flat rock at their feet. Sarah drifted away from the group and the dragoman's practiced recitation. Sitting on a rock, she pushed her hands through her thick black hair and gazed down at the world below. After a moment, she became aware of someone beside her. Dr. Gerard's voice broke the silence. "One can better appreciate the devil's temptation from the Gospels here. Satan took Jesus to a great height and showed him all the kingdoms of the world. 'All these I will give you,' he said, 'if you will bow down and worship me.' The temptation to wield material power feels so much stronger when you're standing up high, playing at being a god." Sarah nodded, but her thoughts were clearly somewhere else entirely, a fact Gerard noted with curiosity. "You're pondering something very deeply," he remarked. "Yes, I am," she admitted, turning a troubled face to him. "It's a powerful idea having a place of sacrifice way up here. Sometimes I think a sacrifice is necessary, that we can cling too tightly to life. We make such a grand tragedy of death, but perhaps it isn't the ultimate catastrophe we believe it to be. If you truly feel that, Miss King, you may have chosen the wrong profession. For us, death is, and must always remain, the ultimate enemy." Sarah shivered. "Yes, I suppose you're right, and yet so often it feels like death could be the only solution to a truly impossible problem. It could even lead to a richer existence," Gerard responded solemnly, quoting, "It is better for one man to die for the people." Sarah turned to him, her expression startled. "I didn't intend." She stopped speaking as Jefferson Cope joined them. "This is truly an extraordinary place," he announced warmly. "I'm very glad I didn't miss it. I must admit, while Mrs. Boynton is undoubtedly a courageous woman, her determination to travel here does create complications. Her health is frail, which perhaps makes her less aware of others' wishes. It doesn't seem to occur to her that her family might occasionally want to explore on their own. She's so accustomed to their constant attendance that she likely doesn't consider. Mr. Cope paused, his kind face clouding with discomfort. You know, I recently learned something about Mrs. Boynton that troubled me deeply. Sarah had drifted back into her own reflections, hearing Mr. Cope's voice only as a distant, pleasant murmur. Dr. Gerard, however, inquired, "Oh, what was it? I heard this from a woman I met at the hotel in Tiberias. It concerned a young maid who had worked for Mrs. Boynton. This girl, I understand, was expecting a child." Mr. Cope lowered his voice, glancing discreetly at Sarah. Mrs. Boynton apparently discovered the situation and was at first quite kind to her. Then, just weeks before the baby was due, she dismissed the girl from the household. Dr. Gerard's eyebrows rose. "I see," he said thoughtfully. "And your source was certain of these facts?" He shook his head slightly. "To me that seems a particularly heartless act." "I simply cannot comprehend," Gerard interrupted gently. "You should try that incident without a doubt, provided Mrs. Boynton with a quiet sense of satisfaction." Mr. Cope looked at him shocked. "No, doctor, I cannot accept that. Such a notion is unthinkable." Softly, Gerard recited, "So I returned and considered all the oppressions that are done under the sun. And behold the tears of the oppressed, and they had no one to comfort them. On the side of their oppressors there was power, and there was no one to comfort them. Therefore I praised the dead who are already dead more than the living who are still alive. Yet better than both is he who has not yet been, who has not seen the evil work that is done under the sun." He paused, then continued, "My dear sir, I have devoted my life to studying the strange landscapes of the human mind. It serves no purpose to look only at life's pleasant surface. Beneath the decencies of daily existence lies a vast, shadowy reservoir of peculiar impulses. There exists, for instance, a pure delight in cruelty. But beyond that lies something even more profound, a desperate, pitiful longing to be seen to matter. When that need is thwarted, when a person's unappealing nature prevents them from receiving the appreciation they crave, they turn to other methods. They must be felt, they must exert influence. And from that root grow countless strange and twisted habits. Cruelty, like any other vice, can be cultivated. It can take hold of a person entirely." Mr. Cope cleared his throat uncomfortably. "I think, Dr. Gerard, you may be overstating things. Really, the air up here is so wonderfully clear." He began to move away. Gerard offered a faint smile and turned back to Sarah. She was frowning, her face set in a stern, youthful judgment, like a magistrate weighing a sentence. His observation was interrupted as Miss Pearce approached unsteadily. "We're heading down now." She fluttered nervously. "Oh my, I'm sure I'll never manage. But the guide assures me the descent follows a different, much easier path. I really hope that's the case, since I've never been able to handle heights even as a kid." Their way down followed the path of a waterfall, while loose stones underfoot posed a risk for twisted ankles. The route thankfully offered no terrifying vertigo-inducing views. The group returned to camp tired, yet in high spirits and ready for a very late lunch. It was well past 2 in the afternoon. Inside the large dining tent, the Boynton family was just finishing their meal around the big table. With a gracious, condescending air, Lady Westholme addressed a polite remark to them. "A truly fascinating morning," she declared. "Petra is an absolutely remarkable place." Carol, to whom the comment seemed directed, flashed a quick, nervous glance at her mother before murmuring, "Oh, yes, yes, it is," and then fell silent. Satisfied with her social duty, Lady Westholme returned to her food. As they ate, the 4 companions debated their plans for the afternoon. "I believe I shall rest for most of it," announced Miss Pearce. "One really mustn't overdo things, you know." "I'm going for a walk to explore," said Sarah. "What about you, Dr. Gerard?" "I'll join you." A spoon clattered loudly to the floor as Mrs. Boynton dropped it, making everyone jump. "I think," stated Lady Westholme, "I shall follow your example, Miss Pearce." Perhaps a brief read. Then I shall lie down for a solid hour's rest. After that, maybe a short stroll. Slowly, leaning on Lennox, the elderly Mrs. Boynton heaved herself to her feet. She stood for a moment before speaking with unexpected pleasantness. "You should all go for a walk this afternoon." The startled, almost comical looks on her family's faces were impossible to miss. "But, Mother, what will you do?" "I don't need any of you. I enjoy sitting alone with my book. Ginny shouldn't go. She'll lie down and sleep. Mother, I'm not tired. I want to go with everyone else." "You are tired. You have a headache. You need to be careful. Go lie down and sleep. I know what's best for you." The girl stared back defiantly, her head raised, but then her gaze faltered and dropped. "Silly child," Mrs. Boynton said. "Go to your tent." She stumped out of the marquee, the others trailing behind her. "Dear me," remarked Miss Pearce, "what very peculiar people. And the mother's colour is quite odd, a purplish shade. Her heart, I should imagine. This heat must be dreadful for her." Sarah's mind, however, was racing with a different worry. She's letting them go free this afternoon. She knows Raymond wants to be with me. Why? Is this some kind of trap? After lunch, even after changing into a fresh linen dress in her tent, the unease lingered. Her feelings for Raymond had intensified since the previous night into a fierce protective tenderness. So this was love, this raw agony on another's behalf, this desperate need to shield them from pain at any cost. She loved Raymond Boynton. It was a reversed fairy tale. She was the rescuer. He was the chained victim, and Mrs. Boynton was the dragon. A dragon whose sudden amiability struck Sarah as deeply, deliberately sinister. Around 3:15, Sarah wandered down to the marquee. Lady Westholme was seated in a chair, still dressed in her sturdy Harris tweed skirt despite the heat, a Royal Commission report on her lap. Dr. Gerard was chatting with Miss Pearce, who stood by her tent clutching a novel called The Love Quest, its cover promising a thrilling tale of passion and misunderstanding. "I don't believe it's wise to lie down immediately after lunch," Miss Pearce explained primly. "One's digestion, you understand. It's quite cool and pleasant here in the shade." "Oh dear, do you think it's wise for that old lady to sit in the sun up there?" They all looked toward the ridge ahead. There sat Mrs. Boynton as motionless as the night before, a silent, Buddha-like figure in the mouth of her cave. No one else was in sight. The entire camp staff was asleep. Not far off, a small cluster of figures moved along the valley's curve. "For a change," Dr. Gerard remarked, "the formidable Mrs. Boynton is allowing them some freedom. Perhaps it's a fresh scheme of hers." "You know," Sarah replied, "I was thinking the very same thing. What suspicious creatures we are. Well, let's catch up with the escapees." Leaving Miss Pearce absorbed in her novel, they started off. Rounding the bend, they soon reached the others, who were strolling without hurry. For once, the Boyntons seemed genuinely light-hearted. Lennox and Nadine, Carol and Raymond Jefferson Cope, wearing a wide grin, and now Gerard and Sarah all fell into easy conversation. A spontaneous, almost giddy cheerfulness took hold. Everyone felt this was a stolen moment, a secret delight to be savoured completely. Sarah stayed with Carol and Lennox rather than separating, while Dr. Gerard kept pace with Raymond just behind. Nadine and Jefferson Cope drifted a little to one side. It was the Frenchman who eventually broke the mood. He had been speaking in fits and starts for a while, when he suddenly halted. "1,000 pardons, I'm afraid I must turn back." Sarah studied him. "Are you unwell?" He gave a tight nod. "Yes, it's fever. I've felt it coming on since lunch." "Malaria?" "Exactly. I'll return and take quinine. Let's hope it isn't a severe bout. I picked this up during a trip to the Congo." "Should I come with you?" Sarah offered. No. I have my medical kit. A wretched nuisance, really. Please, all of you, go on." He strode quickly back toward camp. Sarah watched him go, hesitated a moment, then met Raymond's gaze, smiled, and let the doctor slip from her thoughts. For a while the 6 of them, Carol, Sarah, Lennox, Cope, Nadine, and Raymond, stayed together, Then, without quite planning it, she and Raymond found themselves drifting away from the others. They climbed over sun-warmed rocks, edged along narrow ledges, and finally settled in a patch of shade. A comfortable quiet fell between them. After a time, Raymond asked, "What's your full name? I know it's King, but your first name?" "Sarah." "Sarah. May I call you that?" "Of course, Sarah. Will you tell me about yourself?" Leaning back against the stone, she spoke of her Yorkshire home, her dogs and the aunt who raised her. In turn, Raymond shared fragments of his own life, his words tumbling out in a rush. Another silence settled, gentle and deep. Their hands found each other and rested together like two children quietly content. As the light began to soften, Raymond stirred. "I have to go back now," he said. "Alone. There's something I must say and do once it's done. Once I've proved to myself I'm not a coward, then I won't be ashamed to ask for your help, and I will need help, you know. I'll probably have to borrow money from you." Sarah smiled. "I'm glad you're practical. You can rely on me. But first I have to face this alone." "Face what?" His young face turned suddenly grave. Raymond Boynton said, "I have to prove my courage. It's now or never." Abruptly he turned and walked away, his steps quick and determined. Sarah remained against the rock, watching him disappear. Something in his intensity, that terrible earnestness, sent a ripple of alarm through her. For an instant she wished she had followed. Then she checked herself. Raymond wanted to stand alone to test the courage he'd just found. That was his right. Still, she hoped with all her heart it would be enough. The sun was dipping below the rim of the valley when Sarah neared the camp again. In the fading light she could just make out the stark shape of Mrs. Boynton, still enthroned in the cave entrance. A slight shiver passed through Sarah at the sight of that immovable figure. She hurried along the path below and entered the lit marquee. Lady Westholme sat knitting a navy-blue sweater, a loop of wool draped around her neck. Miss Pearce sat quietly, stitching pale blue forget-me, knots onto a table mat while listening to a lecture about changes to the divorce laws. Servants moved in and out of the large tent, setting things up for dinner. At the other end, the Boyntons reclined in deck chairs, absorbed in their books. Mahmoud entered, looking both dignified and displeased, his tone gently accusing. A lovely walk had been planned for after tea, he reminded them, but no one had been in camp to join it. The entire schedule was now disrupted, including a highly educational tour of some Nabatean ruins. Sarah quickly assured him they had all had a wonderful afternoon before slipping away to her tent to freshen up. On her way back, she stopped by Dr. Gerard's tent and called his name softly. Hearing no reply, she lifted the flap and peeked inside. The doctor lay perfectly still on his cot. Sarah retreated quietly, assuming he was asleep. A servant soon gestured toward the marquee, indicating supper was ready. She walked down to find almost everyone already gathered around the table. Only Dr. Gerard and old Mrs. Boynton were missing. A servant was sent to fetch the elderly woman. Suddenly there was a stir outside. Two alarmed servants rushed in, speaking rapidly in Arabic to Mahmoud, whose composed manner vanished into flustered anxiety as he hurried out. On impulse, Sarah followed him. "What's happened?" she asked. Mahmoud turned, his face grave. "It is the old lady. Abdul says she is very ill. She cannot move." "I'll come and see." Sarah quickened her pace, following Mahmoud up the rocky path until they reached the heavy lounge chair where Mrs. Boynton sat. Sarah touched the swollen hand, felt for a pulse, and leaned close. When she straightened up, her face had lost its colour. She walked slowly back to the marquee and paused in the entrance, her eyes scanning the faces at the far end of the table. Her own voice sounded strange and abrupt to her ears. "I'm so sorry," she said, forcing herself to look directly at Lennox, the eldest son. "Your mother has died, Mr. Boynton." And then, with a curious sense of detachment, as if watching from a great distance, she observed the expressions of 5 people for whom those words meant nothing less than liberation. "Appointment with death." Book 2, Appointment with Death. 1. Colonel Carberry raised his glass toward his guest with a smile. To crime! Hercule Poirot's eyes twinkled in appreciation of the toast. He had arrived in Amman with a letter of introduction from Colonel Race, and Carberry, a significant figure in Transjordan, was intrigued to meet the celebrated detective in person. "There's Jerash, you know," Carberry remarked. "Do you care for that sort of thing?" "I'm interested in everything." "Quite right," said Carberry. "That's the only sensible way to go through life." He paused, his expression turning thoughtful. "Tell me, does your particular line of work have a habit of following you on holiday?" "I beg your pardon?" "To put it plainly, do you ever travel somewhere hoping for a rest from criminal matters, only to find dead bodies appearing instead?" "It has occurred, yes, more than once." Colonel Carberry murmured, his gaze growing distant. Then he gave a slight shake, as if waking himself. "As it happens, I've got a body now that troubles me," he confessed. "Indeed?" "Yes, an elderly American woman. She was visiting Petra with her family. It's a taxing trip, and the heat has been unusually fierce for this season. The old lady had a heart condition. The journey was harder on her than she anticipated, extra strain on the heart, and she simply popped off." "Here in Amman?" "No, down at Petra. They brought the body here today." "I see, all perfectly natural, entirely plausible, the likeliest thing in the world to happen. Only—" "Yes, only what?" Colonel Carberry rubbed his bald head. "I have a notion," he said slowly, "that her family helped her on her way." "Aha! And what gives you that impression?" Colonel Carberry did not answer directly. By all accounts, she was a thoroughly unpleasant old woman. No great loss. "There seems to be a general feeling that her departure is for the best," he sighed. "The trouble is, it will be devilishly hard to prove anything, especially if the family stands together and lies through their teeth. One prefers to avoid complications or international incidents. The simplest course is often to let things lie. There might be nothing substantial to examine. I once knew a physician who shared that he frequently harbored suspicions about patients who departed this life a bit prematurely. His advice was to remain silent unless you possessed exceptionally solid evidence. Otherwise, you risk a nasty scandal, an unproven case, and a permanent stain on the reputation of a diligent general practitioner. There's truth in that still." He rubbed his head thoughtfully. "I'm an orderly man," he declared somewhat unexpectedly. Colonel Carberry's tie was skewed, his socks sagged, and his coat bore stains and a tear. Yet Hercule Poirot did not smile. He perceived clearly the internal tidiness of Carberry's mind, the neatly catalogued facts, the carefully sorted impressions. "Yes, I like things in their place," Carberry repeated. He gestured vaguely. "I dislike disorder. When I encounter a mess, I feel compelled to sort it out." "Understand," Poirot gave a solemn nod. He understood. "Was there no physician present at the site?" he inquired. "There were two, actually. One was laid up with malaria. The other is a young woman, fresh from medical training. Competent enough, I assume. Nothing appeared unusual about the death. The elderly lady had a weak heart and had been on medication for some time. Her passing suddenly wasn't entirely shocking." "Then what, my friend? Troubles you?" Poirot asked gently. Colonel Carberry fixed him with a troubled blue eye. "Ever hear of a Frenchman named Gerard, Theodore Gerard?" "Certainly. A most distinguished expert in his field. Mental asylums," Carberry confirmed, "where a childhood fixation on a housemaid leads a man to believe he's the Archbishop of Canterbury decades later. I've never quite grasped the logic, though these specialists explain it all very persuasively. Dr. Gerard is indeed an authority on certain profound neuroses," Poirot agreed with a slight smile. "Are his views regarding the Petra incident based on such psychological reasoning?" Colonel Carberry shook his head emphatically. No, I wouldn't be concerned if they were. Not that I doubt the validity of such theories. They're simply beyond my grasp, like my Bedouin guide who can step from a car in the featureless desert touch the ground, and tell you within a mile where you are. It isn't magic, but it seems so. Dr. Gerard's account is straightforward. Plain facts, I think. If you're interested, and you are. Yes, indeed. Good. Then I'll just telephone and have Gerard come over. You can hear his story directly after dispatching an orderly with the message. Poirot asked, "Of whom does this family consist?" "The name is Boynton. There are 2 sons, one married. His wife is a pleasant, sensible young woman, and there are 2 daughters, both quite attractive in completely different ways. The younger seems a bit high-strung, though that could be shock." "Boynton," Poirot murmured. His eyebrows lifted. "How curious, very curious indeed." Carberry glanced at him questioningly, but as Poirot offered nothing further, he continued, "It seems clear the mother was a tyrant, required constant attendance, and kept everyone dancing to her tune. She controlled the finances entirely. None of them had any independent means." "Ah, most interesting. Do we know how she left her estate?" I slipped that question in casually. "The money is to be divided equally among them all." Poirot nodded. Then he asked, "You believe they are all involved?" "I don't know. That's precisely where the difficulty will lie. Was it a collective plan or the inspiration of one clever individual? Perhaps the whole affair is a false alarm. What it comes down to is this. I would value your professional assessment." Ah, here comes Gerard. The Frenchman entered with a brisk, measured step. As he exchanged a firm handshake with Colonel Carberry, Gerard's sharp, inquisitive eyes immediately settled on Poirot. Carberry made the introduction. "This is Hercule Poirot. He's my guest. We've been discussing the Petra affair, really?" Gerard's gaze swept over Poirot with rapid assessment. "Does it interest you?" Poirot offered a modest shrug. "Alas, one is forever fascinated by the subject of one's expertise." "Quite understandable," Gerard acknowledged. Carberry gestured toward the decanter. "A drink?" He poured a whiskey and soda, placing it near Gerard, then raised the decanter with a questioning look toward Poirot, who declined with a slight shake of his head, setting the decanter down. Carberry pulled his chair closer. "Right then," he said, his tone turning businesslike. "What's the situation?" Poirot addressed Gerard. "I gather from the Colonel that he retains some doubts." Gerard spread his hands in a conceding gesture. "And for that I am responsible. I must emphasize, Colonel, my interpretation could be entirely mistaken." Carberry responded with a non-committal grunt. "Just lay out the facts for Poirot," he instructed. Dr. Gerard began with a concise overview of the circumstances leading up to the Petra expedition. He sketched the personalities within the Boynton family and described the intense emotional pressure each was under. Poirot listened, his expression one of focused interest. Gerard then detailed the events of their first full day at the site, explaining his own return to camp. "I was succumbing to a severe cerebral malaria attack," he clarified. "My standard treatment is an intravenous quinine injection." Poirot nodded in understanding. "The fever had me in its grip." Gerard continued, "I practically stumbled into my tent. My medical case wasn't where I'd left it. Someone had moved it. After locating it, I then spent a frustrating while searching for my hypodermic syringe. Eventually, I gave up, took a substantial oral dose of quinine, and collapsed onto my cot." He paused before proceeding. "Mrs. Boynton's death wasn't discovered until after sunset. The design of her chair provided such support that her posture remained unchanged. It wasn't until a servant went to call her for dinner at 6:30 that anyone realized something was amiss." He described the location of the cave and its distance from the main marquee in thorough detail. Miss King, who is a qualified physician, examined the body. Knowing I was ill, she did not disturb me. There was, in any event, nothing to be done. Mrs. Boynton was deceased and had been for some time. Poirot interjected softly. "For how long precisely?" Gerard replied thoughtfully, "I do not believe Miss King considered that a significant detail. She presumably saw no urgency in determining it. Can we at least establish when she was last confirmed to be alive?" Poirot inquired. Colonel Carberry cleared his throat and consulted a formal report. Lady Westholme and Miss Pearce conversed with Mrs. Boynton shortly after 4 p.m. Her son, Lennox, spoke with her around 4:30. His wife, Nadine, had a rather lengthy discussion with her mother-in-law approximately 5 minutes later. Her daughter, Carol, exchanged words with her at an uncertain time, but other accounts place it near 10 minutes past 5. He went on. Jefferson Cope, an American acquaintance of the family, returning to camp with Lady Westholme and Miss Pearce, observed her dozing. He did not approach her. That was approximately 20 minutes to 6. The younger son, Raymond, appears to have been the last person to see her alive. Upon returning from a walk, he went and spoke to her at about 10 minutes to 6. The body was found at 6:30, when a dinner summons was delivered. Poirot pressed the point between Raymond Boynton's conversation and 6:30. Is it certain no one else approached her? That is the understanding, Gerard affirmed, but it remains a possibility. Poirot insisted, his tone subtly shifting from clinical inquiry to one of pointed skepticism. The very neatness of the timeline seemed to him almost too convenient, like a stage set where all the actors knew their cues a little too well, with servants bustling about and people moving between tents. A brief, unobserved visit would not have been impossible. The desert twilight can play tricks on the eyes, and a preoccupied mind sees only what it expects to see. No one could be found who witnessed anyone approaching the elderly woman. So Raymond Boynton was the last person to see his mother alive? Poirot inquired. Dr. Gerard and Colonel Carberry exchanged a brief, meaningful look. Colonel Carberry tapped his fingers on the table. This is where the waters get murky, he stated. Go ahead, Gerard. This is your area. Dr. Gerard continued. As I mentioned earlier, Sarah King, upon examining Mrs. Boynton, saw no need to pinpoint the exact time of death. She simply noted that Mrs. Boynton had been deceased for a little while. However, the next day, for my own reasons, I tried to narrow down the timeline and happened to mention that her son Raymond was the last to see her alive, a little before 6. To my great surprise, Miss King flatly stated that was impossible, that Mrs. Boynton must have already been dead by then. Poirot's eyebrows rose. Odd, extremely odd. And what does Mr. Raymond Boynton say to that? Colonel Carberry replied bluntly. He insists his mother was alive. He approached her and said something like, I'm back. Hope you had a pleasant afternoon. He claims she just grunted. Quite all right, and he proceeded to his tent. Poirot frowned, perplexed. Curious, he murmured. Extremely curious. Tell me, was it growing dark by then? The sun was just setting. Curious? Poirot repeated. And you, Dr. Gerard, when did you see the body? Not until the following morning, precisely at 9 o'clock. And your estimate of when death occurred? The Frenchman shrugged. It's difficult to be exact after that much time. There must be a margin of several hours. If I were testifying under oath, I could only say she had been dead certainly 12 hours and not longer than 18. You see, that doesn't help at all. Go on, Gerard, Colonel Carberry urged. Give him the rest. Upon getting up in the morning, said Dr. Gerard, I found my hypodermic syringe. It was behind a case of bottles on my dressing table. He leaned forward. You might argue I overlooked it the day before. I was in a miserable state, feverish and wretched, shaking from head to foot. How often does one search for something that's right there and still not see it? I can only say I'm quite positive. The syringe was not there earlier. There's more, Carberry added. 2 additional facts, for what they're worth, and they mean a great deal. There was a mark on the dead woman's wrist, a mark consistent with a hypodermic needle puncture. Her daughter explained it as a pinprick. Poirot stirred. Which daughter? Her daughter, Carol. Yes, please continue. And there is the final fact. While examining my small case of drugs, I noticed my supply of digitoxin was significantly diminished. Digitoxin, said Poirot, is a heart poison, correct? Yes. It is derived from Digitalis purpurea, the common foxglove. There are 4 active principles: digitolin, digitonin, digitoline, and digitoxin. Of these, digitoxin is considered the most potent poisonous component of digitalis leaves. According to Kopp's experiments, it is 6 to 10 times stronger than digitalin or digitalin. It is official in France, but not in the British Pharmacopoeia, and a large dose of digitoxin, Dr. Gerard said gravely, a large dose administered suddenly via intravenous injection would cause rapid death through heart paralysis. It has been estimated that as little as 4 milligrams could prove fatal to an adult man. And Mrs. Boynton already suffered from heart trouble. Yes, in fact, she was actually taking a medication containing digitalis. "That," said Poirot, "is extremely interesting. Do you mean," asked Colonel Carberry, "that her death might have been attributed to an overdose of her own medicine?" "That, yes, it is a possibility," Dr. Gerard continued. "I meant something beyond that. In certain ways, digitalis can act as a cumulative substance. Furthermore, regarding post-mortem findings, its active compounds might end a life without leaving clear traces behind." Poirot nodded with deliberate appreciation. "Indeed, that is clever, exceptionally clever. Proving such a thing convincingly to a jury would be nearly impossible. Ah, but allow me to say, gentlemen, if this is murder, it is a masterfully planned one." The hypodermic syringe returned to its place, the poison chosen being one the victim already used. The chances of error or accident are enormous. "Oh yes, there is intellect at work here. There is calculation, precision, genius." He fell silent for a moment, then lifted his head. "And yet one detail troubles me." "What is that?" "The disappearance and return of the syringe." "It was taken," Dr. Gerard responded promptly. "Taken and then brought back. Exactly." "Curious," murmured Poirot. "Very curious. Otherwise, everything aligns so perfectly." Colonel Carberry studied him intently. "Well," he asked, "what's your professional judgment, murder or not?" Poirot raised a hand. "One moment. We have not reached that conclusion. There is still further evidence to weigh." "What evidence? You've heard everything." "Ah, but this is evidence that I, Hercule Poirot, bring to you." He gave a slight smile at their surprised expressions. "Yes, it is amusing, is it not? That I, to whom you recount the story, should in turn offer you a piece of information you do not possess. It happened like this. At the Solomon Hotel one evening, I went to the window to ensure it was shut." "Shut or open?" inquired Carberry. "Shut," Poirot stated firmly. "It was open, so naturally I moved to close it. But before I did, as my hand rested on the latch, I overheard a voice, a pleasant voice, low and clear, yet tinged with nervous excitement. I told myself it was a voice I would recognize again. And what did this voice say? It spoke these words. You do understand, don't you, that she has to be killed?" He paused. At the time, naturally, I did not interpret those words as referring to an actual killing. I assumed it was an author, or perhaps a playwright speaking. But now I am not so certain, that is to say, I am convinced it was nothing of the sort. He paused again before adding, "Gentlemen, I will tell you this, to the best of my knowledge and belief. Those words were spoken by a young man I observed later in the hotel lounge, who upon inquiry I learned was named Raymond Boynton." "Raymond Boynton said that?" The exclamation burst from the Frenchman. "You find it unlikely, psychologically speaking?" Poirot inquired calmly. Gerard shook his head. "No, I would not say that. I was surprised, yes. If you follow me, I was surprised precisely because Raymond Boynton seemed so perfectly cast as a suspect." Colonel Carberry let out a weary sigh, as if to say, "These psychological types." Aloud, he muttered, "The question is, what do we do about it?" Gerard shrugged. "I do not see what can be done," he admitted. "The evidence is bound to remain inconclusive. You may believe murder was committed, but proving it will be difficult." "I see," said Colonel Carberry. "So we suspect murder has been done, and we just sit back and do nothing?" "I don't like it," he added, almost apologetically repeating his earlier odd remark. "I'm a tidy man." I know." Poirot nodded sympathetically. "You would prefer to clear this up?" You would like to know definitively exactly what happened and how. And you, Dr. Gerard, you have said there is nothing to be done, that the evidence must remain inconclusive. That is probably true. But are you content to let the matter rest there? She was a harmful presence, said Gerard slowly. In any case, she might have died soon, a week, a month, a year. So you are satisfied? Poirot pressed. Gerard continued, his tone measured. There's no question that her passing was, for lack of a better word, a positive development for those around her. It has granted her family a new lease on life. They now have the room to grow. They are, in my opinion, individuals of sound character and intellect. They can become productive, valuable people from my perspective. Mrs. Boynton's death has yielded only beneficial outcomes. Poirot posed the question once more. Then you are content? Content? No. Dr. Gerard's fist came down sharply on the table. I am a doctor. My instinct is to save lives, not to see them cut short. So while my rational mind can list the advantages of this woman's demise, something deeper within me protests. It is never right, gentlemen, for a person to depart this world before their natural time. A faint smile touched Poirot's lips. He settled back, satisfied with the answer he had so patiently drawn out. Colonel Carbery remarked with characteristic bluntness, "He dislikes murder. Perfectly understandable. So do I." He stood and refreshed his own whisky and soda, his guests' glasses still full. "Right then," he said, returning to the matter at hand. "Let's get practical. Is there anything to be done? We may not like the situation, but we might have to accept it. No point kicking up a fuss if you can't back it up with proof." Gerard leaned forward intently. "What is your professional assessment, Mem Poirot? You are the authority here." Poirot took his time before responding. He meticulously straightened an ashtray, gathering spent matches into a neat pile. Finally he said, "You wish to discover, do you not, Colonel Carbery, who ended Mrs. Boynton's life? Assuming, of course, that she did not die of natural causes. You want the precise method, the exact timing, the complete truth of the affair. I wouldn't mind knowing, no?" Carbery replied, his voice devoid of emotion. Hercule Poirot said slowly, "I perceive no compelling reason why you should not learn it." Dr. Gerard looked sceptical. Colonel Carbery merely raised an eyebrow, appearing mildly intrigued. "Oh," he said, "you don't, eh? That's interesting. And how do you plan to accomplish that?" "Through a methodical examination of the evidence, by logical deduction," Poirot stated. "Suits me," said Carbery, "and through an analysis of psychological possibilities." "I expect that suits Dr. Gerard," Carbery noted. "And after all that, after you've sifted your evidence and done your deducing and dabbled in psychology, hey presto, you think you can pull the rabbit out of the hat?" "I would be profoundly astonished if I could not," Poirot replied with calm assurance. Colonel Carbery stared at him over the rim of his glass. For just a moment, the vague look in his eyes sharpened into one of measurement and appraisal. He set his glass down with a soft thud. "What do you say to that, Dr. Gerard? I must confess to some doubt about the chances of success, yet I am aware that M. Poirot possesses considerable abilities. I am endowed with certain gifts." "Yes," the little man said with modest pride. Colonel Carbery turned his head slightly and cleared his throat. Poirot continued, "The initial point to determine is whether this was a collective act, planned and executed by the Boynton family as a unit, or the work of a single individual. If the latter, which member of that family is the most probable candidate?" Dr. Gerard responded, "We have your own observations. One must, I believe, consider Raymond Boynton first." "I concur," said Poirot. "The conversation I overheard, coupled with the contradiction between his account and that of the young doctor, places him squarely at the forefront of our considerations. By his own admission, he was the last to see Mrs. Boynton alive, a statement Sarah King directly disputes. "Tell me, Dr. Gerard, is there, how shall I put it, a certain tenderness between them?" The Frenchman nodded. "Most decidedly. Ah, would this young lady be a brunette with hair swept back from her forehead so, and large, expressive hazel eyes possessing a rather decisive manner? Dr. Gerard looked somewhat surprised. Yes, that describes her accurately. I believe I have seen her at the Solomon Hotel. She had a brief exchange with Raymond Boynton, and afterwards he stood there as if in a trance, completely blocking the elevator exit. I had to say excuse me 3 separate times before he even registered my presence, and finally stepped aside. Poirot was silent for a long moment, deep in thought. Very well, he said finally. We shall start by considering Miss Sarah King's medical opinion, but with a degree of caution. She is, after all, not a disinterested observer. He paused, then continued. In your professional judgment, Dr. Gerard, is Raymond Boynton the type of man who could commit murder? Gerard considered the question carefully. A premeditated, calculated murder. I believe it is within the realm of possibility, but only under circumstances of extreme emotional pressure. And were those circumstances present here? Undoubtedly, this trip abroad intensified the psychological strain the entire family was under. The stark contrast between their constrained lives and the freedom of others became more glaring in Raymond's specific case. Yes. There was the added complication of his powerful attraction to Sarah King, which would provide both a motive and a catalyst. Precisely. Colonel Carberry cleared his throat. If I may interject that sentence you overheard, you do see, don't you, that she's got to be killed? He must have been speaking to someone. A very pertinent observation, Poirot agreed. I had not overlooked it. The question is, to whom? Almost certainly another member of his family. But which one, Doctor? Can you give us some insight into the mental state of the others? Gerard answered without hesitation. Carol Boynton was, I would say, in a similar state of rebellious agitation as Raymond, though in her case it was not complicated by romantic entanglement. Lennox Boynton had moved beyond rebellion into a state of profound apathy. He was retreating inward, finding it difficult to focus on the external world. He was a classic introvert, and his wife, Nadine Boynton, while weary and unhappy, showed no signs of the same internal conflict. I believe she was on the verge of making a significant personal decision, which was whether or not to leave her husband. He recounted his earlier conversation with Jefferson Cope, and Poirot nodded in understanding, and the younger girl Ginevra. The doctor's expression turned grave. Mentally, she is in a very precarious state. She is already displaying symptoms of a schizophrenic break. Unable to endure the repression of her life, she is escaping into a world of fantasy. She has developed pronounced delusions of persecution, believing herself to be a royal figure, surrounded by enemies. It is a classic presentation, and is that condition dangerous? Extremely so. It can be the precursor to homicidal mania. The patient does not kill for pleasure, but from a perceived need for self-defense. From their distorted perspective, the act is entirely logical. They kill to avoid being killed. So you believe Ginevra Boynton could have killed her mother? It is possible. However, I doubt she would have possessed the forethought or the methodological cunning to carry it out in the manner it was done. The schemes of such mania are typically more blunt and theatrical. I would expect a more dramatic method from her. But she remains a possibility, Poirot pressed. Yes, Gerard conceded. She does, and afterwards, Poirot continued, once the deed was done, do you believe the rest of the family knew the identity of the killer? They know, Colonel Carberry stated flatly. If I've ever seen a group of people hiding something, it's this bunch they're covering up. No question about it. We shall persuade them to tell us what it is, said Poirot. Planning to give them the 3rd degree, Carberry asked, raising an eyebrow. No, Poirot shook his head, a faint, knowing smile touching his lips. Just conversation, ordinary, polite conversation. You would be surprised how often people simply tell you the truth. In the end, it is usually the easiest path. Carberry gave a thoughtful nod. There's something to that, he admitted. Then he came straight to the point. You'll speak with them, you say. That means you're willing to handle this. Poirot inclined his head. We must be perfectly clear, he stated. What you require and what I agree to deliver is the truth. But understand this, even when we uncover that truth, there may be no legal proof. I mean proof that would stand before a judge and jury. Do you follow? Absolutely, Carberry replied. You convince me of what actually occurred, and then it falls to me to decide if any action is feasible, especially considering the international sensitivities. At the very least, the matter will be settled cleanly. I dislike a messy situation. Poirot offered a faint smile. One further point, Carberry added. Time is not on our side. I cannot keep these individuals here indefinitely. You may detain them for 24 hours, Poirot said calmly. You will have the truth by tomorrow evening. Colonel Carberry fixed him with a hard stare. Rather sure of yourself, aren't you? I'm aware of my own capabilities, Poirot murmured, unsettled by this distinctly un-British display of confidence. Carberry averted his gaze and tugged at his unruly moustache. Very well, he muttered. It's in your hands, and if you succeed, my friend Dr. Gerard remarked, you will truly have performed a marvel. Sarah King studied Hercule Poirot with intense scrutiny. She noted the oval head, the magnificent moustache, the somewhat foppish attire, and the improbably dark hair. A flicker of uncertainty crossed her expression. Well, mademoiselle, are you convinced? Sarah flushed as she met his amused, ironic gaze. I apologize, she said awkwardly. Not at all. To borrow a phrase I have lately learned, you're sizing me up. Is that not correct? Sarah managed a slight smile. Well, you're certainly doing the same to me. Assuredly. I have not neglected the opportunity. She caught a subtle edge in his tone, but Poirot was already twirling his moustache with evident satisfaction, and Sarah thought once more, the man is a showman. Her confidence returning, she straightened her posture. I'm not entirely certain I understand the purpose of this meeting. Did the good Dr. Gerard not explain? Sarah frowned. I don't fully understand Dr. Gerard. He seems to believe that there is something rotten in the state of Denmark, Poirot quoted. You see, I am acquainted with your Shakespeare. Sarah dismissed the literary reference. What exactly is all this commotion about? She demanded. Eh bien, one wishes, does one not, to arrive at the truth of this affair? Are you referring to Mrs. Boynton's death?
Yes.
Isn't this rather making a mountain out of a molehill? You, of course, are a specialist. Poirot, it is only natural for you, Poirot finished the thought for her. It is natural for me to suspect foul play whenever I can find the slightest pretext. Well, yes, perhaps. You yourself have no doubts regarding the circumstances of Mrs. Boynton's death. Sarah shrugged. Really, Poirot, if you had been to Petra, you would understand that the journey is quite strenuous for an elderly woman with an unsound heart. So it appears perfectly straightforward to you. Certainly. I can't comprehend Dr. Gerard's position. He wasn't even present. He was ill with fever. While I respect his medical expertise, in this instance he has no basis for his suspicions. I suppose they could request a post-mortem in Jerusalem if they remain unsatisfied with my assessment. Poirot was quiet for a moment. There is a fact, Miss King, that you are not yet aware of. Dr. Gerard has not mentioned it. What fact? Sarah asked sharply. A quantity of a drug digitoxin is missing from Dr. Gerard's travelling medical kit. Oh, Sarah quickly absorbed this new information, her mind immediately seizing on the one ambiguous detail. Are you certain Dr. Gerard is correct about that? Poirot gave a slight shrug. As you are well aware, a physician is typically quite precise in his pronouncements. Naturally, that's understood. But Dr. Gerard was ill with malaria at the time. That is indeed the circumstance. Does he have any notion of when the item could have been removed? He needed to access his medical case on the evening they arrived in Petra. A severe headache prompted him to retrieve some phenacetin. When he returned the bottle and closed the case the next morning, he is reasonably confident all the medications were accounted for. Reasonably, Sarah echoed. Poirot shrugged once more. Precisely, there remains a margin of uncertainty, the kind any honest person would acknowledge. Sarah nodded. Yes, I understand. One tends to mistrust those who are excessively certain. Still, Monsieur Poirot, the evidence feels terribly thin. It strikes me—" She hesitated. Poirot completed her thought. "It strikes you that my investigation is perhaps misguided." Sarah met his gaze directly. "Frankly, it does. Are you certain, Monsieur Poirot, that this isn't merely a case of providing yourself with a Roman holiday?" A faint smile touched Poirot's lips. A family's private affairs thrown into turmoil. Also, Hercule Poirot might entertain himself with a little game of detection. "I didn't intend to give offence, but doesn't it resemble that somewhat?" "So you align yourself with the Boynton family, mademoiselle?" "I believe I do. They have endured a great deal. They shouldn't be forced to withstand any more. And the mother, she was unpleasant, tyrannical, disagreeable, and arguably better off dead than alive. That, too, is a factor, when you phrase it so bluntly." Sarah paused, her cheeks colouring, then continued. "One shouldn't, I agree, allow that to influence matters, but all the same one does. That is, you do, mademoiselle. I do not. To me, it is irrelevant. The victim could be one of God's own saints, or conversely, a monster of wickedness. It does not move me. The fact remains unchanged. A life has been taken. I maintain always, I do not approve of murder." "Murder?" Sarah's breath caught sharply. "But what evidence exists for that? The most flimsy imaginable. Dr. Gerard himself cannot be sure." Poirot's voice was quiet. "But there is other evidence, mademoiselle." "What evidence?" Her tone was sharp. "The mark of a hypodermic puncture on the dead woman's wrist. And something more still, certain words I overheard in Jerusalem on a clear, still night when I went to close my bedroom window. Shall I tell you what those words were, Miss King? They were these. I heard Mr. Raymond Boynton say, 'You do see, don't you, that she's got to be killed?'" He watched the colour slowly drain from Sarah's face. She said, "You heard that?" "Yes." The girl stared straight ahead, her expression distant. After a long moment, she said, "It would be you who heard it." He inclined his head. "Yes, it would be me. Such coincidences occur. You see now why I believe an investigation is warranted?" Sarah said quietly, "I think you are entirely correct." "Ah, and you will assist me?" "Certainly." Her tone was matter-of-fact, devoid of emotion. Her eyes met his coolly. Poirot gave a small bow. "Thank you, mademoiselle. Now I ask you to recount in your own words everything you can remember about that particular day." Sarah considered for a moment. "Let me see. I joined a morning expedition. None of the Boyntons were with our group. I saw them at lunch. They were just finishing as we arrived. Mrs. Boynton seemed in an uncommonly good mood. She was not typically amiable, I gather." "Very far from it," said Sarah with a slight grim twist of her lips. She then described how Mrs. Boynton had unexpectedly released her family from their usual attendance on her. That too was unusual. Yes, she normally kept them clustered around her. Do you think perhaps she felt a sudden pang of remorse, what one might call a moment of grace? "No, I don't," Sarah stated bluntly. It felt less like mercy and more like a predator toying with its prey, a momentary loosening of the leash only to make the eventual snap back more cruel. "Then what was your impression?" Poirot pressed. "I was puzzled. I suspected it was something of the cat-and-mouse variety. If you would elaborate, mademoiselle? A cat enjoys letting a mouse run free, only to pounce upon it again. Mrs. Boynton seemed to relish that particular game. Boynton had that particular mindset. I suspected she was plotting some fresh mischief or another." "What occurred after that, miss?" "The Boyntons set out. All of them. No, the youngest, Ginevra, remained behind. She was instructed to go and rest. Did she want to? No, but that didn't matter. She obeyed. The others departed. Dr. Gerard and I accompanied them." "When was this?" "Around 3:30. "Where was Mrs. Boynton at that time?" Nadine, the younger Mrs. Boynton, had settled her in her chair outside her cave. "Continue. Once we rounded the bend, Dr. Gerard and I caught up with the group. We all walked together for a while. Then Dr. Gerard turned back. He had been looking rather unwell for some time. I could tell he was feverish. I offered to return with him, but he insisted I stay. What time was that? Oh, I suppose about 4 o'clock. And the others? We continued on. Were you all together? At first, then we split up, Sarah said quickly, as if anticipating the next question. Nadine Boynton and Mr. Cope went one way, and Carol, Lennox, Raymond and I went another. Did you remain like that? Not exactly. Raymond Boynton and I separated from the other two. We found a flat rock to sit on and took in the stark beauty of the landscape. It was peaceful, almost surreal, given the tension we'd left behind at camp. After a while, Raymond went off, and I stayed there alone a bit longer. When I finally checked my watch, it was nearly 5:30, and I knew I should head back. I reached camp right at 6, just as the sun was setting. You passed Mrs. Boynton on your way? I noticed she was still in her chair up on the ridge. Didn't you find it strange that she hadn't moved? No, because I'd seen her sitting there the evening we arrived in almost the same position. I understand. Go on. I went into the large tent. Everyone was there except Dr. Gerard. I washed up, then returned. Dinner was brought in, and one of the servants went to inform Mrs. Boynton. He came rushing back to say she was unwell. I hurried out. She was sitting in her chair exactly as before, but the moment I touched her, I knew she was gone. You had no doubt her death was natural. None at all. I'd heard she had a heart condition, though no specific diagnosis was ever discussed. You simply assumed she had died sitting there? Yes. Without calling for help? Yes, it happens that way sometimes. She might have even passed in her sleep. She was likely dozing. Besides, most of the camp was asleep that afternoon. No one would have heard her unless she'd shouted very loudly. Did you form an opinion about how long she had been dead? Well, I didn't think too deeply about it at the time. It was clear she'd been gone for a while. What do you mean by a while? Poirot asked. Well, over an hour, possibly much longer. The heat radiating from the rock would have slowed the cooling of her body over an hour. Are you aware, Miss King, that Mr. Raymond Boynton spoke to her only a little more than half an hour earlier and found her alive and well? Her gaze dropped momentarily. She shook her head. He must be mistaken. It must have been earlier than that. No, miss, it was not. She looked at him directly, her mouth set firmly. Well, said Sarah, I'm young and I haven't had extensive experience with the deceased, but I know enough to be certain of one thing. Mrs. Boynton had been dead for at least an hour when I examined her. That, Hercule Poirot said unexpectedly, is your account and you intend to stand by it. It's the truth, Sarah replied. Then can you explain why Mr. Boynton would say his mother was alive when she was in fact dead? I've no idea, said Sarah. They're all rather vague about time, the whole family. They're a very high-strung bunch. On how many occasions, miss, have you actually spoken with them? Sarah paused, frowning slightly. I can tell you precisely, she said. I spoke with Raymond Boynton in the corridor of the wagon-lit train on the way to Jerusalem. I had 2 separate discussions with Carol Boynton, one at the Mosque of Omar and another late that same night in my room. The next morning I had a conversation with Mrs. Lennox Boynton that covers everything until the afternoon of Mrs. Boynton's death, when our entire group went out walking together. You never spoke with Mrs. Boynton herself? Sarah felt her cheeks grow warm with discomfort. Actually, I did. We exchanged a few words on the day she left Jerusalem. She hesitated, then added frankly, to be honest, I ended up making a complete fool of myself. Is that so? The prompting was so obvious that reluctantly and with some stiffness, Sarah recounted the brief exchange. Poirot appeared keenly interested and questioned her in detail. Understanding Mrs. Boynton's state of mind is crucial in this situation, he remarked. You as an outsider offer an impartial perspective. That makes your impression of her particularly valuable. Sarah stayed silent, even remembering that awkward encounter left her feeling flushed and uneasy. "Thank you, mademoiselle," Poirot said. "I will now speak with the other individuals involved." Sarah stood. "If I may offer a suggestion, M. Poirot, by all means, wouldn't it be more practical to wait for an autopsy? Once you know whether your suspicions have any foundation, this whole process would make more sense. As it stands, it feels a bit like getting ahead of yourself." Poirot made a broad, theatrical gesture. "This is the method of Hercule Poirot," he declared. Pressing her lips together, Sarah exited the room. Lady Westholme entered with the imposing certainty of an ocean liner docking in port. Miss Annabel Pierce, a far less definite vessel, followed in her wake and settled into a noticeably inferior chair, slightly to the rear. "Of course, Poirot," Lady Westholme announced in her resonant voice, "I am more than willing to assist you in any way possible. I have always believed that in circumstances like these, one has a civic duty to fulfill." After several minutes devoted to Lady Westholme's concept of public duty, Poirot skillfully interjected a question. "I remember that afternoon perfectly," Lady Westholme replied. "Miss Pierce and I are prepared to help in every way we can." "Oh, yes." Miss Pierce sighed almost dreamily. So tragic, wasn't it? Gone, just like that, in the blink of an eye. "Could you describe exactly what happened that afternoon?" "Certainly," said Lady Westholme. "Following lunch, I decided to take a short rest. The morning's outing had been somewhat tiring. Not that I was genuinely fatigued. I very seldom am. I hardly recognize the feeling on public occasions. One so often has to present a certain front regardless of one's actual condition." A tactful murmur from Poirot steered her back. I suggested a siesta. Miss Pierce agreed. "Oh, yes." Miss Pierce sighed again. "I was dreadfully tired all morning. That climb was quite treacherous. Fascinating, of course, but utterly draining. I'm afraid I don't possess Lady Westholme's remarkable stamina. Fatigue," pronounced Lady Westholme, "is something to be mastered, like anything else. I make it a principle never to yield to physical demands." Miss Pierce gazed at her with admiration. Poirot asked, "So, after lunch, you both went to your tents?" "Yes." "Was Mrs. Boynton seated at the entrance to her cave at that time?" "Her daughter-in-law helped her settle there before leaving herself." "And you both had a clear view of her?" "Oh, yes," Miss Pierce said. "She was opposite us, you understand, though a little way along and higher up." Lady Westholme provided a more precise description. "The caves opened onto a rocky ledge. Below that ledge were several tents. Then there was a small creek, and across the creek stood the large marquee and a few other tents. Miss Pierce and I had tents near the marquee. Hers was on the right side, mine on the left. Our tents were oriented toward the cliff ledge, though it stood a fair distance away. "Nearly 200 yards, I believe," I remarked. "Perhaps," she replied. Poirot produced a diagram. "I prepared this layout with the help of the dragoman, Mahmoud." Lady Westholme sniffed. "If that man drew it, it's likely incorrect. I've caught him giving misleading information more than once when checking my Baedeker." Ignoring her, Poirot continued. "According to this plan, the cave beside Mrs. Boynton's was occupied by her son Lennox, and his wife Raymond, Carol, and Ginevra Boynton had their tents positioned just below and slightly to the right, almost opposite the marquee. To the right of Ginevra's was Dr. Gerard's tent, and beside his Miss King's. On the opposite side, next to the marquee on the left, were your tent and Mr. Cope's. Miss Pierce's, as you mentioned, was to the right of the marquee. Is that accurate?" Lady Westholme conceded, though reluctantly, that it seemed correct. "Thank you. That is perfectly clear. Please proceed, Lady Westholme." She gave a gracious smile and resumed. "At about 3:45, I walked over to Miss Pierce's tent to see if she was awake and interested in a stroll. She was sitting in the entrance, reading. We agreed to set out in half an hour, once the heat had eased. I returned to my tent, read for about 25 minutes, then rejoined her. She was ready, and we started off. The camp appeared quiet. Everyone seemed to be resting, noticing Mrs. Boynton sitting alone up on the ledge. I suggested to Miss Pierce that we ask if she needed anything before we left. "Yes, you did. I thought it very considerate," Miss Pierce murmured. I felt it my duty, Lady Westholme declared with evident satisfaction. And then for her to be so shockingly rude, Miss Pearce exclaimed. Poirot looked inquiring. Our path took us just beneath the ledge, Lady Westholme explained. I called up to ask whether she required anything before we went for our walk. Do you know, M. Poirot, her only reply was a grunt, a mere grunt. She stared at us as if we were, well, as if we were nothing at all. It was disgraceful, Miss Pearce said, flushing. I must admit, Lady Westholme added, her own cheeks colouring slightly, that I then made a rather uncharitable comment. You were entirely justified, Miss Pearce assured her. Given the circumstances, absolutely. And what was this remark? Poirot asked. I said to Miss Pearce that perhaps the woman drank. Her manner had been so peculiar all along. Given what I know of the ravages of alcohol, it seemed a plausible explanation. Poirot deftly shifted the subject away from temperance. Was her manner especially odd earlier that day, at lunch, for instance? No, Lady Westholme reflected. No, I'd say her behaviour then was fairly normal for an American of that sort anyway. She said it with a hint of condescension. She was quite abusive to one of the servants, Miss Pearce recalled. Which one? Not long before we set out? Ah, yes, she did seem extraordinarily irritated with him. Of course, Lady Westholme went on. It is trying to have servants who don't understand a word of English, but one must make allowances when travelling. Which servant was this? Poirot pressed. One of the Bedouin staff attached to the camp. He had gone up to her. I suppose she'd sent him to fetch something, and he brought the wrong item. I'm not certain what it was, but she was furious. The poor man hurried away, and she shook her stick after him and shouted something. What did she shout? We were too far off to hear clearly. At least I didn't catch the words, did you, Miss Pearce? No, I didn't hear anything distinct. I believe she had dispatched him to retrieve something from her younger daughter's tent, or perhaps she was upset with him for entering it in the first place. I cannot be entirely certain. When asked about his appearance, Miss Pearce shook her head vaguely. I really couldn't say he was too far off. All these local men looked the same to me. He was taller than average, Lady Westholme stated, and wore the customary native head covering. His trousers were disgracefully ragged and patched, and his leg wraps were wound in a most slovenly manner, completely haphazard. These men are in dire need of discipline. Could you identify him among the camp staff? I doubt it. We never saw his face clearly due to the distance, and as Miss Pearce noted, they do all tend to look alike. Poirot considered this thoughtfully. I wonder what he did to provoke Mrs. Boynton's anger. So they can be exceedingly trying to one's patience, Lady Westholme remarked. One of them once made off with my shoes, despite my very clear instructions, conveyed through pantomime no less, that I prefer to clean them myself. I do the same, Poirot admitted, momentarily distracted. I travel with my own small shoe-cleaning kit, and a duster, as do I, Lady Westholme replied, sounding almost congenial, because these locals never properly dust one's belongings. Never. One must dust everything several times a day. But it is well worth the effort. Indeed, I cannot abide dirt. Lady Westholme looked positively militant. She added with feeling, and the flies in the marketplaces, absolutely dreadful. Quite so, said Poirot, looking slightly abashed. We can soon ask the man himself what irritated Mrs. Boynton. To continue with your account? We walked along slowly, Lady Westholme resumed. Then we encountered Dr. Gerard. He was staggering slightly and appeared quite unwell. I recognized at once that he was suffering from fever. He was trembling. Miss Pearce interjected softly. Trembling all over. I saw immediately it was the onset of a malarial attack, Lady Westholme said. I offered to return with him and fetch some quinine, but he insisted he had his own supply. Poor man, Miss Pearce murmured. It always seems so wrong to me when a doctor falls ill. It feels contrary to the natural order. We continued our stroll, Lady Westholme went on, and then we rested upon a rock. Miss Pearce added, one was rather fatigued after the morning's exertion, all that climbing. I never experience fatigue. Lady Westholme stated firmly. But there was no purpose in proceeding farther. We had an excellent vantage point of the surrounding landscape. Were you out of view of the camp? No, we were seated facing toward it. So romantic, Miss Pearce sighed. A camp set amidst a wilderness of rose-red stone. She shook her head wistfully, as if imagining a far more poetically managed operation. That camp could be run much more efficiently, Lady Westholme declared, her nostrils flaring. I intend to take the matter up with the tour company. I'm not at all convinced the drinking water is properly boiled in addition to being filtered. It absolutely should be. I shall make that point clear to them. Poirot cleared his throat and deftly steered the conversation away from water safety protocols. Did you observe any other members of the party? Yes. The elder Mr. Boynton and his wife passed us on their way back to camp. Were they together? No. Mr. Boynton came first. He looked somewhat as if he had taken too much sun. He was walking as though slightly light-headed. The back of the neck, Miss Pearce said earnestly. One must always protect the back of the neck. I wear a thick silk scarf without fail. What did Mr. Lennox Boynton do upon returning to the camp? Poirot asked. This time Miss Pearce managed to reply before Lady Westholme could. He went directly up to his mother, but he did not remain with her for long. How long? Only a minute or two, I would estimate it at just over a minute. Lady Westholme corrected precisely. He proceeded into his cave and then made his way down to the marquee. What about his wife? She followed about 15 minutes later. She paused briefly to exchange a few words with us. Quite politely, I must say. I find her rather pleasant, Miss Pearce remarked. Truly quite pleasant. She is certainly less disagreeable than the rest of that family, Lady Westholme conceded. You observed her return to camp? Yes. She approached her mother-in-law and spoke with her. Then she fetched a chair from her cave and sat beside the older woman, conversing for perhaps 10 minutes. And after that, she returned the chair to the cave and went down to join her husband in the marquee. What occurred next? That rather odd American gentleman appeared, said Lady Westholme. Cope, I believe his name is. He insisted there was a notable example of degraded period architecture just around the bend in the valley, and that we really shouldn't miss it. So we walked over. He even carried quite an informative pamphlet on Petra and the Nabateans. It was all terribly interesting, Miss Pearce added earnestly. Lady Westholme went on. We ambled back toward camp around 20 minutes to 6. The air was turning quite cool by then. Was Mrs. Boynton still seated where you had last seen her? Yes. Did you address her? No. To be honest, I scarcely noticed her. What did you do then? I went to my tent, changed my shoes, and fetched my own packet of China tea. I then went to the marquee. The dragoman was there, and I instructed him to prepare tea for Miss Pearce and myself using my leaves, and to ensure the water was properly boiling. He mentioned dinner would be ready in half an hour. The boys were already setting the tables, but I told him that made no difference. A good cup of tea always improves things, Miss Pearce murmured vaguely. Was anyone else in the marquee? Oh, yes, Mr. and Mrs. Lennox Boynton were seated at one end reading. Carol Boynton was there as well. And Mr. Cope? He joined us for tea, Miss Pearce said, though he remarked that tea drinking isn't really an American custom. Lady Westholme cleared her throat. I began to suspect Mr. Cope might become a bit of a nuisance, that he could attempt to attach himself to me. It can be difficult when travelling to keep certain people at a proper distance. They do tend to presume. Americans in particular can be rather persistent. Poirot murmured smoothly, I have no doubt, Lady Westholme, that you are more than capable of handling such situations. When a travelling acquaintance ceases to be of use, I am certain you are adept at disengaging. I consider myself competent to manage most circumstances, Lady Westholme replied with satisfaction, entirely missing the glint in Poirot's eye. If you would be so kind as to conclude the account of the day's events, Poirot prompted gently. Certainly. From what I recall, Raymond Boynton and the red-haired girl Ginevra I think entered shortly after. Miss King arrived last. Dinner was nearly ready. One of the servants was sent by the dragoman to inform old Mrs. Boynton. The man came rushing back with another servant, visibly agitated, and spoke rapidly in Arabic to the dragoman. There was some mention of Mrs. Boynton being unwell. Miss King offered to help. She went out with the dragoman and returned to break the news to the family. She delivered it rather bluntly. Miss Pearce interjected, simply blurted it out. Personally, I feel it should have been done more gently. And how did the family respond to the news? Poirot inquired. For a moment, both women seemed uncertain. Finally, Lady Westholme replied, her usual confidence slightly diminished. Well, it's hard to describe. They were very subdued. Stunned, Miss Pearce suggested, offering the word more as a guess than a certainty. Lady Westholme announced they all went out with Miss King. Miss Pearce and I had the good sense to stay right here. A faintly wistful expression crossed Miss Pearce's features at this remark. I detest vulgar curiosity, Lady Westholme continued firmly. The wistful look in Miss Pearce's eye grew more pronounced. It was clear she had been compelled to share this disdain. Later, Lady Westholme concluded the guide and Miss King came back. I proposed that the four of us dine at once, allowing the Boynton family to eat later in the marquee without the awkwardness of outsiders. My suggestion was accepted, and right after the meal, I went to my tent. Miss King and Miss Pearce did likewise. Mr. Cope, I believe, stayed in the marquee. He is a friend of the family and thought he might be of some help. That is all I can tell you, M. Poirot. Poirot asked. When Miss King shared the news, did all the Boynton family go out with her? Let me think. No, now that you mention it, I believe the red-haired girl remained. Can you confirm, Miss Pearce? Yes, I'm quite sure she did. Poirot inquired, what was she doing? Lady Westholme stared at him. Doing, M. Poirot? As far as I recall, she wasn't doing anything. I mean, was she sewing, reading? Did she appear anxious? Did she speak? Well, really? Lady Westholme frowned. She simply sat there, from what I remember. She was twisting her fingers. Miss Pearce interjected suddenly. I noticed it, poor girl. I thought it revealed her feelings. Her face showed nothing, you understand, but her hands were turning and fidgeting. Miss Pearce then added conversationally, once I recall tearing a dollar bill to pieces in just that manner, not thinking at all about what I was doing. Should I take the first train to see her? I wondered. It was a great aunt of mine, taken ill suddenly, or should I not? I couldn't decide, and when I looked down instead of the telegram, I had shredded a dollar bill into tiny bits. Miss Pearce paused for effect. Not entirely pleased with this sudden diversion of attention to her companion, Lady Westholme said coolly, Is there anything else, M. Poirot? Poirot seemed to emerge from a deep thought. Nothing, nothing. You have been most precise. I possess an excellent memory, Lady Westholme stated with satisfaction. One final small request. Lady Westholme, said Poirot, please remain seated as you are without turning. Now, would you be so kind as to describe for me exactly what Miss Pearce is wearing today? That is, if Miss Pearce has no objection. Oh, no, not at all, chirped Miss Pearce. Really, M. Poirot, is there a purpose? Please humour me, madame. Lady Westholme gave a slight shrug and replied with some reluctance, Miss Pearce is wearing a striped brown and white cotton dress with a Sudanese belt of red, blue and beige leather. She has on beige silk stockings and brown patent leather strap shoes. There is a run in her left stocking. She is wearing a necklace of carnelian beads and another of bright royal blue, along with a brooch featuring a pearl butterfly. On the third finger of her right hand is an imitation scarab ring. On her head is a double Terai hat of pink and brown felt. She paused a moment of quiet competence. Is there anything further? She asked coldly. Poirot spread his hands in a wide gesture. You have my complete admiration, madame. Your powers of observation are exceptional. Details rarely escape me. Lady Westholme rose, gave a slight nod, and left the room. As Miss Pearce was following, glancing down ruefully at her left leg, Poirot said, A moment, please, mademoiselle. Yes? Miss Pearce looked up, a slightly apprehensive expression on her face. Poirot leaned in, his voice dropping to a confidential murmur. You see this little arrangement of wild flowers here on the table? Miss Pearce stared. Why, yes, and you recall when you first entered. I sneezed once or twice. I do remember that, yes. Did you happen to observe if I had just been sniffing at these particular blooms? Well, I really couldn't say for certain, but the sneezing itself, you recall? Oh, absolutely. Ah, well, it is of no real consequence. I merely wondered if these humble blossoms might induce an attack of hay fever. No matter. Hay fever, exclaimed Miss Pearce, her eyes lighting up. My cousin suffered dreadfully from it. She swore by a daily nasal spray of boracic acid solution. With some effort, Poirot gently steered the conversation away from the cousin's nasal regimen and saw Miss Pearce out. Closing the door, he returned to the room, his eyebrows arched in quiet contemplation. But I did not sneeze, he murmured to the empty air. So much for that little performance. No, I did not sneeze at all. Lennox Boynton entered with a brisk, determined step. Anyone familiar with his usual demeanour would have been startled by the transformation. The heavy apathy was gone, replaced by a tense alertness. Though his nerves were plainly on edge, his eyes darted rapidly around the room, never settling for long. Good morning, Mr. Boynton. Poirot rose, offering a formal bow, which Lennox returned with awkward stiffness. I appreciate you taking the time to speak with me. Lennox's reply was hesitant. Well, Colonel Carberry suggested it, said it was advisable. A matter of formalities, he explained. Please sit down. Poirot gestured to the chair recently occupied by Lady Westholme. Once seated, Poirot continued in a conversational tone. This must have been a terrible shock for your family. It was, of course, although in another sense, perhaps not entirely unexpected. We were aware my mother's heart was not strong. Given that knowledge, was it wise to permit her to undertake such a demanding journey? Lennox lifted his head, a sad dignity in his bearing. Mr. Poirot, my mother made her own decisions. Once her mind was set, opposition from any of us was utterly futile. He drew a sharp breath as he finished, his face suddenly paling. The memory, it seemed, carried a bitter weight. I understand completely, Poirot nodded. Elderly ladies can be remarkably strong-willed. Lennox's composure frayed. What is the purpose of all this? That's what I wish to know. Why are these formalities suddenly necessary? You may not realize, Mr. Boynton, that in cases of sudden death without an immediate clear cause, certain procedures are inevitably set in motion. Lennox's voice turned sharp. What exactly do you mean by without a clear cause? Poirot gave a slight shrug. One must always consider the question, was the death natural, or could it possibly have been self-inflicted? Suicide. Lennox stared, genuinely taken aback, a flicker of something, incredulity, or perhaps a deeper alarm passed behind his eyes. Poirot continued lightly. You, of course, would be the best judge of such a possibility. Colonel Carberry is naturally in the dark. He must decide whether to order a full inquiry, an autopsy, and so forth. As I was present and have some experience in these matters, he asked me to make a few discreet inquiries and advise him. He has no wish to cause your family unnecessary distress. Lennox Boynton's anger surfaced. I shall wire our consul in Jerusalem immediately. You're entirely within your rights to do so, Poirot replied, his tone carefully neutral. After a pause, he spread his hands. If you object to my questions— No, it's not that, Lennox said quickly, though the resentment lingered. It all just seems so superfluous. I comprehend it is, I assure you, quite routine. Now, on the afternoon of your mother's passing, I believe you left the camp at Petra for a walk.
Yes.
Everyone did, except for my mother and my younger sister. And your mother was seated at the entrance to her cave.
Yes.
She sat there every afternoon without fail. Quite so, Poirot said, his gaze steady and perceptive. When did you leave? Poirot asked.
A little after 3, I believe.
And you returned from your walk at what time? I honestly couldn't say for certain, perhaps 4 o'clock, maybe closer to 5. So you were gone roughly 1 to 2 hours? Yes, that sounds about right. On your way back, did you happen to pass anyone? Pass anyone? Yes, for example, 2 women sitting on a large rock. I'm not sure, actually. Yes, I think I did see someone. Perhaps you were too lost in your own thoughts to pay much attention. That's true, I was. When you got back to camp, did you speak with your mother?
Yes, I did.
And she didn't mention feeling unwell. No, she seemed perfectly fine. Could you tell me what was said between you? Lennox hesitated. She remarked that I was back early. I agreed. Then I mentioned how hot it was. He paused, concentrating. She asked me for the time, said her watch had stopped. I took it from her, wound it, set the time, and put it back on her wrist. Poirot interjected softly, and what time did you set it to? I'm sorry. The time on the watch, what did you set the hands to? Oh, right, it was 25 minutes to 5. So you do know precisely when you returned. Poirot observed gently. Lennox reddened. Yes, how stupid of me. My apologies, M. Poirot. My mind is all over the place with all this distress. Poirot nodded sympathetically. I understand completely. It is a most unsettling situation. What happened next? I asked if she needed anything. A drink, some tea or coffee. She said no. Then I went into the main tent. None of the staff were around, so I poured myself some soda water. I was quite thirsty. I sat there flipping through some old copies of the Saturday Evening Post. I must have dozed off. Did your wife join you in the tent? Yes, she came in a short while later. And that was the last time you saw your mother alive? Yes. She didn't seem agitated or upset during your conversation. No, she was her usual self. She made no mention of any trouble or annoyance with one of the servants. Lennox looked puzzled. No, nothing like that. Is there anything else you can tell me? I'm afraid that's all. Thank you, Mr. Boynton. Poirot gave a slight nod to signal the end of the conversation. Lennox lingered by the door. Is that everything? For now, would you please send your wife in? After Lennox left, Poirot made a note on his pad, LB 4:35 p.m. Poirot studied the composed, dignified young woman who entered. He stood and offered a polite bow. Mrs. Lennox Boynton? I am Hercule Poirot. Nadine Boynton took a seat, her thoughtful eyes fixed on his face. I hope you will forgive this intrusion during a time of loss, he began. She remained silent for a moment, her gaze steady and serious. Finally, she sighed. I think it's best if I'm completely honest with you, M. Poirot. I would appreciate that, madame. You spoke of intruding upon my sorrow, but the truth is, I feel no sorrow, and it would be pointless to pretend otherwise. I did not love my mother-in-law, and I cannot honestly say I regret her passing. Thank you for your candor, Nadine continued. However, while I feel no grief, I do feel another emotion quite strongly, remorse. Poirot's eyebrows rose. Yes, because you see, I am the one who brought about her death. I acted in what I believed was good faith, but the outcome was tragic. In every meaningful sense, I killed her. Poirot leaned back in his chair. Would you be so kind as to explain that statement, madam? Nadine inclined her head. That is exactly what I intend to do. My initial instinct, of course, was to keep my personal matters private, but I now believe it is necessary to be open. I'm sure, Monsieur Poirot, that you are no stranger to hearing rather personal disclosures. That is correct. Then I will explain plainly what happened. My marriage, Monsieur Poirot, has not been a particularly joyful one. I do not place all the blame on my husband. His mother's influence over him has been difficult. But for some time I have felt my situation was becoming unbearable. She paused briefly before continuing. On the afternoon my mother-in-law died, I reached a conclusion. I have a close friend, a very dear friend. He has proposed more than once that I should start a new life with him. That afternoon I agreed. You resolved to leave your husband. Yes. Please go on, madam. Nadine's voice softened. Once my mind was made up, I felt a strong urge to make it real without delay. I walked back to the camp alone. My mother-in-law was sitting by herself with no one else around, and I decided to tell her immediately. I brought over a chair, sat beside her, and stated my decision plainly. Was she taken aback? Yes, I'm afraid it came as a tremendous shock. She was both astonished and furious, truly enraged. She became quite agitated over it. After a while, I refused to discuss it further. I stood up and walked off. Her tone grew quieter. I never saw her alive again. Poirot nodded slowly. I understand, he said. Then he asked, do you believe her death resulted from the shock? It seems almost certain, you must realize. She had already exhausted herself considerably traveling to this location. My news and her intense anger about it would have been the final strain. I feel an added sense of guilt because I have some training in nursing. I, more than anyone, should have recognized such a possibility. Poirot remained silent for several moments. What exactly did you do after leaving her? I returned the chair to my tent, then I went down to the main marquee. My husband was there. Poirot studied her closely as he inquired, did you inform him of your decision at that time, or had you already told him? There was a slight, almost imperceptible hesitation before Nadine replied, I told him then. How did he respond? She answered calmly. He was deeply distressed. Did he ask you to reconsider? She shook her head. He did not say very much. You see, we had both understood for a while that something like this might occur. Poirot said, you will forgive my asking, but the other man was, I presume, Mr. Jefferson Cope. She inclined her head. Yes. After a lengthy pause, Poirot asked, without altering his tone, do you possess a hypodermic syringe, madame? Yes, well, no. His eyebrows rose. She explained, there is an old syringe among some items in a travelling medical kit, but it is packed in our main luggage which we left behind in Jerusalem.
I see.
Another pause followed before she asked, with a faint tremor of unease, why do you ask me that, Monsieur Poirot? He sidestepped her question with one of his own. Mrs. Boynton was, I believe, taking a preparation containing digitalis. Yes. He noted she was now decidedly watchful, for her heart condition. Yes. Digitalis is to a degree a cumulative substance. I believe so. I do not know a great deal about it, Mrs. Boynton had ingested a significant overdose of digitalis. She interrupted firmly. She did not. She was always extremely careful, so was I whenever I measured a dose for her. There could have been an excess in that specific bottle, a pharmacist's error in compounding it. I find that very unlikely, she responded quietly. Ah, well, the laboratory analysis will soon clarify matters, Nadine said. Unfortunately, the bottle was broken. Poirot looked at her with sudden keen interest. Indeed, who broke it? I am not entirely certain. One of the servants, I believe. The process of moving my mother-in-law's body into the cave was chaotic, with the dim light adding to the confusion. A table was overturned in the process. Poirot studied her intently for a long moment. That, he stated, is a very curious detail. Nadine Boynton shifted in her chair, a weariness in her posture. You are implying, I suppose, that my mother-in-law did not die from shock, but from a digitalis overdose, she said, her tone flat. I find that highly unlikely. Poirot leaned closer, his voice dropping. Even when I inform you that Dr. Gerard, the French doctor staying at the camp, discovered a significant amount of digitoxin missing from his medical supplies. Her face lost all colour. He noticed her free hand tighten on the table's edge. Her gaze fell, and she became utterly still, resembling a stone statue of a Madonna. Well, madame, Poirot finally prompted, what is your response to that? Silence stretched between them. It was a full 2 minutes before she lifted her head, and he was taken aback by the fierce, defiant light in her eyes. M. Poirot, you know I did not kill her. She was alive when I walked away. Numerous people can confirm that. Because I am innocent, I can beg you directly. Why must you involve yourself? If I swear to you on my honor that true justice has been served, will you not drop this? There has been immense suffering. You cannot imagine it. Now, when peace and a chance for happiness are finally possible, must you shatter everything? Poirot drew himself up, his own eyes glinting. Be precise, madame. What exactly are you requesting? I am stating that my mother-in-law died of natural causes, and I am asking you to accept that fact. To be definite, you believe she was murdered, and you're asking me to overlook it, to condone a killing. I'm asking for your compassion. Yes, compassion for someone who showed none. You don't understand. The situation was not so simple. Did you commit the act yourself, madame, that you speak with such certainty? Nadine shook her head calmly, showing no trace of guilt. No, she replied quietly. She was alive when I departed. Then what occurred? You know something? Or you suspect it, Nadine said with sudden passion. I have heard, mi Poirot, that in the Orient Express affair you once accepted an official account of events. Is that true? Poirot looked at her with keen interest. I wonder who shared that story with you. But is it true? He answered slowly. That situation was different. No, it was not different. The man who died was a monster. Her voice fell to a whisper, just as she was. Poirot's response was sharp. The victim's character is irrelevant. A person who takes the law into their own hands and ends another's life is a danger to society. I tell you this, I, Hercule Poirot, how merciless you are, madame. On certain principles I am unyielding. I will not sanction murder. That is my final word. She stood abruptly, her dark eyes flashing. Then proceed, unleash ruin and despair upon innocent lives. I have nothing more to say. But I believe, madame, that you have a great deal more to say. No, nothing. What happened after you left her, while you and your husband were together in the marquee? She gave a slight shrug. How could I possibly know? You do know, or you strongly suspect. She met his gaze squarely. I know nothing, Poirot. With that, she turned and left the room, after jotting NB 440 on his notepad. Poirot opened the door and summoned the orderly Colonel Carberry had provided, a sharp man with excellent English. He asked him to bring Miss Carol Boynton. Poirot observed the young woman with interest as she entered, the chestnut hair, the graceful poise of her head, the restless energy in her elegant hands. Please sit down, mademoiselle, he said. She sat obediently. Her face was pale and carefully blank. Poirot offered a routine expression of sympathy, which the young woman accepted without any visible reaction. Now, miss, he began, please describe your activities on the afternoon in question. Her reply was immediate, suggesting careful preparation. We all went for a walk after lunch. I came back to the camp. One moment, Poirot interrupted. Were you all together until that point? Not entirely. I was with my brother Raymond and Miss King for the majority of the time. Afterward, I walked by myself for a while. Thank you. You were saying you returned to the camp. Can you estimate the time? I think it was approximately 5:10, Poirot made a note. CB 5:10 p.m. And then? My stepmother was still seated in the same place. I spoke to her briefly before continuing to my tent. Can you recall the exact exchange? I merely commented on the heat and said I intended to rest. She replied that she would stay where she was. That was all. Did anything about her demeanor strike you as unusual? Not at the time, no. Although, she hesitated, her gaze fixed on Poirot, he said quietly, the answer cannot come from me, miss. She flushed and looked away. Now, thinking back, I suppose her complexion was unusually flushed, redder than normal. Perhaps she had experienced a shock of some kind, Poirot suggested. An argument with one of the local guides, for instance. Oh! Her expression cleared. Yes, that's possible. She did not mention any such incident. No, nothing at all, Poirot continued, his tone conversational. What did you do next? I rested in my tent for about 30 minutes. Then I went to the large tent. My brother and his wife were there reading. And your activity? I had some mending. Later, I looked through a magazine. Did you speak to your stepmother again on your way? No, I went directly. I don't believe I even looked toward her. And after that, I remained in the tent until Miss King came and told us she had passed away. Is that all you know, miss? Yes. Poirot leaned forward slightly, his voice still light. And what did you feel, miss? What did I feel? Yes, when you learned your stepmother, she was your stepmother, correct, was dead, what was your emotion? She stared at him. I don't understand your meaning. I believe you understand perfectly. Her eyes dropped. She said uncertainly. It was a tremendous shock, was it? Colour flooded her cheeks. She looked at him now with unmistakable fear in her eyes. Was it such a tremendous shock, miss? Considering a certain discussion you had with your brother Raymond one evening in Jerusalem? He had struck true. He saw it in the sudden pallor of her face. You know about that? She whispered. Yes, I know, but how? A portion of your conversation was overheard. Oh, Carol Boynton buried her face in her hands, her sobs shaking the small table between them. Poirot waited a moment, then said calmly, You and your brother were devising a plan to bring about your stepmother's death. Carol's sobs were broken. We were insane that night, perhaps. You can't possibly understand the state we were in. She sat up, pushing her hair back. It sounds unbelievable. It wasn't as acute in America, but travelling, it made everything so painfully clear. Made what clear? His voice was kind now, sympathetic. How different we were from other people. We grew desperate. And there was Ginny, my sister. You haven't met her. She was becoming unwell. Our mother was making it worse. She didn't seem to realize. Ray and I were terrified Ginny was losing her mind entirely. The memory sparked a sudden bitter laugh. Isn't it ironic? We plotted in shadows over fancy cocktails, feeling like tragic heroes in a play, while the real tragedy was unfolding in plain sight with our own sister. Poirot gave a slow, deliberate nod. Yes, to many that is how it has appeared. History often paints such a picture. That was precisely how Ray and I felt that evening. Her hand came to rest on the tabletop, but we never acted on it. We absolutely did not. With the morning light, the whole notion seemed ridiculous, like something from a bad play. And yes, it felt deeply wrong, too. You must believe me, Mem Poirot, Mother died a natural death from heart failure. Ray and I had no part in it. Poirot's voice was soft but insistent. Will you swear to me, mademoiselle, on your hope of salvation, that Mrs. Boynton's death was in no way caused by anything you did? She raised her chin, her voice unwavering. I swear, Carol declared, as I hope for peace in the next life, that I never laid a hand on her. Poirot settled back into his chair. Very well, he murmured. That is settled. A heavy quiet filled the room. Poirot stroked his moustache thoughtfully before speaking again. What precisely was your intended course of action? My course of action?
Indeed.
You and your brother must have formulated some scheme. He counted silently in his mind. 1, 2, 3, marking the pause before her reply. We had no real scheme, Carol finally admitted. We never progressed that far in our thinking. Hercule Poirot stood. That will be all, mademoiselle. Would you be kind enough to ask your brother to join me? Carol rose, hesitating for a moment in the centre of the room. M. Poirot, you do believe what I've told you? Have I stated, Poirot inquired mildly, that I do not? No, but... She faltered, then fell silent. He repeated his request. You will send your brother in? Yes. She moved slowly to the door. With her hand on the knob, she turned back, a sudden fierce intensity in her manner. I have told you the truth, every word of it. Hercule Poirot offered no response, and Carol Boynton left the room, her steps heavy with unspoken anxiety. Poirot observed the clear family resemblance as Raymond Boynton entered. The young man's expression was grim and resolved, showing neither nervousness nor fear. He took a seat, fixed Poirot with a direct stare, and said, Well, your sister has spoken with you? Poirot asked gently. Raymond gave a short nod. Yes, when she told me to come in here. I understand completely why this looks suspicious. If someone overheard our talk that night, and then my stepmother died suddenly, it paints a very dark picture. All I can tell you is that conversation was born from a single evening's madness. We were under an unbearable strain, this wild idea of doing away with her. It was like releasing a valve on a boiler. Hercule Poirot inclined his head. That, he conceded, is a plausible explanation. By morning, the whole thing seemed absurd. I swear to you, M. Poirot, I never gave it another thought. Poirot remained silent, his expression unreadable. Raymond pressed on, a note of urgency entering his voice. I know how that sounds. You have no reason to take my word for it. But look at the facts. I spoke with my mother just before 6 o'clock. She was undoubtedly alive and well then. I went to my tent to freshen up, then joined the others for dinner in the main tent. From that moment on, neither Carol nor I left the group. We were in full view of everyone the entire evening. You must see it's impossible. Her death was natural, heart failure. It couldn't be anything else. With all the servants moving about, the comings and goings, any other idea is just nonsense. Poirot said quietly, Are you aware, Miss Boynton, that Dr. Sarah King estimates, based on her examination of the body at 6:30, that death occurred at least 90 minutes prior, and likely a full 2 hours earlier? Raymond stared, utterly stunned. Sarah said that? He breathed. Poirot nodded. What do you say to that now? But that's not possible. That is Dr. King's professional opinion, and yet you tell me your mother was alive and speaking with you only 40 minutes before she made her examination, Raymond insisted. But she was. Be very careful, M. Boynton. Sarah must be wrong. There has to be some factor she didn't consider. The heat radiating from the canyon walls, perhaps. I give you my word, M. Poirot, my mother was alive just before 6. I spoke to her. Poirot's face remained a careful blank. Raymond leaned forward, his earnestness palpable. M. Poirot, I understand how this must appear from your perspective, but consider the situation objectively. You are, by the very nature of your profession, a biased observer. Your entire world is one where a sudden death is immediately viewed as a potential crime. Can you not see that your judgment here might be clouded? People pass away every single day, particularly those with known heart conditions, and there is absolutely nothing inherently sinister about such an event. Poirot let out a weary sigh. So you intend to instruct me in my own work, is that it? Not at all. But I do believe you are allowing prejudice to guide you, all because of that regrettable emotional exchange. Aside from that unfortunate conversation between Carol and myself, there is truly nothing about my mother's passing that should arouse any suspicion. Poirot shook his head slowly. You are mistaken, he stated. There is another element. There is the matter of the poison removed from Dr. Gerard's medical supplies. Poison? Raymond stared at him, his expression blank. Poison? He pushed his chair back sharply, looking utterly bewildered. Is that what you are implying? Poirot allowed the silence to stretch for a moment. Then he said, his tone almost casual, Your own scheme was of a different nature, correct? Yes, it was, Raymond replied automatically, his mind clearly reeling. That's why this changes everything. I can't seem to think straight. What was this plan of yours? Our plan? It was. Raymond stopped short, his eyes suddenly sharp and guarded. I don't believe, he said carefully, that I will say anything further. He rose to his feet. As you wish, said Poirot. He watched the young man leave, then drew his notepad closer. In his precise handwriting, he made a final notation. RB 5:55 p.m. Taking a fresh sheet of paper, he began to write. When he finished, he leaned back, tilting his head as he reviewed his work. Boynton's and Jefferson Cope depart camp, 3:05 p.m., approximate. Dr. Gerard and Sarah King depart camp, 3:15 p.m., approximate Lady Westholme, and Miss Pierce depart camp, 4:15 p.m. Dr. Gerard and Sarah King depart camp 3:15 p.m. Approximate Lady Westholme and Miss Pierce depart camp 4:15 p.m. Gerard returns to camp 4:20 p.m. Approximate Lennox Boynton returns to camp 4:35 p.m. Nadine Boynton returns to camp and speaks with Mrs. Boynton 4:40 p.m. Nadine Boynton leaves her mother-in-law for the Marquis 4:50 p.m. Approximate Carol Boynton returns to camp 5:10 p.m. Lady Westholme, Miss Pierce, and Mr. Jefferson Cope return to camp 5:40 p.m. Raymond Boynton returns to camp 5:50 p.m. Sarah King returns to camp 6 p.m. Body discovered 6:30 p.m. Appointment with death 10. "I wonder," murmured Hercule Poirot. He folded the list, went to the door, and asked for Mahmoud to be brought to him. The portly dragoman arrived in a torrent of words. "It is always my fault. When anything goes wrong, they say it is Mahmoud. My life is one long misery. Ah, the injustices we suffer." With some effort, Poirot managed to steer the conversation to his question. "Around 5:30, you say? No, I do not think any of the servants were about then. You see, lunch was served late, near 2 o'clock. After clearing it away, we all take our afternoon rest. The Americans, they do not take tea. By 3:30, everyone is sleeping. At 5 o'clock, I, who am the soul of efficiency, always working for the comfort of my ladies and gentlemen, I came out, knowing the English ladies usually want their tea. But no one was there. They had all gone walking. For me, this was very good, better than usual. I could go back to sleep then. At 5:45, the trouble begins. The large, very grand English lady returns and demands tea, even though the boys are setting dinner. She makes quite a fuss, insists the water must be boiling. I must see to it myself. Ah, sir, what a life I do, all I can, and still I am blamed." Poirot gently interrupted the lament. "There is one other small matter. The deceased lady was angry with one of the servants. Do you know which boy it was or what the disagreement was about?" Mahmoud's hands flew upward. "How should I know? Naturally, I do not. The old woman never lodged a complaint with me. Could you possibly discover who was responsible?" "No, sir, that would be quite impossible. Not one of those boys would ever admit to it. You say the old lady was angry. Then, of course, they would never tell. Abdul would blame Mohammed. Mohammed would blame Aziz. Aziz would blame Isa. And so it goes. They are simple Bedouin men. They understand nothing." He paused for a breath before continuing. "Now I, however, benefited from a mission school education. Allow me to recite for you some Keats, some Shelley, Lada Doveandus Vida Vedid." Poirot winced. Though English was not his first language, he knew it well enough to suffer under Mahmoud's peculiar delivery. "Magnificent," he interjected quickly. "Truly superb. I shall certainly recommend you to all my acquaintances." He managed to extricate himself from the dragoman's enthusiastic recitation and made his way to Colonel Carberry's office, list in hand. Carberry, adjusting his already crooked tie, looked up. "Learn anything useful?" Poirot took a seat. "May I share a theory of mine?" "If you like," said Colonel Carberry with a sigh. Over the years he had heard more than his share of theories. "My theory is that criminology is the simplest science in the world. One need only let the suspect talk. Sooner or later, they will tell you everything." "I believe you've mentioned that before, so who's been doing the talking? Practically everyone?" Poirot gave a concise summary of his morning's interviews. Carberry grunted. Yes, you might have picked up a clue or two. The trouble is they all seem to point in completely different directions. Tell me, do we actually have a case?" "Not yet." Carberry sighed again. "I was afraid of that. But before the day is done," Poirot declared, "you shall have the truth." "Well, that's all you ever promised," replied the Colonel. "And I must admit I had my doubts you could deliver. Are you certain?" "Absolutely certain. Must be a pleasant feeling," Carberry remarked, a faint twinkle in his eye that Poirot chose to ignore. Poirot then produced his list. "Very orderly," Carberry said approvingly, leaning over to study it. After a moment he looked up. "You know what I think? I would be delighted to hear. Young Raymond Boynton is in the clear." "Ah, you believe so?" Without a doubt, his thoughts were transparent. We might have guessed he'd be innocent since, just like in detective novels, he was the most obvious suspect. After you practically overheard him declaring he intended to do away with the old woman, we should have known that meant he wasn't guilty. You read detective stories, then? Dozens of them, admitted Carberry. His tone turned almost boyishly hopeful. I don't suppose you could do that thing detectives do in books. You know, make a list of puzzling facts, things that don't appear to mean much but turn out to be terribly significant. Poirot smiled kindly. You enjoy that style of mystery, but of course I would be happy to oblige. He drew a fresh sheet of paper toward him and wrote neatly. Significant points. 1. Mrs. Boynton was prescribed a mixture containing digitalis. 2. Dr. Gerard discovered a hypodermic syringe was missing. 3. Mrs. Boynton derived distinct pleasure in preventing her family from socializing with others. 4. On the afternoon in question, Mrs. Boynton actively encouraged her family to leave her alone. 5. Mrs. Boynton displayed tendencies of a mental sadist. 6. The approximate distance from the marquee to where Mrs. Boynton sat is 200 yards. 7. Mr. Lennox Boynton initially claimed not to know when he returned to camp, but later admitted to resetting his mother's wristwatch to the correct time. 8. Dr. Gerard and Miss Ginevra Boynton were housed in adjacent tents. 9. At 6:30, when dinner was announced, a servant was sent to inform Mrs. Boynton. The colonel read through the list with evident satisfaction. Excellent, he exclaimed. Just the sort of thing. You've made it nicely obscure and seemingly unrelated. Absolutely the authentic touch. Though it occurs to me there are 1 or 2 rather noticeable omissions. Poirot's eyes gleamed briefly, but he offered no reply. Take point 2, for example, Colonel Carberry ventured. Dr. Gerard reported a missing hypodermic syringe, true. He also noted a concentrated digitalis solution was gone, or something similar. The latter detail, Poirot remarked, lacks the significance of the missing syringe. Brilliant, Colonel Carberry beamed, his face alight with amusement. I confess I don't follow. I'd have thought the digitalis far more critical. And what of this recurring servant business, a maid sent to announce dinner, that earlier incident of her brandishing her cane at a servant? You're not suggesting one of my humble desert staff finished her off, are you? Because the colonel added with mock severity, if so, that would be downright unfair play. Poirot smiled but remained silent. Leaving the office, he murmured to himself, remarkable. The English retain a certain eternal youth. Sarah King sat on a hillside idly tearing at wildflowers. Dr. Gerard perched nearby on a low stone wall. She turned to him abruptly, her voice sharp. Why did you set this in motion? If not for you, Dr. Gerard responded slowly. You believe I should have stayed quiet? Yes, knowing what I suspected. You didn't know, Sarah insisted. The Frenchman sighed. I was certain enough, though absolute certainty is rare. It's possible, Sarah stated flatly. Gerard shrugged. For you, perhaps, Sarah pressed. You had a fever, a high temperature. Your judgment was clouded. That syringe was probably in your case all along. You might have mistaken the digitoxin, or a servant could have tampered with your medical kit. Gerard replied with a trace of cynicism. Don't trouble yourself. The evidence will likely prove inconclusive. You'll see your friends the Boyntons will slip through untouched. I don't want that either, Sarah said fiercely. He shook his head. You are inconsistent, wasn't it you? Sarah challenged. Back in Jerusalem, who lectured about not meddling. Look what you've done. I have not meddled. I merely reported facts. And I say they aren't facts. Oh, we're going in circles. She sighed in frustration. I'm sorry, Miss King, Gerard said gently. Sarah's voice dropped. You see, they haven't escaped her. Not really. She's still here, even from her grave she reaches out and grips them. There was something monstrous about her. She feels just as monstrous now she's dead. Sometimes I feel she's enjoying this. She clenched her hands, then shifted to a lighter conversational tone. That little man is coming up the hill. Dr. Gerard glanced over his shoulder. "Yes, I believe he is looking for us. Is he as much of a fool as he appears?" Sarah asked. Dr. Gerard answered gravely, "He is no fool at all." "I was afraid of that," Sarah said, her gaze sombre as she watched Hercule Poirot's uphill trek. He finally reached them, mopping his brow. Then he looked mournfully at his patent leather shoes. "Alas," he said, "this rocky terrain, my poor footwear." "You could borrow Lady Westholme's shoe-cleaning kit," Sarah suggested, a hint of mischief in her voice. "And her dusting cloth. She travels with a sort of portable housemaid's arsenal. That will not erase the scuffs, mademoiselle." Poirot shook his head sadly. "Probably not. Why ever wear shoes like that out here?" Poirot tilted his head. "I prefer to maintain a polished appearance." "I'd abandon that goal in the desert," Sarah said. "Women rarely look their best in the desert," Dr. Gerard mused. "Miss King here is an exception, always neat and well presented. But Lady Westholme in those bulky coats and those appallingly unflattering riding breeches and boots, what a frightful spectacle. Poor Miss Pearce, her clothes hung so limply, like wilted leaves, and all those clinking chains and beads. Even young Mrs. Boynton, who is quite handsome, isn't what you'd call stylish. Her wardrobe is simply dull." Sarah shifted impatiently. "I doubt M. Poirot came all the way up here to discuss fashion." "Quite right," Poirot agreed. "I came to seek Dr. Gerard's counsel. His professional opinion would be invaluable, and yours as well, mademoiselle. Your modern perspective on psychology is precisely what I need, you see. I wish to understand everything you can tell me about Mrs. Boynton." "Haven't you memorized every detail by now?" Sarah asked. "No. I have a conviction stronger than a mere feeling that Mrs. Boynton's psychological makeup is central to this case. Such personalities are undoubtedly familiar to Dr. Gerard. From a clinical standpoint, she was a fascinating subject," the doctor confirmed. "Please elaborate." Dr. Gerard was eager to oblige. He recounted his initial fascination with the family dynamic, his talk with Jefferson Cope, and the man's profound misreading of the entire situation. "He is a sentimentalist, through and through," Poirot mused. "Oh, absolutely. His ideals are built on a foundation of profound laziness. Viewing human nature at its best and the world as a pleasant place is undoubtedly the path of least resistance. Consequently, Jefferson Cope hasn't the slightest clue what people are truly like." "That can be a dangerous blindness at times," Poirot noted. Dr. Gerard continued. He insisted on seeing what I termed the Boynton situation as a case of misguided devotion, of the deep-seated hatred, rebellion, enslavement, and misery festering beneath. He remained almost entirely unaware. "It is a profound stupidity," Poirot remarked. Nevertheless, Gerard went on, "even the most stubbornly optimistic sentimentalist cannot remain completely blind. I believe during the journey to Petra, Mr. Jefferson Cope's eyes were beginning to open." He then described the conversation he'd shared with the American on the morning of Mrs. Boynton's death. "That tale of the servant girl is very revealing," Poirot said thoughtfully. "It illuminates the old woman's methods perfectly." Gerard nodded. "It was altogether a peculiar charged morning. You have not visited Petra, M. Poirot. If you do, you must climb to the high place of sacrifice. It possesses an atmosphere, shall we say." He painted the scene in vivid detail, adding, "Mademoiselle here sat like a youthful magistrate, speaking of sacrificing one to save many. Do you remember, Miss King?" Sarah gave a slight shudder. "Please don't. Let's not talk about that day." Of course," Poirot soothed. "Let us discuss events further in the past. I am intrigued, Dr. Gerard, by your analysis of Mrs. Boynton's mentality. What I fail to comprehend is this. Having reduced her family to utter submission, why then orchestrate this trip abroad where the danger of outside influences and a weakening of her authority was so evident?" Dr. Gerard leaned forward, his eyes alight. "But my friend, that is precisely the point. Old women are the same everywhere. They grow bored. If their specialty is a card game, they tire of the one they know too well. They crave a new challenge. It is no different for an old woman whose recreation, incredible as it sounds, is the domination and torment of other human beings. Mrs. Boynton, to think of her as a lion tamer, had fully tamed her beasts. The adolescent years may have offered some excitement. Lennox's marriage to Nadine provided a brief drama. But then it all grew stale. Lennox is now so mired in apathy, he is nearly impossible to provoke. Raymond and Carol show no sparks of revolt. Ginevra, the poor girl, she, from her mother's perspective, offered the poorest sport of all. Ginevra discovered an escape route. She flees from reality into a world of fantasy. The more her mother needles her, the more secret thrill Ginevra derives from casting herself as a persecuted heroine. Honestly, from Mrs. Boynton's standpoint, it must have become deadly dull. The whole routine had lost its bite, its cruel satisfaction. She needed a new stage, fresh faces in the audience, perhaps even the tantalizing risk of a challenge to her absolute rule. What is a tyrant without the constant proof of her power? She brought them abroad to test her control against the wider world, to feel the old thrill once more. In a terrible way, it was her final grandiose game. She was driven by the same restless ambition as Alexander, forever searching for new territories to dominate. And so she plotted her journey overseas. There would be the risk of her subdued creatures finally rising up, and there would be fresh chances to administer suffering. It seems ludicrous, doesn't it? Yet it was the truth. She craved a novel sensation. Poirot drew a long breath. It is flawless that, yes, I understand your meaning completely. It was exactly so. Everything aligns. She elected to live on the edge, that Madame Boynton, and she paid the ultimate price. Sarah leaned in, her sharp, pale face intensely grave.
Are you saying,
she asked, that she pushed those under her control too hard, and they revolted against her? Or perhaps one of them did. Poirot gave a slow nod. Sarah's voice grew slightly unsteady. Which one was it? Poirot studied her, the fierce clenching of her hands on the wildflowers, the stiff pallor of her features. He was spared from replying, for just then Gerard touched his arm and murmured, "Look." A young woman was drifting along the hillside. She moved with an odd flowing grace that made her seem almost otherworldly. Her copper-gold hair glowed in the sun, and a mysterious, knowing smile touched the lovely curve of her lips. Poirot inhaled softly. He said, "How exquisite, how strangely and hauntingly beautiful. That is how Ophelia ought to be portrayed, like a young goddess who has strayed from another realm, content because she has slipped free from the chains of human happiness and sorrow." "Indeed, you are correct," Gerard agreed. "It is a face to linger in dreams, is it not? I did dream of it. In my fever I opened my eyes and saw that face, with its sweet, unearthly smile. It was a pleasant dream. I was sorry to awaken." Then, reverting to his ordinary tone, he added, "That is Ginevra Boynton." A moment later the girl had reached them. Dr. Gerard made the introduction. "Miss Boynton, this is Monsieur Hercule Poirot." Oh, she gazed at him with uncertainty. Her fingers laced together, twisting restlessly. The enchanted nymph had returned from the land of magic. She was now merely an awkward, ordinary girl, visibly nervous and ill at ease. Poirot said, "It is a fortunate chance meeting you here, mademoiselle. I had attempted to call on you at the hotel." "Did you?" Her smile was vague. Her fingers began to pick at the belt of her dress. He spoke gently. "Would you walk with me a short way?" She moved along obediently, yielding to his suggestion. After a moment, she said quite suddenly in a queer, rushed voice, You are a detective, aren't you?" "Yes, mademoiselle, a very famous detective. The finest detective in the world," stated Poirot, offering it as plain fact. "Nothing more, nothing less." Ginevra Boynton breathed out softly. "Have you come here to protect me?" Poirot stroked his moustache thoughtfully. He asked, "Are you in some danger, then, mademoiselle?" "Yes, yes." She glanced around with a quick, wary look. "I spoke of it to Dr. Gerard in Jerusalem. He was very clever. He gave nothing away then. but he followed me afterward to that dreadful place with the red rocks. She shivered. They intended to kill me there. I must be constantly on my guard. Poirot nodded with gentle indulgence. Ginevra Boynton went on. He is kind and good. He is in love with me. Is that so? Oh, yes. He says my name in his sleep. Her expression softened, that trembling, ethereal beauty flickering across her face once more. I saw him lying there, restless, murmuring my name. I slipped away quietly. She paused, a new thought seeming to strike her. I wondered if perhaps he had sent for you. I have a great many enemies, you see. They are everywhere. Sometimes they wear disguises. Yes, yes, Poirot said soothingly. But you are safe here with all your family close by. She drew herself up with pride. They are not my family. I have no connection to them. I cannot tell you who I truly am. That is a profound secret. It would astonish you if you knew, he asked gently. Was your mother's passing a great shock to you, mademoiselle? Ginevra stamped her foot in sudden irritation, the momentary serenity vanishing as if it had never been. I tell you, she was not my mother. My enemies paid her to play the part and to make sure I could not get away.
Where were you on the afternoon she died? I was in the tent, she replied without hesitation. It was stifling inside, but I was too afraid to step out. They might have found me. A slight shudder passed through her. One of them even peered inside. He was in disguise, but I recognized him. I pretended to be asleep. The sheikh had sent him. The sheikh, of course, wanted to have me kidnapped.
Poirot walked in silence for a few paces before remarking, These stories you tell yourself are quite imaginative. She halted, glaring at him. They are true. Every word is true. She stamped her foot in frustration. Yes, Poirot conceded. They are certainly inventive. They are true, true. She cried out angrily before turning and running down the slope. Poirot watched her go. A moment later, a voice sounded just behind him. What did you say to her? Poirot turned to find Dr. Gerard slightly breathless beside him. Sarah was approaching at a more measured pace. I informed her, Poirot said, that she had been entertaining herself with some fanciful tales. The doctor nodded thoughtfully. And she became angry. That is promising. It shows she has not yet fully crossed the threshold. She still recognizes it is not the truth. I will cure her. Indeed, I have spoken with young Mrs. Boynton and her husband. Ginevra will come to Paris and enter one of my clinics. Afterward, she will train for the stage.
The stage?
Yes. There is a real possibility for significant success there. And that is what she requires, what she must have. In many fundamental ways, she shares the same nature as her mother.
No,
Sarah exclaimed, revolted. It may seem impossible to you, but certain core traits are identical. Both were born with an immense craving for significance. Both demand that their personalities leave a mark. This unfortunate girl has been blocked and repressed at every turn. She has been given no outlet for her fierce ambition, her love of life, for expressing her vivid, romantic self. He gave a short laugh. We wish to change everything. Then, with a slight bow, he murmured, You will excuse me, and hurried down the hill after the girl. Sarah said Dr. Gerard is tremendously dedicated to his work. I perceive his dedication, said Poirot. Sarah frowned. All the same, I hate him comparing her to that dreadful old woman, even though I once felt sorry for Mrs. Boynton myself. When was that, mademoiselle? That time I mentioned in Jerusalem. I suddenly felt as if I had the whole situation wrong. You know that feeling when, for just a moment, you see everything reversed. I got all worked up about it and went and made a complete fool of myself. Oh, no, not that. Sarah, as always when recalling her conversation with Mrs. Boynton, flushed deeply. I felt all inspired, as though I had a mission. And then later, when Lady Westholme fixed her suspicious eye on me and mentioned she had seen me speaking with Mrs. Boynton, I thought she had probably overheard, and I felt like an absolute idiot. Poirot asked, Can you recall the exact words old Mrs. Boynton said to you? They seem to have made an impression. I believe so. They stuck with me. I never forget. That is what she said. Remember that. I've never forgotten anything, not an action, not a name, not a face. Sarah shivered. She said it with such malice without even looking at me. I feel as if, even now, I can hear her. Poirot said gently, "It affected you deeply?" "Yes. I'm not easily frightened, but sometimes I dream of her saying just those words, and I can see her wicked, gloating, triumphant face. Ugh!" She gave a quick shudder. Then she turned suddenly to him. "Poirot, perhaps I should not ask, but have you reached a conclusion about this affair? Did you uncover anything concrete?" "I did." He noticed her lips quiver as she whispered. "What was it?" "The person Raymond Boynton spoke to that night in Jerusalem was his sister Carol." "Carol, naturally." She took a sharp breath. "Did you tell him? Did you ask him?" Her words faltered. She couldn't finish. Poirot studied her with a grave and pitying expression. "It matters that deeply to you, mademoiselle?" "It is everything," Sarah replied. She straightened her shoulders, a determined glint in her eyes. "But I must know the truth." Poirot's voice was soft. He described it as a hysterical moment, nothing more. He and his sister were emotionally overwrought. In the clear light of day, he said, the very idea seemed absurd to them both. "I understand, Miss Sarah," Poirot ventured gently. "Will you not tell me what it is you fear?" Sarah turned a pale, desperate face to him. "That afternoon we were together, he left me saying he needed to act then, while he still had the courage. I assumed he meant only to confront her. But what if he intended something far worse?" Her voice faded. She stood rigid, struggling to maintain her composure. Later, Nadine Boynton stepped out of the hotel as she paused. A familiar figure quickly approached. Jefferson Cope was instantly at her side. "Shall we walk this way? I find it the most pleasant path." She agreed silently. They strolled along as Mr. Cope spoke, his words flowing steadily. If a little predictably, it was unclear whether he noticed Nadine's attention was elsewhere. When they turned onto a stony, flower-dotted hillside, she finally interrupted him. "Jefferson, I need to speak with you. I'm sorry." Her face had lost its color. "Of course, my dear, anything you wish. Please don't upset yourself." "You're more perceptive than I realized," she said. "You already know what I'm going to say, don't you?" "It is undoubtedly true," Mr. Cope replied, "that circumstances change situations. I feel very strongly that, given the present circumstances, certain decisions may need to be reconsidered." He sighed. "You must do exactly what you feel is right, Nadine. Go ahead without any guilt. You are so good, Jefferson, so patient," she said with genuine emotion. "I feel I've treated you terribly. I've been downright unfair. Now, let's be clear about this, Nadine. I've always understood my limitations where you are concerned. I've held the deepest affection and respect for you since we met. All I've ever wanted is your happiness. Seeing you so unhappy has nearly driven me out of my mind. And I'll admit I blamed Lennox. I felt if he didn't value your happiness more, he didn't deserve to keep you." Mr. Cope took a breath and continued. "After traveling with you to Petra, however, I began to see that Lennox wasn't entirely to blame. It wasn't so much selfishness toward you, but an excessive sense of duty toward his mother. I don't wish to speak ill of the dead, but I do believe your mother-in-law was an unusually difficult woman." "You could certainly say that," Nadine murmured. "Anyway," Mr. Cope went on, "you came to me yesterday and said you definitely decided to leave Lennox. I supported that decision. The life you were leading wasn't right. You were honest with me. You didn't pretend to feel more than a mild fondness. That was enough for me. All I wanted was the chance to care for you properly. That afternoon was one of the happiest of my life." Nadine cried out, "I'm so sorry, truly." "No, my dear, because deep down I had a feeling it wasn't permanent. I thought it was quite possible you'd change your mind by morning. Well, things are different now. You and Lennox can build a life of your own." Nadine said quietly, "Yes, I cannot leave Lennox. Please forgive me." "There is nothing to forgive," Mr. Cope declared warmly. "You and I will simply return to being the dearest of friends. Let's just put that whole afternoon behind us. she said softly. Nadine rested her hand lightly on his sleeve. "Thank you, Jefferson. Truly I should go find Lennox now." She turned and walked away, leaving Mr. Cope to continue on his path alone. Nadine discovered Lennox seated at the very top of the Greco-Roman theatre, so lost in his own thoughts that he barely registered her approach until she sank down beside him, slightly out of breath. "Lennox?" "Nadine." He shifted slightly to look at her. She spoke quietly. "We haven't had a chance to really talk until now. But you must understand, I'm not leaving you," he responded with a serious tone. "Did you ever truly intend to, Nadine?" She nodded. "Yes, I did. At the time, it felt like the only option left. I kept hoping you would come after me. Poor Jefferson. I've treated him terribly." Lennox let out a short, sharp laugh. "No, you haven't. A man who makes a virtue of his own unselfishness ought to be given every opportunity to prove it. And you were right, you know. When you told me you were going away with him, it was like a physical blow. Honestly, I think I must have been losing my mind these past months. Why on earth didn't I just tell my mother exactly where to go and leave with you when you asked me to?" "You couldn't have," she said gently. "You simply couldn't," Lennox thought for a moment. "My mother was a truly strange character. I believe she had us all under some kind of spell." "She did," Nadine agreed. He was silent for another minute. "When you told me that day, it was like a crack on the skull. I walked back in a complete daze, and then it suddenly hit me what an absolute fool I'd been. I saw there was only one thing left to do if I didn't want to lose you forever." He felt her tense beside him. His voice grew harder. "I went and— Please, don't!" He shot her a quick look. "I went and had it out with her," he said, his tone shifting into something careful and flat. "I told her I had to choose between her and you, and that I was choosing you." A silence hung between them. He repeated the statement with a note of odd satisfaction. "Yes, that's exactly what I said to her." On his walk back, Hercule Poirot encountered two individuals. The first was Jefferson Cope. "Monsieur Hercule Poirot? Jefferson Cope?" The two men exchanged a formal handshake. Falling into step beside Poirot, Mr. Cope began to explain. "Word has reached me that you're conducting a routine inquiry into the passing of my old friend, Mrs. Boynton. A shocking affair, truly. Of course, the old lady never should have undertaken such a strenuous trip, but she was remarkably headstrong, Monsieur Poirot. Her family could never manage her. She had become something of a domestic tyrant, had her own way for too long, I suppose. What she said most definitely went." "Yes, sir, that is certainly the truth." He paused briefly. "I wish to tell you, Monsieur Poirot, that I am a long-standing friend of the Boynton family. Naturally, they are all terribly distressed by this event, and they are rather high-strung. So if there are any necessary arrangements, formalities, funeral details, transporting her to Jerusalem, I am more than willing to handle whatever I can on their behalf. Please do call on me for anything that needs doing. I am certain the family will appreciate your kindness." Poirot replied. He added, "You are, I understand, a particular friend of the younger Mrs. Boynton." Mr. Jefferson Cope's cheeks coloured slightly. "Well, we needn't dwell on that, Monsieur Poirot. I understand you spoke with Mrs. Lennox Boynton this morning. She may have indicated how matters stood between us. But that is all concluded now. She is a fine woman, and feels her first duty is to her husband in his time of grief." Poirot acknowledged this with a slight inclination of his head. "Colonel Carberry wishes to have a clear account of the afternoon of Mrs. Boynton's death. Could you provide me with yours?" "Why, certainly." After lunch and a short break, we decided to take a casual walk around the area. Thankfully, we managed to avoid that dreadful guide. The man is utterly obsessed with the topic of the Jewish people, to a point where I question his soundness of mind on the subject. In any case, we set off, and it was during this stroll that I finally had my conversation with Nadine. She later asked for privacy with her husband to talk things over, so I continued on alone, slowly making my way back toward our camp. About halfway, I ran into the two English ladies who had been part of the morning's excursion. One, I understand, is an English peeress. Poirot confirmed this was so. She is a remarkable woman, with a formidable intellect and impressive knowledge. The other lady struck me as rather frail, and she appeared utterly exhausted. That morning trip was quite demanding for someone of her years, especially given her dislike of heights. As I was saying, I met these two and shared a bit of information with them regarding the Nabateans. We wandered a while longer and returned to camp around 6. Lady Westholme insisted on tea, and I joined her for a cup. The brew was somewhat light, but it had a distinctive taste. Later, the staff set the table for supper and went to fetch the elderly lady, only to discover her sitting lifeless in her chair. Did you happen to notice her as you walked back? I saw she was there. It was her usual spot in the afternoon and evening, but I didn't pay close attention. I was rather occupied explaining to Lady Westholme the details of our recent economic downturn. I also had to keep an eye on Miss Pearce, who was so fatigued she kept stumbling. "Thank you, Mr. Cope. If I may be so bold, is Mrs. Boynton likely to have left a substantial fortune? A very sizable one, indeed. Strictly speaking, however, it wasn't hers to bequeath. She held a life interest, and upon her death it is divided among the late Elmer Boynton's children. Yes, they will all be quite comfortable now." "Money," Poirot murmured, "makes all the difference. How many crimes are committed for its sake?" Mr. Cope looked somewhat taken aback. "Well, I suppose that's true," he conceded. Poirot offered a gentle smile and added, "But there are so many motives for murder, are there not? Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Cope." "You're quite welcome," replied Mr. Cope. "Is that Miss King up there? I believe I'll go and have a word with her." Poirot continued down the hill, where he encountered Miss Pearce hurrying up, slightly out of breath. "Oh, M. Poirot, I'm so relieved to see you. I've just been speaking with that peculiar youngest Boynton girl." She was saying the most extraordinary things about enemies, and some sheikh who wanted to kidnap her, and how she's surrounded by spies. It all sounded terribly dramatic. Lady Westholme insists it's nonsense and compares it to a red-headed maid she once had who told similar tales, but I sometimes think Lady Westholme can be rather harsh. And after all, it might be true, mightn't it? I read years ago that one of the Tsar's daughters survived the Russian Revolution and secretly escaped to America, the Grand Duchess Tatiana, I believe. If that's so, perhaps this girl is her daughter? She did hint at something royal. And she has a certain look, don't you think? Those cheekbones seem almost Slavic. How absolutely thrilling. Miss Pearce appeared both wistful and animated. Poirot remarked somewhat gravely, "It is true that life holds many strange possibilities." "I didn't fully realize this morning who you are," Miss Pearce said, clasping her hands. "You're that famous detective? I read all about the ABC case. It was utterly gripping. I was actually working as a governess near Doncaster at the time." Poirot offered a vague murmur. Miss Pearce continued, her agitation growing. "That's why I now wonder if I might have been mistaken earlier today. One must always share every little thing, mustn't one? Even the tiniest detail, no matter how unimportant it seems. Because if you're involved in this, then poor Mrs. Boynton must have been murdered. I realize that now. I wonder if that guide, Mr. Mahmood, or whatever his name is, could possibly be some sort of agent, or even Miss King's associate. I've heard that many perfectly respectable young women from good families are involved with these awful political groups. That's precisely why I felt I should mention it. Because you see, it was rather odd when you stopped to think about it."
Exactly,
Poirot replied. "And so you will tell me everything." "Well, it isn't much, really. It was the morning after Mrs. Boynton died. I woke up quite early and stepped out of my tent to enjoy the dawn light. Though technically the sun had been up for nearly an hour, it was still very quiet. Go on. This is the strange part, though. It didn't strike me as important then. I saw one of the Boynton girls leave her tent and throw something into the stream. That in itself isn't unusual, but it caught the light as it flew through the air. It glittered, you see. Which of the sisters was it? I believe it was Carol, such a pretty girl. She looked so much like her brother they could be twins, or perhaps it was the younger one. The sun was in my eyes, so it was hard to tell clearly. Her hair wasn't red, more of a bronze shade. I do admire that coppery colour. Red hair always reminds me of carrots. She gave a light laugh, and she threw a shiny object, Poirot prompted. Yes. As I said, I didn't think much of it at the time, but later, while walking along the stream, I noticed Miss King there. Among some discarded items, even a couple of old tins, I spotted a small metallic case, not quite a square oblong, if you follow. I understand perfectly about this, Long. Yes, how clever. And I thought to myself, that must be what the girl threw away. But it's a neat little box, simply out of curiosity. I picked it up and opened it. Inside was a syringe like the one used for my typhoid inoculation. It seemed perfectly fine, not broken at all, so I wondered why anyone would discard it. Just then Miss King spoke from behind me. I hadn't heard her approach. She said, "Oh, thank you, that's my hypodermic. I was just looking for it." So I handed it over, and she took it back to camp. Miss Pearce paused, then continued in a rush. "And I'm sure it means nothing, only it struck me as curious that Carol Boynton would be throwing away Miss King's syringe. It felt odd, if you know what I mean, though I'm certain there's a perfectly reasonable explanation." She stopped watching Poirot expectantly. His expression was solemn. "Thank you, mademoiselle. What you have shared may seem minor, but I assure you it completes the picture. Everything now falls into place." "Oh, truly?" Miss Pearce flushed with pleasure. Poirot saw her to the hotel. Returning to his room, he added one line to his notes. "Point 10. I never forget. Remember, I have forgotten nothing." He gave a firm nod. "But of course," he murmured, "it is all clear now." "Appointment with death. Book 1. Appointment with death. You do understand, don't you, that she must be killed?" The words lingered in the still night, hanging for a moment before fading toward the dark expanse of the Dead Sea. Hercule Poirot hesitated, his hand on the window latch. With a slight frown, he closed it firmly, shutting out the night air. Hercule Poirot firmly believed that the night air was best kept firmly outside, a peril to one's constitution. Drawing the curtain snugly across the window, he allowed a tolerant smile to touch his lips. "You do understand, surely, that she must be killed." What an odd fragment of conversation for the detective to catch on his very first evening in Jerusalem. "It seems no matter where I travel, crime finds a way to whisper in my ear," he mused quietly. The smile lingered as he recalled an anecdote about the novelist Anthony Trollope, who, while voyaging across the Atlantic, had overheard two fellow passengers critiquing the latest serial of one of his works. It's all very well, one had remarked, but he really must do away with that insufferable old woman. With great amusement, Trollope had reportedly turned to them and said, "Gentlemen, I thank you for the suggestion. I shall attend to it directly." Poirot pondered what context could have prompted the ominous words he had just intercepted. Perhaps a collaborative writing session for a play or a novel. Yet the thought drifted through his mind. One day those words might be recalled and assigned a far more dreadful significance. Now that he considered it, there had been a peculiar strained intensity in that voice, a tremor hinting at profound emotional turmoil. Was it a man's voice, or perhaps a youth's? As he switched off the bedside lamp, Poirot concluded, "I would recognize that voice again." Leaning on the windowsill, their heads nearly touching, Raymond and Carol Boynton stared into the indigo night. With nervous insistence, Raymond repeated his earlier declaration. "You do see it, Carol, don't you? There's no other choice. She has to die." Carol shifted, her voice low and rough. "It's monstrous. Is it any more monstrous than the life we're living?" "I suppose not," she conceded weakly. "It cannot continue like this. It simply can't," Raymond said with sudden vehemence. "We have to act. And let's be honest, what other option do we have?" Carol offered a suggestion she herself didn't believe. "What if we could just run away?" "We can't," he replied, his tone hollow and defeated. "You know that as well as I do, Carol?" She shuddered. "I know, Ray, I do. He let out a short, bitter laugh. Sane people would think we were insane, that we can't just walk out the door. Maybe we are insane, Carol said slowly. Perhaps. Yes, perhaps we are at this rate. We certainly will be, and here we are, coolly plotting in cold blood to murder our own mother. Carol's retort was sharp. She is not our mother. No, he agreed flatly. That's true. After a pause, Raymond's voice became eerily practical. So you're in agreement, Carol? She answered with a steadiness that surprised her. I believe she deserves to die, yes. Then her composure cracked. She's mad, Ray, I'm certain of it. No sane person could torment us the way she does. For years we've told ourselves this can't last. Yet it has. We've said she'll die eventually. But she hasn't. I don't think she ever will unless we make it happen, Raymond finished, his voice chillingly steady, though a slight tremor betrayed his inner frenzy. You understand why it has to be one of us, don't you? We can't involve Lennox. There's Nadine to think of, and we could never drag Ginny into this. Carol shivered again. Poor Ginny, I'm so terrified for her. I know it's becoming severe, isn't it? That's precisely why we must move quickly before she slips beyond any hope of return. Suddenly, Carol stood up, pushing a wave of unruly chestnut hair from her brow. The moon cast a pale light, making the ancient stones of the city look like bleached bones. Ray, she whispered, a new desperation in her eyes. You don't truly believe this is evil, do you? He maintained his carefully detached tone. No, I see it as putting down a rabid animal, something causing immense harm that must be stopped. This is the only method of stopping it. Carol's voice dropped to a murmur. But the law, they'd still send us to the electric chair all the same. We couldn't quite put into words what she was really like. It would sound unbelievable. In a sense, you understand, it's all happening inside our own heads. Raymond replied, No one will ever find out. I have a plan. I've worked through every detail. We'll be perfectly safe. Carol spun around to face him. Ray, somehow you've changed. Something has happened to you. What gave you this idea? Why would you assume something happened to me? He looked away, gazing into the darkness. But it has, Ray. Was it that woman on the train? No, absolutely not. Why would it be? Carol, please, don't be ridiculous. Let's return to the matter at hand. To your scheme, are you certain it's a sound one? Yes, I believe so. Naturally, we must wait for the perfect moment, and then, if everything goes smoothly, we'll be free, all of us. Free? Carol let out a soft sigh. She lifted her eyes to the stars, then was suddenly overcome, trembling from head to toe in a burst of tears. Carol, what's wrong? She wept brokenly. It's all so beautiful, the night, the deep blue sky, the stars. If only we could be a part of it. If only we could be normal like everyone else instead of how we are all twisted and strange and wrong. But we'll be fine once she's gone. Are you sure? Isn't it already too late? Won't we always be odd and different? No, not at all. I wonder, Carol, if you'd prefer not to. She pushed his comforting arm away. No, I'm with you, completely with you. Because of the others, especially Ginny. We have to save Ginny. Raymond hesitated briefly. Then we proceed? Yes, good. I'll explain the plan. He leaned in close, lowering his voice. My preparations are finished, announced Hercule Poirot. With a satisfied sigh, he took a step back to admire his arrangement of one of the hotel's vacant rooms. Colonel Carberry, lounging casually against the bed that had been shifted to the wall, smiled around his pipe. You're a dramatic sort, aren't you, Poirot? He remarked. Always setting a stage. Perhaps that is true, the little detective conceded, but it is not merely self-indulgence. To perform a play, one must first prepare the setting. Is this a play? Even if it is a tragedy, the scenery must still be correct. Colonel Carberry studied him with curiosity. Well, he said, it's your show. I'm not entirely sure what you're aiming at, but I gather you've uncovered something. I shall have the honor of presenting what you requested, the truth. Do you believe we can secure a conviction? That, my friend, I did not promise. Fair enough, in a way, I'm glad you didn't. It all depends. My evidence is primarily psychological, Poirot stated. Colonel Carberry sighed. I was afraid of that, but it will persuade you, Poirot assured him. Oh yes, it will persuade you. The truth, I have always felt, is both curious and beautiful. Sometimes, said Colonel Carberry, it's downright unpleasant. No, Poirot was earnest. You are taking the personal view. Adopt instead the abstract, the detached perspective. Then the absolute logic of events becomes fascinating and orderly. I'll attempt to see it that way, the Colonel replied. Poirot checked his watch, a large, oddly shaped timepiece. A family heirloom, inquired Carberry with interest. But yes, indeed, it belonged to my grandfather, thought it might have. It is time to begin our proceedings, said Poirot. You, mon Colonel, will sit here behind this table in an official capacity. Oh, very well, Carberry grunted. You don't expect me to wear my uniform, do you? No, though if you would permit me to straighten your tie. He did so promptly. Colonel Carberry grinned again, sat in the indicated chair, and a moment later, without thinking, tugged his tie back under his left ear. Here, Poirot continued, slightly adjusting the placement of the chairs. We will seat the Boynton family, and over here, he continued, we will position the three individuals who are not family but have a clear connection to the matter. Dr. Gerard, whose testimony forms the backbone of the official inquiry, Miss Sarah King, who holds a dual interest here, both personal and professional, in her role as a medical consultant. Then there is Mr. Jefferson Cope, who shared a close relationship with the Boynton family and can therefore be considered a directly involved party. He paused. Here they are now. He opened the door to welcome the group. Lennox Boynton and his wife entered first, followed closely by Raymond and Carol. Ginevra walked alone, a distant dreamlike smile touching her lips. Dr. Gerard and Sarah King came in last. Jefferson Cope arrived a few moments later, offering a brief apology before taking his seat. Once everyone was settled, Poirot stepped forward. Ladies and gentlemen, he began, this is an informal gathering, convened largely because I happen to be in Amman. Colonel Carberry honoured me by seeking my advice. Poirot was cut off. The interruption came from a seemingly unlikely source. Lennox Boynton spoke up abruptly, his tone challenging. Why? What possible reason would he have for dragging you into this? Poirot gestured gracefully. I am often consulted in matters involving sudden or unexplained death. Lennox retorted. Do physicians typically call for you whenever someone dies of heart failure? Poirot replied softly. The term heart failure is, medically speaking, rather vague and imprecise. Colonel Carberry cleared his throat, an official, deliberate sound. He adopted a formal tone. Best to state the facts plainly. The circumstances of the death were reported to me. On the surface, it appeared a very natural event. The weather was exceptionally hot. The journey would have been strenuous for an elderly lady in poor health. Everything seemed straightforward, however. Dr. Gerard approached me with a voluntary statement. He glanced at Poirot, who nodded in confirmation. Dr. Gerard is a physician of international repute. Any claim he makes commands serious attention. His statement was this. On the morning following Mrs. Boynton's death, he discovered that a significant quantity of a potent cardiac drug was missing from his medical kit. He also noted that a hypodermic syringe had vanished the previous afternoon, though it was returned during the night. Lastly, there was a puncture mark on the deceased woman's wrist consistent with the injection of such a syringe. Colonel Carberry paused. Given these points, I deemed it the responsibility of the proper authorities to investigate further. M. Hercule Poirot was my guest and kindly offered his highly specialized assistance. I granted him full authority to conduct any inquiries he saw fit. We are gathered here now to hear his report on the findings. A profound silence fell. So complete you could almost hear the proverbial pin drop. In reality, someone in the adjoining room dropped what was probably a shoe. The sound echoed like an explosion in the tense quiet. Poirot's gaze flickered briefly toward the trio on his right, before settling on the 5 figures clustered to his left. A group whose eyes betrayed a shared, palpable fear. Poirot said quietly, "When Colonel Carberry first described the situation to me, I offered my professional assessment. I told him that obtaining legal proof the kind admissible in a court might prove difficult. But I also told him, with certainty, that I could uncover the truth simply by speaking with those involved. You see, in any investigation, if you let the guilty person or persons talk, they will eventually reveal what you need to know." He let that hang in the air. "So in this instance, although you have lied to me, you have also, without realizing it, told me the truth." He heard a faint sigh, the scrape of a chair leg against the floor from his right, but he did not turn. He kept his focus on the Boyntons. "First, I considered the possibility that Mrs. Boynton's death was natural. I rejected that possibility. The absence of the medication, the lost syringe, and most tellingly the demeanor of the deceased woman's relatives all led me to dismiss any notion of natural causes. This was not merely a cold-blooded act. Every single member of that family was fully aware of it. Their collective behavior was that of individuals burdened by a shared, terrible secret. Yet guilt is not a monolith. I meticulously sifted through the evidence to determine if this was a premeditated, collective conspiracy. The motive was, without question, overwhelming. Each stood to gain immensely from her demise, financially securing immediate independence and considerable wealth, and personally escaping a tyranny that had become unbearable. However, the theory of a unified plot quickly unraveled. Their individual accounts were inconsistent, full of awkward gaps rather than neat overlaps, and no coherent system of alibis had been established. The facts pointed more convincingly toward one, or perhaps two, members acting in secret, with the others becoming unwilling accomplices after the deed was done. My next task was to identify the most likely individual. Here, I must confess, my judgment was initially swayed by a private piece of evidence. In Jerusalem, I had observed young Raymond Boynton in a state of profound agitation, muttering about being rid of her and the necessity of taking action. This naturally cast him in a very suspicious light. Studying the family dynamics, I concluded his most probable confidant would be his sister, Carol. They shared not only a strong physical resemblance, but a similar high-strung temperament, a bond of sympathy that could foster a rebellious pact. That their motives were partly altruistic, seeking freedom for their entire family, and especially their younger sister, only made the tragic calculus of murder seem more plausible to desperate minds. Before detailing the case against Raymond, allow me to outline the key facts I compiled for Colonel Carberry. First, Mrs. Boynton was prescribed a digitalis mixture. Second, Dr. Gerard discovered a hypodermic syringe was missing. These 2 points alone struck me as profoundly odd and contradictory. A puzzle I knew must be solved. Third, the deceased took a distinct pleasure in isolating her family from outside companionship. Fourth, on that specific afternoon, she unusually encouraged them all to leave her. Fifth, by all accounts, she was a mental sadist. Sixth, the distance from the main camp to her chair was roughly 200 yards. Seventh, her son Lennox first claimed ignorance of his return time, then admitted to resetting his mother's wristwatch. Eighth, Dr. Gerard and Ginevra Boynton occupied adjacent tents. Ninth, at 6:30, a servant was sent to call Mrs. Boynton to dinner. 10th, and perhaps most chilling, was her own statement in Jerusalem. I never forget. Remember that. I've never forgotten anything. Some of these points connect in pairs, but those first two, the digitalis and the missing syringe, remained an irritating discord in the evidence. I filed them away as a central mystery. Now to the possibility of Raymond's guilt. The facts were these. He had been overheard passionately debating the necessity of removing Mrs. Boynton from their lives, a conversation that took on a grim new significance after her death. Boynton was in a state of profound nervous agitation. He had "Please forgive the directness, mademoiselle." He offered a courteous nod to Sarah, just endured a powerful emotional upheaval. Specifically, he had fallen deeply in love. This intense elevation of feeling could have propelled him in several directions. He might have felt a new warmth and gentleness toward everyone, even his stepmother. Alternatively, he might have finally discovered the courage to defy her and break free from her control. Or that very passion could have provided the final push to transform a dark fantasy into a terrible reality. That is the psychological landscape. Now let us look at the facts. Raymond Boynton departed from the camp with the others around 3:15. At that time, Mrs. Boynton was alive and in her usual health. Not long after, Raymond and Sarah King had a private conversation. He then left her. By his own account, he returned to the camp at 10 minutes before 6. He approached his mother, exchanged a few brief words with her, proceeded to his tent, and then went down to the large tent. He states unequivocally that Mrs. Boynton was alive and well at 10 minutes to 6. However, we now encounter a fact that directly contradicts this statement. At 6:30, a servant discovered Mrs. Boynton's body. Miss King, who is a qualified physician, examined her and states definitively that death had occurred, and she did not make a casual estimate at least 1 full hour and probably considerably longer before 6 o'clock. Here we have two irreconcilable accounts. If we dismiss the possibility of an error on Miss King's part, Sarah cut in, her voice crisp and unyielding. "I do not make errors, and if I had, I would admit it." Poirot acknowledged her with a polite inclination of his head. Then we are left with two possibilities. Either Miss King or Mr. Boynton is not telling the truth. Consider Raymond Boynton's potential motives for a lie. Let us assume Miss King was neither mistaken nor deliberately deceitful. What, then, transpired? Raymond Boynton returns to camp, sees his mother seated at the entrance of her cave, goes to her, and finds she is dead. What does he do? Does he cry out for help? Does he immediately alert the others? No. He pauses, then continues to his tent and joins his family for dinner without uttering a word. Such behavior is extraordinarily peculiar, would you not agree? Raymond's voice was tight and strained. It would be utterly insane, of course. That should prove my mother was alive, just as I said. Miss King was agitated and confused and simply got it wrong. One naturally wonders, Poirot continued smoothly, if there could possibly be a reason for such conduct. On the surface, it appears Raymond Boynton cannot be guilty, since at the only time he is known to have approached his stepmother that afternoon, she had already been dead for some time. Therefore, if we suppose he is innocent, can we explain his actions? He leaned forward slightly. I submit that we can, for I recall that snippet of conversation I overheard. You do understand, don't you, that she has to die? He returns from his walk and finds her dead, and his guilty conscience immediately leaps to one conclusion. The plan has been executed not by him but by his accomplice. Quite simply, he suspects his sister, Carol Boynton, is the guilty party. That is not true, Raymond whispered, his voice trembling. Poirot pressed on. Let us now examine the possibility of Carol Boynton as the perpetrator. What evidence points to her? She shares the same highly strung, sensitive nature, the sort of temperament that might view such an act through a distorted lens of necessity or even heroism. She was the one to whom Raymond was speaking that night in Jerusalem. Carol Boynton returned to camp at 10 minutes past 5. By her own testimony, she went up and spoke to her mother. No one witnessed this. The camp was quiet, the servants were resting. Lady Westholm, Miss Pearce, and the others were elsewhere. Cope and the others were investigating caves far from the main campsite, leaving no one to observe Carol Boynton's movements. The timeline fits well enough, so the case against Carol Boynton is entirely plausible. He paused. Carol lifted her gaze, her eyes meeting his with a steady, sorrowful intensity. There is another detail. Very early the next morning, Carol Boynton was seen discarding something into the stream. It is reasonable to believe that object was a hypodermic syringe. Comment. Dr. Gerard looked up, surprised, but my syringe was returned. I have it right here. Poirot nodded vigorously. Yes, this second syringe is very curious, very interesting. I have been led to understand it belonged to Miss King. Is that correct? Sarah hesitated for a split second. Carol spoke swiftly. "It was not Miss King's syringe," she stated. "It was mine. So you admit to disposing of it, mademoiselle?" She paused briefly. "Yes, of course. Why wouldn't I, Carol?" It was Nadine. She leaned forward, her eyes wide and troubled. "Carol, I don't understand." Carol turned to look at her, a hint of hostility in her gaze. "There's nothing to understand. I threw away an old syringe. I never touched the poison." Sarah's voice interjected. "What Miss Pierce told you is correct, Mes Poirot. It was my syringe." Poirot smiled. "This syringe business is very confusing, and yet I believe it can be explained." "Ah, well, we now have two cases outlined, one for Raymond Boynton's innocence and another for his sister Carol's guilt. But I am scrupulously fair. I always examine both sides. Let us consider what happened if Carol Boynton was innocent. She returns to camp, approaches her stepmother, and finds her, shall we say, already dead. What is her first thought? She suspects her brother Raymond may have been responsible. Uncertain what to do, she remains silent. Then, about an hour later, Raymond returns and, after presumably speaking to his mother, says nothing is wrong. Wouldn't her suspicions then harden into certainty? Perhaps she searches his tent and finds a syringe. Then she is sure she quickly takes it and hides it. At dawn she throws it as far away as possible. There is another clue suggesting Carol Boynton's innocence. When I question her, she insists that she and her brother never seriously intended to carry out their plan. I ask her to swear, and she does so immediately with utmost solemnity, that she is not guilty of the crime. Notice her wording. She does not swear that they are not guilty. She swears for herself, not her brother, perhaps thinking I will not pay special attention to the pronoun. So that is the case for Carol Boynton's innocence. Now let us step back and consider not her innocence, but the possible guilt of Raymond. Suppose Carol is telling the truth, that Mrs. Boynton was alive at 5:10. Under what circumstances could Raymond be guilty? We might suppose he killed his mother at 10 minutes to 6 when he went to speak to her. There were boys in the camp, true, but the light was fading. It could have been managed. But then it follows that Miss King lied. Remember, she returned to camp only 5 minutes after Raymond. From a distance, she would have seen him approach his mother. Later, when the death is discovered, Miss King realizes Raymond killed her. To protect him, she lies, knowing Dr. Gerard is ill with fever and cannot expose her. "I did not lie," Sarah said clearly. There is yet another possibility. Miss King, as I said, reached camp a few minutes after Raymond. If Raymond Boynton found his mother alive, it might have been Miss King who administered the fatal injection. She believed Mrs. Boynton was fundamentally evil. She might have believed herself to be a righteous executioner. That would also account for her dishonesty about the precise time of death. Sarah's face had lost its color. She replied in a quiet, unwavering tone. "It's true that I mentioned the practicality of one life being sacrificed for the sake of many. The idea came to me at the place of sacrifice, but I swear to you I never laid a hand on that vile old woman, and the thought of doing so would never have crossed my mind. And yet," Poirot murmured gently, "one of you is not telling the truth." Raymond Boynton shifted uncomfortably in his seat before blurting out, "All right, you've got me. I'm the one who lied. My mother was already dead when I reached her. It completely shattered me. I had been preparing to confront her, to declare my independence once and for all. I was ready, you understand. And then I found her there, lifeless. Her hand was cold and limp, and I thought exactly what you suggested. I wondered if Carol, because of the mark on her wrist." Poirot leaned forward. "That is the one detail about which I am still not entirely clear. What method had you planned to use? You had a scheme involving a hypodermic syringe, that much I know. If you wish me to believe you now, you must explain the rest." Raymond spoke rapidly. "I read about it in a book, an English mystery novel. You inject an empty syringe into someone, and it does the job. It sounded perfectly scientific. That's what we intended to do." "Ah," Poirot said. I understand, and you obtained a syringe. Not exactly. We actually took Nadine's. Poirot glanced swiftly at Nadine. The syringe that was in your luggage in Jerusalem? He murmured. A faint blush coloured the young woman's cheeks. I wasn't certain what had happened to it, she admitted. Poirot gave a slight knowing smile. You are very quick-thinking, madame, after a brief pause. Poirot continued, clearing his throat with a touch of theatricality. We have now clarified the matter of what I might call the second syringe. It belonged to Mrs. Lennox Boynton, was taken by Raymond before departing Jerusalem, was later taken from Raymond by Carroll after the discovery of Mrs. Boynton's body, was discarded by her, found by Miss Pierce, and then claimed by Miss King as her own. I assume Miss King still has it in her possession.
I do,
Sarah confirmed. So when you claimed it was yours earlier, Poirot observed, you were doing precisely what you said you do not do. You told a lie. Sarah replied calmly. That's a different sort of lie. It isn't a professional falsehood. Dr. Gerard nodded in agreement. Yes, that is a meaningful distinction. I understand perfectly, mademoiselle. Thank you, Sarah said. Poirot resumed. Let us now review the timeline of events. The Boyntons and Jefferson Cope departed camp around 3:05. Dr. Gerard and Sarah King left approximately at 3:15. Lady Westholme and Miss Pierce set out at 4:15. Dr. Gerard returned to camp around 4:20. Lennox Boynton came back at 4:35. Nadine Boynton returned and spoke with Mrs. Boynton at approximately 4:40. Nadine left her mother-in-law and went to the marquee around 4:50. Carroll Boynton returned to camp at 5:10. Lady Westholme, Miss Pierce, and Mr. Jefferson Cope returned at 5:40. Raymond Boynton arrived back at 5:50. Sarah King returned at 6. The body was discovered at 6:30. You will notice a 20-minute gap between 4:50, when Nadine Boynton left her mother-in-law, and 5:10 when Carroll returned. Therefore, if Carroll is being truthful, Mrs. Boynton must have been killed within that 20-minute window. Now, who could have committed the act? At that time, Miss King and Raymond Boynton were together. Mr. Cope, though he had no apparent motive, has an alibi, as he was with Lady Westholme and Miss Pierce. Lennox Boynton was with his wife in the marquee, Dr. Gerard was in his tent suffering from fever. The camp was nearly deserted, the local staff asleep. It was, one might say, an opportune moment for a crime to take place. Was there someone who could have done it? His gaze drifted thoughtfully toward Ginevra Boynton. There is one person. We've been told Ginevra Boynton stayed in her tent all afternoon, but that isn't entirely true. In fact, there's reason to believe she wasn't there the whole time. Ginevra made a rather telling comment earlier. She mentioned that Dr. Gerard spoke her name in his fever. Dr. Gerard himself recalled dreaming of Ginevra's face while ill, but that was no dream. He really saw her standing beside his cot. What he took for delirium was the truth. Ginevra had been inside Dr. Gerard's tent. Could she have returned the hypodermic syringe after using it? Ginevra lifted her head, her red-gold hair like a halo. Her wide, lovely eyes fixed on Poirot, strangely vacant, giving her the distant look of a saint in a painting. "Oh no, not her," Dr. Gerard exclaimed. Poirot tilted his head. "Is it truly so impossible psychologically?" The Frenchman's eyes fell. Nadine Boynton's voice cut in sharply. "It's completely out of the question." Poirot turned to her at once. "Impossible, madame?" "Yes." She hesitated, biting her lip, then continued firmly. "I won't allow such a shameful accusation against my sister-in-law. Every one of us knows it couldn't be true." A faint, almost unconscious smile touched Ginevra's lips. The innocent, tender smile of a girl who seems untouched by the world's darkness. Nadine repeated, "Impossible." Her usually gentle face had hardened into resolute lines, her eyes meeting Poirot's without flinching. Poirot gave a slight, courteous nod. "Madame is very perceptive," he remarked. Nadine replied quietly, "What do you mean by that, Monsieur Poirot?" I mean that from the beginning I have recognized you possess what is often called a first-rate mind. You have assessed the situation with clarity and composure. Outwardly, you maintained civil relations with your husband's mother, believing it the wisest course, while inwardly you had already judged and condemned her. Some time ago you understood that the only hope for your husband's happiness was for him to break away, to start a life of his own, however difficult or humble. You were prepared to face any hardship and tried to persuade him toward that path, but you failed, madame. Lennox Boynton no longer had the will for freedom. He had settled into apathy and gloom. Now I have no doubt that you love your husband deeply. Your decision to leave him wasn't driven by greater affection for another man. It was, I believe, a desperate gamble, a final attempt to shake him awake. A woman in your position had only 3 options. You could appeal to him. That, as we've seen, did not work. You could threaten to leave. Yet even that might not have stirred Lennox. It would only have sunk him deeper into despair. So you took the last, most drastic measure, leaving with another man. Jealousy and possession are among mankind's oldest, most primal instincts. You showed remarkable insight in trying to reach that buried savage part of him. If Lennox would let you go to another man without a fight, then he truly was beyond reach, and you would be justified in building a new life elsewhere. But suppose even that final harsh remedy failed. Your husband was devastated by your choice, yet he didn't react as you'd hoped with that raw, possessive surge a more primitive man might have felt. Was there anything left that could save him from his own crumbling spirit? Only one thing: if his stepmother were to die, it might not be too late for him to recover. He could perhaps begin again as a free man, restoring within himself a sense of independence and strength. Poirot paused, then said softly, "If your mother-in-law were to pass away." Nadine's gaze remained steady on his. In a calm, gentle tone she replied, "You are implying that I had a hand in that event, aren't you? But you cannot, Mem Poirot. After I informed Mrs. Boynton of my plans to leave, I went directly to the Marquis and stayed with Lennox. I did not step out again until after she was discovered. In a moral sense, I may bear guilt. I gave her a shock which assumes her death was natural, but if, as you claim, though you have no proof yet, not without an autopsy, she was murdered, then I had no chance to do it." Poirot said, "You did not leave the Marquis again until she was found." "That is what you just stated, that, Mrs. Boynton, was one of the curious details in this case." "What are you getting at?" "It is here in my notes. Point 9. At 6:30, when dinner was ready, a servant was sent to tell Mrs. Boynton." Raymond frowned. "I don't follow," Carroll added. "Neither do I." Poirot looked from one to the other. "You don't? A servant was sent. Why a servant? Were you not all usually so attentive to the old lady? Did one of you not always help her to meals? She was frail. She needed help to rise from her chair. Someone was always at her side. I suggest, then, that when dinner was announced, the natural thing would have been for a family member to go and assist her. Yet none of you moved. You all sat there, frozen, watching one another, perhaps wondering why no one went. Nadine said sharply, "This is ridiculous, Poirot. We were all exhausted that evening. We should have gone, I admit. But on that particular night, we simply didn't. Exactly on that specific evening, you, madame, did more for her than anyone as a rule. It was a duty you performed automatically. Yet that evening you did not offer to go out to her. Why? That is what I asked myself. Why? And I will give you my answer. Because you already knew she was dead." "No, please do not interrupt," he said, raising a hand. "You will listen to me. Hercule Poirot, there were witnesses to your conversation with your mother-in-law, witnesses who could see but not hear. Lady Westholme and Miss Pearce were at a distance. They saw you apparently speaking with her. But what real evidence is there of what was said? Let me propose a different theory. You're intelligent, madame. If you had quietly decided upon, shall we say, removing your husband's mother, you would carry it out with care and preparation. You had access to Dr. Gerard's tent during his absence on the morning trip. You felt confident you would find a suitable drug. Your nursing experience guided you. You chose digitoxin. the same type of medication the old lady was taking. You also took his hypodermic syringe, since, to your irritation, your own had gone missing. You hoped to return it before the doctor noticed. Before acting on your plan, you made one final attempt to spur your husband into action. You told him of your intention to marry Jefferson Cope. Though your husband was deeply distressed, he did not react as you had hoped, so you were compelled to proceed. You returned to camp, exchanging a few pleasant ordinary words with Lady Westholme and Miss Pearce as you passed. You walked up to where your mother-in-law sat. The syringe with the drug was ready in your hand. It was a simple matter to grasp her wrist, and drawing on your nursing skills, press the plunger home. Your mother-in-law barely had time to register what was happening before it was over. To anyone watching from the valley below, it would have looked like nothing more than a quiet conversation, you leaning over her. Then, with deliberate calm, you fetched a chair and sat beside her, maintaining the appearance of a friendly chat for several minutes. Death had been nearly immediate. You were keeping company with a corpse, but who could possibly suspect? After a suitable interval, you returned the chair and walked down to the marquee, where you found your husband absorbed in a book, and you made very sure not to leave that marquee again. Mrs. Boynton's death, you were confident, would be attributed to a heart condition, which in a grimly literal sense it was. Only one detail of your plan went wrong. You couldn't return the syringe to Dr. Gerard's tent because he was inside, shivering with a malarial fever, and though you were unaware, he had already noticed it was missing. That, madame, was the single flaw in what was otherwise a flawless crime. A heavy silence fell, broken a moment later when Lennox Boynton leapt to his feet. "No," he shouted, "that's a lie. Nadine didn't do a thing. She couldn't have my mother. She was already dead." "Ah." Poirot's gaze shifted gently toward him. "So it was you, after all. Who killed her, Mr. Boynton?" There was another pause before Lennox sank back into his chair, lifting trembling hands to his face. "Yes, that's right. I killed her. You took the digitoxin from Dr. Gerard's tent." "Yes." "When?" "Just as you said. In the morning, and the syringe." "The syringe? Yes? Why did you kill her? How can you even ask?" "I'm asking, Mr. Boynton. But you know my wife was planning to leave me, with Cope, indeed, but you only learned that in the afternoon." Lennox stared at him. "Of course, when we were out walking, yet you took the poison and the syringe in the morning, before you knew anything. Why are you hounding me with these questions?" He paused, passing a shaky hand over his brow. "What difference does it make now?" "It makes every difference. I advise you, Mr. Lennox Boynton, to tell me the truth." "The truth?" Lennox stared blankly. Nadine turned sharply in her chair, her eyes fixed on her husband's face. "Yes," Poirot repeated softly. "The truth." "By God, I will," Lennox said suddenly, "though I don't know if you'll believe me." He took a deep, ragged breath. "That afternoon after I left Nadine, I was completely shattered. I'd never imagined she would leave me for someone else. I was nearly out of my mind. I felt drunk, or like I was recovering from a serious fever." Poirot gave a slow nod. "I noted Lady Westholme's description of your unsteady walk as you passed her. That is how I knew your wife was not being truthful when she claimed she told you after you both returned to camp." "Please continue, Mr. Boynton." I hardly knew what I was doing, but as I got closer, my head began to clear. It struck me that I had only myself to blame. I'd been a coward, a miserable worm. I should have stood up to my stepmother and left years before, and it occurred to me that it might not be too late even then. There she was, that old tyrant, propped up against the red cliffs like some grotesque idol. I marched right up to confront her. I intended to say exactly what I thought and announce I was leaving for good. I even had this wild idea that Nadine and I could get away that very evening, make it as far as Ma'an by nightfall. "Oh, Lennox!" Nadine's sigh was long and soft, he went on, his voice tightening. "And then, my God, you could have knocked me over with a feather. She was dead, just sitting there dead. I didn't know what to do. I was numb, stunned. Everything I had been ready to shout at her got trapped inside me, hardening into something heavy and cold. I can't explain it. It was like turning to stone. I moved on pure instinct. I picked up her wristwatch from her lap and fastened it around her wrist, that awful, limp, dead wrist. He shuddered. It was horrible then. I staggered down and entered the marquee. I should have called for someone, I suppose, but I just couldn't. I sat there flipping through the pages, waiting, I don't know for what. He paused. You won't believe it. You can't. Why didn't I tell Nadine? Why didn't I get help? I have no idea, Doctor. Gerard cleared his throat gently. Your account is entirely plausible, Mr. Boynton, he said. You were in a state of severe nervous distress. 2 intense shocks in quick succession would be more than enough to produce the condition you describe. It's what we call the Weissenhalter reaction, best illustrated by a bird that has flown into a window pane. Even after it recovers, it instinctively avoids action, allowing time for its nervous system to reset. My English may not be perfect, but what I mean is this: you could not have acted differently. Any decisive move would have been impossible for you at that moment. You were experiencing a kind of mental paralysis. He turned toward Poirot. I assure you, my friend, that is medically sound. Oh, I do not doubt it, Poirot replied. I had already noted a small but telling detail. Mr. Boynton had replaced his mother's wristwatch. That could be interpreted in 2 ways, either as a deliberate cover for the act, or as an innocent gesture misinterpreted by his wife. She returned only 5 minutes after her husband left. She must have seen him do it. So when she approached her mother-in-law and found her dead, with a hypodermic mark on her wrist, she naturally leaped to one conclusion: that her husband had committed the crime. She believed her announcement about leaving him had provoked a darker reaction than she ever imagined. In short, Nadine Boynton thought she had driven her husband to murder. He looked directly at Nadine. Is that correct, madame? She lowered her head in acknowledgement. Then she looked up. Did you truly suspect me, Poirot? I considered you a possibility, madame. She leaned forward, her voice tense. And now? What really happened, Meg Poirot? What really happened? Poirot echoed. He pulled a chair closer and sat, his manner shifting to something more conversational. That is the question, is it not? The digitoxin was taken, the syringe was missing, and there was a hypodermic puncture on Mrs. Boynton's wrist. In a few days, the autopsy will tell us definitively whether she died from a digitalis overdose, but by then it may be too late. It is better to uncover the truth tonight while the person responsible is still here among us. Nadine's head lifted sharply. You mean you still believe one of us in this room? Her words trailed off as Poirot nodded slowly to himself. The truth. That is what I promised Colonel Carberry. Having cleared away the underbrush, we find ourselves back where I was earlier today, reviewing a list of established facts and confronting 2 glaring contradictions. Colonel Carberry spoke up for the first time. Suppose you tell us what those contradictions are. Poirot inclined his head with a touch of formality. Very well. Let us revisit the first 2 items on my list. Mrs. Boynton was taking a digitalis mixture, and Dr. Gerard discovered a hypodermic syringe was missing. Set those facts against the undeniable reality that the Boynton family displayed unmistakable signs of guilt. It would seem certain, then, that one of them must be the culprit, and yet those 2 initial facts argue against that very theory. Consider to use a concentrated digitalis solution was clever, precisely because Mrs. Boynton was already on the medication. But what would a family member logically do next? Ah, ma foi! There is only one sensible course: add the poison directly into her medicine bottle. Anyone with a shred of common sense and access to the medicine would have done exactly that. Mrs. Boynton eventually takes a dose and dies. Even if digitoxin is later found in the bottle, it could easily be dismissed as a pharmacist's compounding error. Proving anything concrete becomes nearly impossible. Now consider the missing hypodermic needle. Only 2 explanations make sense. Either Dr. Gerard simply misplaced it and it was never stolen at all, or it was taken because the killer lacked direct access to the medicine. That second point strongly suggests the murderer was not part of the Boynton family. These initial clues overwhelmingly point toward an outsider. I recognized this, yet I remained puzzled by the unmistakable air of guilt surrounding the Boyntons. Could they feel profoundly guilty and still be innocent? I decided to shift my focus, to prove their innocence rather than confirm their guilt. That is our current position. The killer was an outsider, someone not intimate enough with Mrs. Boynton to enter her tent or handle her medicine bottle freely. He paused, letting the silence settle. In this room there are 3 individuals who are technically outsiders yet have a definite connection to the case. We begin with Mr. Cope. He has been closely involved with the family for some time. Can we find a motive or opportunity? It appears not. Mrs. Boynton's death actually works against his interests, dashing certain hopes he may have harbored. Unless Mr. Cope is driven by an almost fanatical desire to help others, we find no reason for him to want her dead. Of course, there could be a motive entirely hidden from us. We do not know the full nature of his dealings with the family. Mr. Cope drew himself up with dignity. This seems rather far-fetched, Monsieur Poirot. You must recall I had absolutely no opportunity to commit this act. Furthermore, I hold the strongest possible views regarding the sanctity of human life. Your position does appear impeccable, Poirot agreed with grave courtesy. In a novel, such spotless credentials would make you the prime suspect. He shifted in his chair. We turn next to Miss King. She possesses a degree of motive, the necessary medical knowledge, and is a person of considerable character and resolve. However, she left the camp with the others before 3:30 and did not return until 6 o'clock. Finding an opportunity for her seems difficult. Finally, we must consider Dr. Gerard here. The precise timing of the murder is crucial, according to Lennox Boynton's final statement. His mother was dead at 4:35. According to Lady Westholme and Miss Pearce, she was alive at 4:15 when they began their walk. That leaves exactly 20 minutes unaccounted for. Now, as these 2 ladies walked away from camp, Dr. Gerard passed them, heading toward it. No one can attest to his actions upon arrival, as the ladies' backs were turned, walking in the opposite direction. Therefore, it is perfectly possible for Dr. Gerard to have committed the crime. As a doctor, he could easily feign the symptoms of malaria. A possible motive exists. Dr. Gerard might have wished to save someone whose sanity, a loss perhaps more vital than life itself, was in grave danger. He may have deemed the sacrifice of one old weary life a justifiable price. "Your ideas," said Dr. Gerard with an amiable smile, "are utterly fantastic." Poirot continued without pause. But if that were the case, why did Dr. Gerard himself raise the alarm about foul play? It is certain that without his statement to Colonel Carberry, Mrs. Boynton's death would have been attributed to natural causes. It was Dr. Gerard who first suggested the possibility of murder. That, my friends, Poirot declared, simply does not add up. It certainly doesn't appear to. Colonel Carberry agreed with a low grumble, studying Poirot with keen interest. Poirot leaned forward. There remains one further possibility to consider. Mrs. Lennox Boynton argued passionately against her young sister-in-law's guilt, her conviction rooted in knowing her mother-in-law was already dead at the crucial time. Yet we must recall Ginevra Boynton remained at the camp the entire afternoon, and there existed a precise window after Lady Westholme and Miss Pearce departed, and before Dr. Gerard returned, a tremor passed through Ginevra. She leaned forward, her gaze fixed on Poirot with a look of bewildered innocence. "Me? You believe I did it?" Then, in a motion of startling grace, she was out of her chair, flying across the room to drop at Dr. Gerard's feet. She clutched at him, her eyes burning into his. "Stop them! Don't let them say these things! The walls are closing in again. It's not true. I've never harmed anyone. They are all my enemies wanting to lock me away forever. You must help me, please. Hush now, child," the doctor soothed, gently stroking her hair. He then turned a stern face to Poirot. "This is absurd, completely unfounded. Persecution delusions, perhaps." Poirot murmured, Yet consider her nature. Had she committed the act, it would have been theatrical, a dagger, a grand flamboyant gesture, never this cool, calculated logic. No, my friends, this was a reasoned deed, a perfectly sane crime. Poirot offered a slight, unexpected bow. I am entirely in agreement with your assessment, he said smoothly. Come, Poirot continued. We have a little further to travel, Doctor. Gerard has raised the matter of psychology. Let us then examine the psychological landscape of this case. We have the facts, the timeline, the testimonies. What remains is the human mind, and the most critical psychological evidence concerns the victim herself. The psyche of Mrs. Boynton is the very heart of the mystery. Consider points 3 and 4 from my list. Mrs. Boynton derived distinct pleasure in isolating her family from the outside world. Yet on that specific afternoon, she actively encouraged them all to leave her. These two facts stand in direct contradiction. Why, on this particular day, would she suddenly reverse her lifelong policy? Was it a sudden surge of benevolence, a warm-hearted impulse? Poirot's expression turned dryly sarcastic. Given everything we know of her, that seems about as likely as a snowstorm in the Sahara. Yet a reason must exist. What was it? We must dissect the character of Mrs. Boynton. We have heard many descriptions. A tyrannical martinet, a mental sadist, an incarnation of evil, a madwoman. Which is correct. I believe Sarah King glimpsed the truth in Jerusalem, in a moment of clarity, seeing the old woman not just as pathetic, but as profoundly futile. Let us attempt to inhabit her mind. Here was a person born with immense ambition, a voracious hunger to dominate and impose her will upon others. She neither channeled this craving into something greater, nor sought to control it. Instead, she fed it, let it consume her. But in the end, mark this well, what did it achieve? She was not some great feared power. Her realm of terror was pitifully small. A single, isolated family. As Dr. Gerard observed, she grew bored, like any hobbyist, and sought to amuse herself by making her control more precarious, more of a game. And that, my friends, leads us into an entirely different dimension of this affair. Traveling overseas, she finally grasped just how utterly unimportant she was in the grand scheme of things. Now we arrive at the 10th and crucial point, the words spoken to Sarah King in Jerusalem. Sarah King, you understand, had touched a nerve. She had laid bare with brutal honesty the pathetic emptiness of Mrs. Boynton's entire way of life. Listen closely, everyone, to what Mrs. Boynton actually said to her. Miss King described the tone as malevolent, delivered without even a glance. The words themselves were, "I've never forgotten anything. Not an action. Not a name, not a face." Those words left a powerful mark on Miss King. Their strange intensity, that loud, rasping voice, it made such a deep impression that she almost missed their true, staggering meaning. Do any of you see it? He paused, letting the silence stretch. Apparently not. But my friends, doesn't it strike you as odd? Those words were no logical reply to what Miss King had just said. I've never forgotten anything. Not an action, not a name, not a face. It makes no sense as a retort if she had said, I never forget an insult. That would be one thing. But a face, that was her focus. Ah, Poirot clapped his hands together. It is blindingly obvious those words, seemingly for Miss King, were never meant for her at all. They were directed at someone else standing just behind her. He paused, watching their reactions. Yes, it is clear that was a pivotal psychological moment for Mrs. Boynton. She had just been stripped bare by a perceptive young woman. Seething with frustrated rage, in that instant she recognized someone, a face from her past, a victim delivered right into her hands. So we return to the outsider now, Mrs. Boynton's uncharacteristic pleasantness on the afternoon of her death makes perfect sense. She wanted her family gone because, to put it bluntly, she had bigger fish to fry. She needed the stage cleared for a meeting with a new target. From this fresh angle, let's re-examine that afternoon. The family departs. Mrs. Boynton remains by her cave. Now consider the testimonies of Lady Westholme and Miss Pearce. Miss Pearce is an unreliable witness, unobservant, and easily influenced. Lady Westholme, however, is precise and meticulously observant. They agree on one key event. An Arab servant approached Mrs. Boynton, upset her somehow, and then hurried away. Lady Westholme is quite definite that this servant first entered the tent belonging to Ginevra Boynton. But recall that Dr. Gerard's tent was right next to Ginevra's. It is entirely possible the man had come from Dr. Gerard's tent. Colonel Carberry interjected, "Are you seriously suggesting one of my Bedouin men murdered an old lady with a hypodermic needle? That's absurd. Patience, Colonel Carberry. I am not finished. Let us accept the servant may have come from Dr. Gerard's tent. What next? Both ladies agree they could not see the man's face clearly enough to identify him, nor could they hear the conversation. That is reasonable. The distance from the marquee to the ledge is about 200 yards. Yet Lady Westholme provided a very detailed description of the man's clothing, specifically noting his ragged trousers and the sloppy way his leg wraps were rolled. Poirot leaned forward, his voice dropping. And that, my friends, was profoundly strange, because if she could not see his face or hear his words, she most certainly could not have discerned the state of his trousers and leg wraps from 200 yards away. It was a mistake, you see. It planted a curious idea in my mind. Why insist so strongly on the ragged trousers and the untidy wraps? Could it be that the trousers were intact and the leg wraps were never there? Both Lady Westholme and Miss Pearce observed the man, but from their separate vantage points they could not see one another. This is proven by Lady Westholme later checking on Miss Pearce and finding her seated at the entrance of her own tent. "Good heavens!" Colonel Carberry exclaimed, suddenly sitting bolt upright. "Are you implying?" "I am implying that after confirming what Miss Pearce, the only witness likely to be awake, was doing, Lady Westholme returned to her tent. There she changed into her riding trousers, boots, and a khaki coat. She fashioned an Arab headdress from her checked scarf and a length of knitting wool. Disguised in this manner, she proceeded directly to Dr. Gerard's tent, examined his medical case, selected a suitable drug, filled a hypodermic syringe, and then approached her victim with deliberate confidence. Mrs. Boynton might have been drowsing. Lady Westholme acted swiftly. She seized the old woman's wrist and injected the substance. Mrs. Boynton let out a faint cry, attempted to rise, then collapsed back into her chair. The Arab hurried away, projecting an air of shame and embarrassment. Mrs. Boynton shook her cane, tried once more to stand, then fell back, motionless. 5 minutes later, Lady Westholme rejoined Miss Pearce and commented on the peculiar scene she claimed to have just witnessed, firmly implanting her fabricated version of events. Then they set off on a walk, pausing below the rocky ledge where Lady Westholme called up to the old lady. She received no answer, for Mrs. Boynton was already dead, but she remarked to Miss Pearce, "How utterly rude to just snort at us like that." Miss Pearce accepted the suggestion. She had heard Mrs. Boynton respond with a dismissive snort many times before, and would, if necessary, swear quite sincerely that she had heard it again. Lady Westholme, having sat on enough committees with women of Miss Pearce's impressionable nature, knew precisely how her own commanding presence could sway them. The single hitch in her plan involved returning the syringe. Dr. Gerard's unexpectedly quick return disrupted her scheme. She hoped he might not notice its absence, or perhaps think he had simply overlooked it, and she managed to slip it back during the night. He paused. Sarah asked, "But why? What possible motive could Lady Westholme have for killing old Mrs. Boynton? Did you not mention that Lady Westholme was quite near you in Jerusalem when you spoke to Mrs. Boynton?" Those ominous words, "I've never forgotten anything, not an action, not a name, not a face," were directed at Lady Westholme. Combine that with the fact that Mrs. Boynton had once been a prison wardress, and you can form a very clear picture of the truth. Lord Westholme met his wife on a voyage returning from America before her marriage. Lady Westholme had been a convict and had served a prison sentence. Imagine the terrifying position she was in. Her entire career, her ambitions, her social standing, all of it hung in the balance. We do not yet know the specific crime for which she was imprisoned, though we soon will, but it was undoubtedly one that would completely destroy her political life if it ever came to light. And remember, Mrs. Boynton was no ordinary blackmailer. She didn't want money. She craved the sadistic pleasure of tormenting her victim before she would have undoubtedly relished, revealing the truth in the most dramatic way possible. So while Mrs. Boynton lived, Lady Westholme was never safe. She obeyed Mrs. Boynton's summons to Petra. I always thought it odd that a woman with such a towering sense of self-importance would choose to travel as an ordinary tourist, but all the while her mind was doubtless churning with methods of murder. She saw her opportunity and took it with cold boldness. She made only 2 mistakes. One was saying a little too much, that detailed description of the torn trousers which first drew my attention to her. The other was when she initially mistook Dr. Gerard's tent and peered into the one where Ginevra lay half asleep, a fleeting moment of confusion in her otherwise flawless performance. The girl's tale, part fantasy, part reality, about a disguised sheikh was her instinctive way of twisting the truth into something more theatrical, yet the clue she provided was unmistakably clear to me. He paused. We won't have to wonder much longer. Earlier today I managed to secure Lady Westholme's fingerprints without her knowledge. Once these are sent to the prison where Mrs. Boynton once worked as a wardress, a comparison with their records will confirm everything. He fell silent. In that quiet moment a sharp crack echoed through the room. "What was that?" asked Dr. Gerard. "Sounded like a gunshot to me," Colonel Carberry said, standing up abruptly. "It came from next door. Who is staying in that room anyway?" Poirot answered softly, "I believe it is Lady Westholme's room." From the Evening Standard, we deeply regret to announce the passing of Lady Westholme, MP, due to a tragic accident. An avid traveller to remote regions, Lady Westholme always carried a small revolver. It discharged accidentally while she was cleaning the weapon, causing instant death. Lord Westholme and the family have our heartfelt condolences. 5 years later, on a balmy June night, Sarah Boynton and her husband Raymond sat in a London theatre watching Hamlet. Sarah tightened her grip on Raymond's arm as Ophelia's haunting lines drifted from the stage. "How should I, your true love, know? From another one, by his cockle hat and staff, and his sandal shoon. He is dead and gone, lady. He is dead and gone, at his head a grass-green turf, at his heels a stone. A sudden tightness filled Sarah's throat. That ethereal, lost beauty, that serene, otherworldly smile of someone freed from all sorrow, existing where only illusion felt real. She thought to herself, she's magnificent. That voice, always melodious, was now honed into a perfect instrument. When the curtain fell, Sarah said with conviction, "Ginny isn't just good. She's a truly great actress." Later gathered around a supper table at the Savoy. Ginevra turned calm and distant toward the bearded man beside her. "Wasn't I good tonight? Theodore, you were extraordinary, my dear." A contented smile touched her lips. "You always had faith in me," she murmured. "You knew I could achieve something grand, move entire audiences." Not far away, the evening's Hamlet was grumbling to his companion. "All those mannerisms, they charm at first, but it's not pure Shakespeare." "Did you see how she overshadowed my exit across the table?" Nadine said warmly. "It's so thrilling to be here in London, seeing Ginny as a celebrated Ophelia. It was kind of you all to come." Ginevra replied softly. "Quite the family reunion," Nadine remarked, glancing around. She then turned to Lennox, now a contented man with a humorous glint in his eye. "Don't you think the children could attend the matinee? They're old enough now, and they're desperate to see Aunt Ginny perform." Lennox raised his glass, a toast to the newlyweds, Mr. and Mrs. Cope. Jefferson Cope and Carol smiled. "To my first love," Carol added playfully, "since she's sitting right across from us." Raymond laughed. "Jeff's turning red. He doesn't like us bringing up the past." his expression shadowed for a second, until Sarah's hand brushed his and the darkness lifted. "Feels like a distant nightmare now," he said. A neatly dressed figure approached their table. Hercule Poirot, impeccably attired with proudly waxed moustache, offered a gracious bow. "Mademoiselle," he said to Ginevra, "my compliments, you were sublime." They welcomed him warmly, making room beside Sarah. He smiled warmly at the group. As conversation flowed around the table, he shifted slightly towards Sarah and murmured, "So it appears the Boynton family is truly thriving now." "That's largely thanks to you," Sarah replied. "Your husband's reputation grows every day. I just finished a glowing review of his latest work. It is quite good, if I may say so myself. Did you hear Carol and Jefferson Cope finally tied the knot? And Lennox and Nadine have the two sweetest children. Raymond insists on calling them adorable. As for Ginny, I'm starting to believe she might be something of a genius." Her gaze drifted across the table to the striking face and fiery crown of red-gold hair, and then she gave a slight, involuntary start. For a brief moment her expression turned solemn. Slowly she lifted her glass. "You propose a toast, madame?" Poirot inquired. Sarah spoke thoughtfully. "It just struck me looking at Ginny. I saw the resemblance for the very first time. It's the same essence, only Ginny walks in the light while she was always in shadow." From the opposite side, Ginevra's voice chimed in unexpectedly soft with reflection. "Poor mother. She was a troubled soul. Now that we're all so content, I can't help but feel a pang for her. She never found what she was searching for in life. That must have been a terribly lonely way to live." Almost without a breath, her voice then trembled gently into the familiar haunting lines from Cymbeline, holding the others captivated by their melody. "Fear no more the heat o' the sun, nor the furious winter's rages. Thou thy worldly task hast done, home art gone, and ta'en thy wages." Dr. Sarah King stood by the long table in the writing room of the Solomon Hotel in Jerusalem, absently sifting through a stack of periodicals. A preoccupied frown creased her forehead. The tall, middle-aged Frenchman who had just entered from the lobby observed her for a moment before casually approaching the other side of the table. When their eyes met, Sarah offered a smile of recognition. She remembered this man had kindly assisted her with a suitcase during the chaotic arrival from Cairo, when no porters were in sight. "You are enjoying Jerusalem?" Dr. Gerard asked after they exchanged pleasantries, his English nearly flawless. "It's fascinating, but rather intense in some aspects," Sarah admitted. "Religion here is quite something." The Frenchman looked amused. "I understand perfectly. Every conceivable sect seems to be in a perpetual state of debate or dispute. And some of the architecture they've erected is rather overwhelming," Sarah added with a sigh. "Absolutely." She gave a rueful smile. "They actually asked me to leave a site today because my dress was sleeveless. Apparently, despite being the one who made them, the Almighty isn't fond of my arms." Dr. Gerard laughed warmly. "I was about to order coffee. Would you care to join me, miss?" "King Sarah King. Allow me," he said, producing a card. Sarah's eyes widened with genuine admiration as she took it. "Dr. Theodore Gerard, this is an honor. I've read all your publications, of course. Your research on schizophrenia is profoundly compelling." "Of course." Gerard's eyebrows rose inquisitively. Sarah explained modestly, "Well, I've just qualified as a doctor myself. I recently received my M.B. "Ah, I see." After ordering coffee, they settled into a quiet corner of the lounge. The Frenchman found himself less focused on Sarah's medical credentials and more drawn to the dark hair sweeping back from her brow and the elegant curve of her lips. He was charmed by the respectful awe she so plainly displayed. "Are you in Jerusalem for long?" he asked conversationally. "Only a few days. After that, I very much want to see Petra. Indeed, I have been considering the same trip, provided it does not take too much time. I must return to Paris by the 14th. I believe it requires about a week, 2 days journey there, 2 days to explore, and 2 days back. I shall visit the travel agency in the morning to see what can be arranged." Just then a party of people entered the lounge and settled nearby. Sarah watched them with quiet, curious interest, noting the distinct, almost palpable tension that seemed to cling to their group like a shadow. She leaned in, her voice dropping to a near whisper. "Those people who just walked in, did you see them on the train a few nights ago? They left Cairo exactly when we did." Dr. Gerard adjusted his monocle and let his gaze travel across the room. "Americans?" Sarah gave a slight nod. "Yes, an American family, but I think they're a rather peculiar group." "Peculiar? In what way?" "Well, just look at them. Pay special attention to the older woman." Dr. Gerard, obliged, his sharp, clinical eye moved swiftly from one face to another. He first noticed a tall man with a somewhat loose frame, around 30, he guessed. The face was agreeable but lacked strength, and his whole demeanor seemed strangely detached. Then there were two attractive young people. The boy had a classically handsome, almost Grecian profile. Something's off with him too, Dr. Gerard noted mentally. Yes, a clear case of nervous strain. The girl was obviously his sister, the resemblance was strong, and she also seemed wound tight. Another, younger girl had fiery red-gold hair that seemed to glow around her head. Her hands were in constant motion, twisting and shredding the handkerchief in her lap. There was also a young, dark-haired woman with a serene, pale complexion and a placid face reminiscent of a Luini Madonna. Nothing jumpy about her, and at the centre of it all, mon Dieu, thought Dr. Gerard with a Frenchman's frank distaste. What a monstrous sight! Old, swollen, bloated, sitting utterly motionless among them, a grotesque old spider at the heart of her web. To Sarah, he simply said, "La maman, she is not a beauty, eh?" and gave a slight shrug. "There's something almost sinister about her, don't you feel?" Sarah pressed. Dr. Gerard studied the old woman again. This time his look was purely professional, not aesthetic. "Dropsy, cardiac," he rattled off a quick medical term. "Oh yes, her health," Sarah dismissed that part. "But there's something strange in how the others act around her, isn't there? Do you know who they are?" "Their name is Boynton. Mother, married son, his wife, a younger son, and two younger daughters." Dr. Gerard murmured, "La famille Boynton sees the world. They do, but there's something off about how they're seeing it. They don't speak to anyone else, and none of them makes a move unless the old woman gives the order." "She is of the matriarchal type," Gerard observed thoughtfully. "She's an absolute tyrant, I'd say," Sarah insisted. Dr. Gerard shrugged and remarked that American women ruling the roost was nothing new. "Yes, but this is more than that," Sarah persisted, her voice low and intense. "She's got them all so subdued, so completely under her thumb that it feels wrong. Too much power is a dangerous thing for anyone, but especially for women." Gerard agreed, his tone turning serious. He shook his head. "It is very difficult for a woman not to abuse absolute power." He shot a quick sideways glance at Sarah. She was watching the Boynton family, or more precisely, she was watching one specific member of it. Dr. Gerard allowed himself a small, understanding Gallic smile. "Ah, so that was the way of it, was it?" he ventured. "You have spoken with them, then?" "Yes, at least with one of them, the young man. The younger son." "Yes, on the train from Kantara." He was standing in the corridor. I started a conversation. There was no hint of awkwardness in Sarah's manner. In truth, she approached life without self-consciousness. She was fascinated by people, possessed of a friendly, if sometimes impatient, curiosity. "What made you speak to him?" Gerard asked. Sarah shrugged. "Why not? I talk to fellow travellers often. I'm interested in people, in what they do, what they think, what they feel. You put them under your microscope, in other words." "I suppose you could say that," the girl admitted. "And what were your observations in this particular case?" "Well," she hesitated, searching for the right words, "it was rather odd. For starters, the young man blushed a deep, furious red right up to his hairline." "Is that so remarkable?" Gerard asked dryly. Sarah laughed. You mean you think he believed I was some brazen hussy making a pass at him? Oh no, I don't believe he thought that at all. It was more the shock of being noticed, of being spoken to like a person, after what seemed like a long silence. Sarah gave him a direct, searching look. Men can always tell, can't they? She said. Dr. Gerard nodded in agreement. Sarah continued, choosing her words with care, a slight frown on her face. I had the impression he was both thrilled and horrified. His excitement seemed completely over the top, yet he was also ridiculously nervous. That's strange, isn't it? I've always found Americans to be remarkably composed. A typical 20-year-old American boy usually has far more world experience and social confidence than an English boy the same age. And this one must be older than 20. Closer to 23 or 24, I'd estimate, Gerard offered. Really that old? I believe so. Perhaps you're right, though he somehow seems much younger. A case of mental maladjustment, Gerard observed. The child aspect of his personality is lingering. So I'm correct? There is something genuinely unusual about him? Dr. Gerard gave a slight shrug, smiling at her intensity. My dear, is anyone truly normal? But yes, I'd agree there is likely some form of neurosis present. I'm sure it's connected to that dreadful old woman, Sarah exclaimed. You seem to have a strong dislike for her, Gerard noted, studying her with curiosity. I do. She has a truly malicious look about her, Gerard murmured softly. Many mothers develop that look when their sons show interest in charming young women. Sarah made an impatient gesture. Frenchmen, she thought, were all the same, forever seeing everything through the lens of romance, though. As a dedicated student of psychology, she had to privately acknowledge that a sexual undercurrent was present in most human interactions. Her thoughts travelled down this well-worn psychological path until a movement caught her eye. Raymond Boynton was walking across the room toward a central table to pick up a magazine. As he passed her chair on his way back, she looked up and spoke her words chosen at random, her real aim being to gauge his reaction. Did you do much sightseeing today? Raymond halted abruptly, his face flushing. He started like a skittish horse, his eyes darting anxiously toward the heart of his family group. He stammered, Oh, yes. Why, yes, of course. Then, as if spurred by an invisible jab, he hurried back to his family, offering the magazine. The large, Buddha-like figure extended a plump hand to take it. But as she did, Dr. Gerard noticed her eyes were fixed on the boy's face. She gave a grunt, offering no audible thanks. Her head shifted almost imperceptibly. The doctor saw she was now staring intently at Sarah. Her own face was a blank mask, utterly expressionless, giving no hint of the thoughts churning behind it. Sarah glanced at her watch and gave a little start. It's much later than I realized. She stood. Thank you so much for the coffee, Dr. Gerard. I really must go and write some letters now. He rose and shook her hand. I hope we meet again. Oh, I'm sure we will. Perhaps you'll visit Petra. I shall certainly try. Sarah smiled and turned to leave. Her path took her directly past the Boynton family. Dr. Gerard, watching closely, saw Mrs. Boynton's gaze shift back to her son's face. He saw the boy's eyes meet hers. As Sarah passed by, Raymond Boynton turned his head slightly, not toward her but pointedly away. It was a slow, reluctant motion that perfectly conveyed the sense of old Mrs. Boynton tugging on an invisible leash. Sarah King noticed the deliberate avoidance and, being both young and human, felt a sharp sting of irritation. They'd had such a pleasant, easy conversation earlier in the swaying corridor of the sleeping car. They'd shared stories about Egypt and laughed over the absurd phrases used by the persistent donkey boys and street vendors. She had even told him how, when one particularly cheeky camel driver had begun with his usual "you English lady" or "American," she had deadpanned, "no, Chinese," and relished the sight of his total bewildered confusion as he stared at her. Now that shared moment felt cheapened by his obvious forced retreat. Sarah had initially thought the young man was like an eager, almost endearing schoolboy. There was something touchingly earnest about him. Now, without any clear reason, he had turned shy, awkward, and downright rude. I'm done making an effort with him, Sarah told herself, feeling a flash of irritation. She wasn't overly vain, but she knew she was generally appealing to men and wasn't about to accept being brushed off so coldly. She'd been extra friendly toward him earlier because, for some vague reason, she'd felt a pang of sympathy. But now it was obvious he was just another rude, arrogant, and ill-mannered young American. Instead of writing the letters she'd mentioned, Sarah sat at her dressing table, brushed her hair back from her face, and studied her own troubled hazel eyes in the mirror. It was time to take stock. She had just come through a painful emotional upheaval. Only a month ago she had broken off her engagement to a doctor several years older. They had been powerfully drawn to each other, but their personalities were too similar. Clashes and arguments were constant. Sarah had too much pride to quietly accept someone else's attempt to dominate her. Like many spirited women, she told herself she admired strength and wanted to be met with firmness. Yet whenever she actually encountered a man strong enough to challenge her, she found she couldn't stand it. Ending the engagement had hurt, but she was clear-eyed enough to see that strong attraction alone wasn't enough to build a lasting future. She had deliberately planned this trip abroad as a kind of healing escape, something interesting to help her move on before returning home to focus seriously on her work. Her thoughts shifted from the past back to the present. I wonder if Dr. Gerard would let me discuss his research. His work is so remarkable. If only he'd take me seriously, maybe, once we all reach Petra. Then her mind circled back to that strange, rude young American. No doubt his family's presence had made him act so oddly, but she still felt a flicker of scorn. Letting your family control you like that, especially as a grown man, seemed almost laughable, and yet a peculiar sensation washed over her. Wasn't there something genuinely off about the whole situation? Suddenly aloud she said, "That boy needs someone to step in, and I'm going to be the one to do it." After Sarah left the lounge, Dr. Gerard remained seated for a few moments. Then he rose, picked up the latest issue of Le Matin from a nearby table, and moved to a chair positioned a short distance from the American family. His curiosity was piqued. At first he'd been amused by the English girl's clear interest in one particular member of the group. But now he sensed something unusual about this family, something that stirred his deeper, more clinical interest as a psychologist. There was a definite psychological dynamic here worth observing. Discreetly, behind his newspaper, he studied them. First, the young man who had so captured Sarah King's attention. Yes, Gerard thought, exactly the type to appeal to a woman of her temperament. She had strength, poise, sharp wits, and determination. The boy, by contrast, struck him as sensitive, perceptive, hesitant, and highly impressionable, with a physician's eye. Gerard noted the obvious signs of acute nervous strain. Why would a healthy young man, supposedly on a pleasant holiday abroad, be wound so tight that a breakdown seemed near? The question lingered, puzzling him. There was an unspoken tension here, something simmering beneath the surface that went beyond ordinary family awkwardness. Dr. Gerard shifted his focus to the remaining members of the group. The young woman with the chestnut hair was clearly Raymond's sister. They shared the same delicate bone structure, refined features, and an air of quiet aristocracy. Their hands were similarly slender and graceful, their jawlines clean and defined, and they carried their heads with an identical poised elegance on long, slender necks. Yet, like her brother, the girl was visibly tense. Small, involuntary twitches betrayed her nerves. Her eyes were darkly shadowed and overly bright, and when she spoke, her words came in a rushed, slightly breathless stream. She was vigilant, constantly alert, utterly incapable of relaxing. She is also afraid. Dr. Gerard concluded silently. Yes, she is deeply afraid. He caught fragments of their conversation, the kind of bland, ordinary talk typical of tourists. We could visit Solomon's stables tomorrow. Do you think that would be too much for Mother? Perhaps the Wailing Wall in the morning? And the Temple Mount, of course, though they call it the Dome of the Rock now, I wonder why. Because it's a mosque, Lennox. It's been one for centuries. It was all perfectly normal, yet Gerard felt a strange certainty that these exchanges were utterly hollow. They were a facade, a thin cover for something turbulent and unspoken churning beneath the surface, something too profound and shapeless for words. He stole another discreet glance from behind his newspaper. Lennox, the older brother, bore the family resemblance, yet he was different. He didn't share the same wire-tight, nervous energy. He seemed, Gerard judged, of a less excitable temperament, but there was something distinctly odd about him. Unlike the others, his body showed no muscular tension. He sat utterly slack, limp. Searching his memory for similar patients in hospital wards, Gerard thought, he is drained, yes, exhausted from enduring pain. That look in his eyes, the look of a wounded animal, a creature suffering in mute, beastly patience. It's strange physically. He appears unharmed, yet he has clearly endured recent and severe mental anguish. Now he no longer actively suffers, he just endures, silently, waiting, I believe, for some final blow to fall. What blow am I imagining this? No, the man is waiting for something, for an end to come. It's how terminal patients sometimes lie, grateful when a sedative finally dulls the ache. Lennox Boynton stood and picked up a ball of yarn the old woman had let fall. "Here you are, mother, thank you." What was this imposing, stone-faced old woman knitting? Something thick and rough. Gerard's mind supplied a wry image, mittens for charity cases, and he almost smiled at his own fancy. He then turned his attention to the youngest member, the girl with the fiery golden red hair. She was perhaps 17, her skin possessing that exquisite, translucent clarity so often paired with red hair, though too thin. Hers was a strikingly beautiful face. She sat smiling to herself, a smile directed at empty space. There was something peculiar about that smile. It felt completely detached from the Solomon Hotel, from Jerusalem itself. It reminded Dr. Gerard of something. Suddenly it came to him. It was the remote, ethereal smile on the faces of the maidens in the Acropolis sculptures, something lovely, distant, and faintly inhuman. The enchantment of that smile, her perfect stillness, gave him a sharp, poignant thrill. Then, with a jolt, Dr. Gerard noticed her hands, hidden from the group by the table. He could see them clearly from his seat. In the shelter of her lap, they were busy picking, tearing, methodically shredding a delicate linen handkerchief into tiny fragments. The contrast horrified him, the aloof, serene smile, the motionless body and those relentlessly destructive fingers. A slow, wheezing, asthmatic cough sounded, and then the monumental knitter spoke. "Ginevra, you look tired. You should go up to bed." The girl started, her fingers ceased their mechanical destruction. "I'm not tired at all." Gerard noted the pleasing musical tone of her voice. It carried a lyrical sweetness that could make even the most ordinary words seem captivating. "Yes, you are. I can always tell. I doubt you'll feel up to touring tomorrow." "Oh, but I will. I'm perfectly fine," her mother responded in a rough, strained tone that was nearly harsh. "No, you're not. You're becoming unwell." I am not. The young woman started to shake uncontrollably. A gentle, steady voice interjected. "I'll go upstairs with you, Ginny." The composed woman with serene grey eyes and tidy dark hair stood up. Old Mrs. Boynton declared. No, she should go alone. The girl pleaded, "I want Nadine with me." "Then I certainly will." The younger woman took a step forward. The old woman countered, "The child would rather go by herself. Isn't that right, Ginny?" There was a brief, heavy silence, then Ginevra Boynton replied, her voice suddenly lifeless and hollow. "Yes, I'd prefer to go alone. Thank you, Nadine." She walked off, a tall, slender figure, moving with unexpected elegance. Dr. Gerard set his paper down and studied old Mrs. Boynton intently. She was watching her daughter depart, her plump face twisted into a strange, mocking smile. It was a grotesque imitation of the radiant, almost otherworldly smile that had illuminated the girl's face just moments before. Then the old woman shifted her gaze to Nadine, who had just resumed her seat. Nadine looked up and met her mother-in-law's stare. Her expression remained utterly unreadable. The old woman's look was pure spite. Dr. Gerard thought, what a ridiculous old bully. Suddenly the old woman's eyes locked directly onto his, and he inhaled sharply. They were small, dark, and smouldering, yet they projected something palpable, a force, a tangible wave of vicious ill will. Dr. Gerard understood personal magnetism. He realized this was no mere spoiled invalid indulging petty whims. This old woman was a potent entity. In the venom of her stare, he felt a similarity to the mesmerizing threat of a cobra. Mrs. Boynton might be aged, infirm, and afflicted by illness, but she was far from powerless. She was a woman who comprehended authority, who had wielded it for a lifetime and never once questioned her own dominion. Dr. Gerard once met a tiger tamer, a woman who commanded magnificent, slinking beasts. Those tigers, eyes blazing with bitter, fanatical hatred, had still slunk to their places and performed their degrading tricks. They obeyed. That tamer had been a young woman of arrogant, dark beauty, but the essence of that commanding presence was identical. A dompteuse, Gerard murmured to himself. Now he understood the sinister undercurrent he had sensed beneath the family's mundane chatter. It was hatred, a deep, swirling current of it, he reflected. How fanciful and absurd most people would think me. Here is an ordinary, seemingly devoted American family enjoying the Holy Land, and I'm spinning a tale of dark enchantment around them. Then he observed the quiet young woman named Nadine with renewed interest. A wedding ring was on her left hand, and as he watched he caught her shooting one swift, revealing glance at the fair-haired, lanky Lennox. He understood then. They were husband and wife, but her look was not that of a wife. It was a mother's look, protective and deeply worried, and he understood something more of the entire group. Nadine Boynton alone seemed untouched by her mother-in-law's influence. She might dislike the old woman, but she was not afraid of her. The oppressive power did not reach her. She was unhappy, profoundly concerned for her husband, yet she remained free. Dr. Gerard thought all of this is remarkably compelling. Into these dark reflections a mundane interruption arrived with almost laughable timing. A man entered the lounge, spotted the Boyntons, and made his way toward them. He was a friendly, middle-aged American gentleman, exactly the sort of person you'd expect to meet at a quiet social gathering. He was neatly dressed, with a long, clean-shaven face and a voice that was slow, pleasant, and just a little bit flat. "I've been hoping to run into all of you," he remarked with careful politeness. He shook hands with each member of the family in turn. "And how are you feeling after the trip, Mrs. Boynton? I hope the journey wasn't too exhausting," with a wheeze that was almost gracious. The old woman replied, "Thank you, no. My health is never what one would call robust, as you're aware." "Ah, yes, of course. A great pity, truly." "Still, I'm certainly no worse for the wear," Mrs. Boynton added, her lips curling into a slow reptilian smile. "Nadine looks after me very well. Don't you, Nadine?" "I do what I can," came the flat, uninflected reply. "Well, I'm sure you do a splendid job," said the stranger with hearty conviction. "Now, Lennox, what are your impressions of King David's famous city?" Lennox answered with a listless shrug. "It's all right, I suppose. A bit underwhelming, is it? I must admit I felt the same at first, but perhaps you haven't had much chance to explore." Carol Boynton interjected softly. "We're rather limited in what we can do because of Mother—" Mrs. Boynton elaborated. "A few hours of sightseeing is really all I can manage in a day." The stranger nodded with vigorous sympathy. "It's truly remarkable how much you accomplish, Mrs. Boynton, all things considered." A low, wheezing chuckle escaped the old woman, a sound that carried a hint of smug satisfaction. "I refuse to let my body dictate terms. It's the will that counts." "Yes, the will is everything." Her voice trailed off. Gerard noticed Raymond Boynton give a sudden nervous twitch. "Have you visited the Wailing Wall yet, Mr. Cope?" Raymond asked abruptly. "Why, yes, that was among my first stops. I expect to finish with Jerusalem in another day or two, and I've asked cooks to arrange a thorough itinerary for the Holy Land, Bethlehem, Nazareth, Tiberias, the Sea of Galilee. It should all be fascinating. Then there's Jerash, some remarkable Roman ruins there, and I'd very much like to see the rose-red city of Petra. They say it's an extraordinary natural spectacle, quite off the usual path, though it requires nearly a week to get there, explore, and return properly. Carol's eyes lit up. I'd adore to see that. It sounds incredible. I should say it's definitely worth the effort. Yes, without a doubt. Mr. Cope paused, casting a hesitant glance toward Mrs. Boynton before continuing in a tone that, to the listening Frenchman, sounded distinctly unsure. I wonder if I might persuade some of you to join me? Naturally, I understand you couldn't manage it, Mrs. Boynton, and of course some of your family would wish to stay with you, but if you were to split the party, so to speak. He stopped. Gerard heard the steady, rhythmic click of Mrs. Boynton's knitting needles. Then she spoke. I don't believe we care to separate. We are a very close-knit family. She looked up, her gaze sweeping over them. Well, children, what do you all say? There was an odd metallic edge to her voice. The replies came swiftly, almost in unison. No, Mother. Of course not. No, we wouldn't dream of it. Mrs. Boynton smiled that peculiar, unsettling smile of hers. You see, they won't leave me. What about you, Nadine? You didn't answer. No, thank you, Mother. Not unless Lennox wishes to go. Mrs. Boynton turned her head slowly toward her son. Well, Lennox, why don't you and Nadine go? She seems interested. He started, looked up, his face pale. Well, no, I think it's best if we all stay together, mister. Cope said genially, My, what a devoted family you are. But there was something strained and hollow in his cheerfulness. We prefer our own company, stated Mrs. Boynton. She began winding her ball of wool. By the way, Raymond, who was that young woman who spoke to you earlier? Raymond flinched. A flush of colour rose in his cheeks before draining away completely. I don't know her name. She was on the train the other night. Mrs. Boynton began the slow, laborious process of heaving herself out of her chair. I don't think we need to cultivate her acquaintance, she declared. Nadine stood and helped the old woman struggle to her feet. She performed the task with a practised ease that caught Gerard's eye. Time for bed, announced Mrs. Boynton. Good evening, Mr. Cope. Good night, Mrs. Boynton. Good night, Mrs. Lennox. They departed in a quiet, orderly line. It apparently didn't cross the minds of the younger members to linger. Mr. Cope was left watching them go, his expression unreadable. As Dr. Gerard was well aware, Americans tend to be an open and sociable people, lacking the guarded wariness often seen in British travellers. For a man of Gerard's social skill, striking up a conversation with Mr. Cope was hardly a challenge. The American seemed a bit lonely, and, true to his nationality, was inclined toward friendliness. Dr. Gerard's card case made another appearance. Upon reading the name, Jefferson Cope was visibly impressed. Why, Dr. Gerard, of course. You were in the States recently, weren't you? Last fall I gave a series of lectures at Harvard. Naturally. Yours is one of the most respected names in the field. You're essentially the leading authority in Paris, aren't you? My dear fellow, you're much too generous, I must object. Not at all. This is a genuine privilege, meeting you like this. Actually, there are quite a few notable people here in Jerusalem at the moment. Yourself, Lord Weldon, Sir Gabriel Steinbaum, the financier. Then there's the seasoned English archaeologist, Sir Manders Stone, and Lady Westholme, who's quite a force in British politics. Oh, and that famous Belgian detective, Hercule Poirot, is here as well. The little Hercule Poirot? Is he really? I saw his name in the local paper, listed as a recent arrival. Seems like all the world and his wife are staying at the Solomon Hotel. It's a remarkably fine hotel, too, and decorated with real taste. Mr. Jefferson Cope was clearly enjoying the conversation. Dr. Gerard could be exceedingly charming when he wished. Soon the two men had moved to the hotel bar. After a couple of drinks, Gerard ventured, Tell me, is that a typical American family you were speaking with earlier? Jefferson Cope took a thoughtful sip before answering. Well, no, I wouldn't call it exactly typical. No, they seem a very close-knit group, however, Cope replied slowly. You mean how they all appear to orbit around the old lady? That's certainly true. She's a most formidable woman, you know. Indeed? Mr. Cope required little prompting. The subtle invitation was sufficient. I don't mind telling you, Dr. Gerard, I've had that family on my mind a great deal lately. I've been thinking about them constantly. If I may be frank, it would relieve me to discuss it with someone. That is, if you wouldn't find it tedious, Dr. Gerard assured him he was not bored. Mr. Jefferson Cope continued, his pleasant, clean-shaven face lined with concern. I'll be direct and say I'm becoming rather worried. You see, Mrs. Boynton is an old friend of mine. I should clarify, not the elder Mrs. Boynton, but the younger one. Mrs. Lennox Boynton. Ah, yes, that very charming, dark-haired young woman. Exactly. That's Nadine. Dr. Gerard Nadine Boynton possesses a truly beautiful character. I knew her before her marriage. She was in training to become a nurse at the time. Then she went for a holiday to visit the Boyntons and ended up marrying Lennox. I see. Mr. Jefferson Cope took another drink and proceeded. I'd like to give you, Dr. Gerard, a bit of the Boynton family background. Please do. I find it most interesting. Well, you see, the late Elmer Boynton, he was quite well known and a very agreeable man, was married twice. His first wife passed away when Carol and Raymond were just small children, from what I understand. The second, Mrs. Boynton, was considered quite handsome when he married her, though not particularly young. It seems strange to look at her now and believe it, but that's the account I've had from reliable sources. Regardless, her husband valued her immensely and deferred to her judgment on nearly everything. For several years before his passing, Elmer Boynton was in poor health, leaving his wife effectively in charge of the household. She is a remarkably competent woman with a sharp business mind and deeply conscientious as well. Following her husband's death, she turned all her attention to the children, including her own daughter, Ginevra, a pretty red-haired girl, though somewhat frail. Mrs. Boynton dedicated herself completely to her family, shutting out the wider world entirely. Now, I'm not sure what your opinion is, Dr. Gerard, but I've never believed that sort of isolation is particularly healthy. I share your view, Dr. Gerard replied. It is extremely damaging to developing minds. Yes, that sums it up well, by shielding those children from outside influences and preventing any external connections. Mrs. Boynton raised them to be, well, rather high-strung. They're nervous and jumpy, uncomfortable around strangers. It's a bad situation, a very unhealthy one. I've no doubt her intentions were good. It was simply over-devotion. Do they all still reside at home? The doctor inquired. Yes, they do. And neither of the sons has employment. No, Elmer Boynton was a wealthy man. He left everything to his wife for her lifetime, though it was understood the funds were for the family's general support. So they are financially dependent on her. That's correct. She's encouraged them to remain at home rather than seek careers. With ample money, perhaps that's acceptable on the surface. But I believe work is a vital tonic, especially for men. Another issue is they have no real hobbies. They don't play golf, belong to a country club, or attend dances. They live in an enormous isolated house deep in the countryside, miles from anything. It all strikes me as profoundly wrong, Doctor. I agree entirely, said Dr. Gerard. They possess no social sense whatsoever. That essential community spirit is entirely absent. They may be a devoted family, but they are utterly wrapped up in themselves. Has there ever been any indication of one of them striking out independently? Not that I've heard. They simply remain there, static. Do you attribute that more to them or to Mrs. Boynton? Jefferson Cope shifted in his seat. Well, in many ways I hold her responsible. It was poor upbringing still. When a young man reaches maturity, the duty falls on him to break free on his own. No fellow should remain tied to his mother's apron strings forever. He ought to choose independence. Dr. Gerard said thoughtfully, that choice might be impossible for him. Why impossible? There are methods, Mr. Cope, for preventing a tree from ever growing. Cope stared. But they're a perfectly healthy lot, Doctor. The mind can be stunted and warped just as the body can be. They're intelligent enough. Gerard sighed. Jefferson Cope continued, "No, Doctor, take it from me. A man holds his own destiny in his hands. A man with self-respect strikes out and builds a life. He doesn't just sit around idly. No woman should respect a man who does that." For a moment Gerard studied him curiously. "You're speaking particularly of Lennox Boynton, I think." "Yes, it was Lennox I had in mind. Raymond is still just a boy, but Lennox is nearly 30. It's time he showed some substance. It must be a difficult existence for his wife." "Of course it's difficult for her. Nadine is an exceptional woman. I admire her tremendously. She has never uttered a single word of complaint, but she is deeply unhappy, Doctor, as unhappy as one can be." Gerard nodded. "Yes, I can well believe that. I don't know your thoughts, Doctor, but I believe there's a limit to what any woman should have to endure. If I were Nadine, I'd confront young Lennox directly about it. Either he steps up and shows his true worth, or else, in your view, she ought to walk away. She deserves her own path, Dr. Gerard. If Lennox fails to value her as she should be valued, well, there are others who would. Yourself, perhaps?" The American coloured slightly. Then he met the other's gaze with a quiet dignity. "That's right," he said. "I won't pretend otherwise. I hold that lady in the highest regard, and my affection for her runs deep. Her happiness is all that matters to me. If she were truly content with Lennox, I'd step aside without a word. But as things stand, I'm staying close. If she ever needs me, I'll be right here." "The perfect, selfless knight," Gerard murmured. "Pardon? It seems chivalry survives only in your country nowadays. You serve without expecting anything in return. Truly admirable. But tell me, what do you imagine you can actually do for her?" "My plan is simply to remain nearby, ready if she calls." "And how does the elder Mrs. Boynton regard you, if I may ask?" Jefferson Cope answered slowly. "I've never quite understood that lady. As I've mentioned, she doesn't welcome outsiders easily. Yet she's always been gracious toward me, treating me almost like family." "So she approves of your friendship with Mrs. Lennox?" "She does." Dr. Gerard gave a slight shrug. "Don't you find that a bit unusual?" Jefferson Cope replied stiffly. "I assure you, Dr. Gerard, there is nothing improper in our connection. It is entirely respectful. My dear sir, I don't doubt it. I only repeat that Mrs. Boynton's encouragement strikes me as curious. She fascinates me, Mr. Cope, greatly. She is a remarkable woman, no question, immense strength of character, a commanding presence. As I said, Elmer Boynton trusted her judgment completely. So much so that he left the children entirely under her financial control. Where I come from, such an arrangement would not even be legally permitted." Mr. Cope stood. "In America," he said, "we believe firmly in personal liberty." Dr. Gerard rose as well. The statement did not move him. He had heard it from people of many nations. The notion that freedom belongs uniquely to one's own race is a common illusion. Gerard knew better. No nation, no individual is truly free, but there are certainly degrees of constraint. He went upstairs to bed, pensive and intrigued. Sarah King stood within the sacred enclosure of the Haram-esh-Sharif, her back to the glittering dome of the rock. The murmur of fountains filled the air. Small clusters of visitors drifted past, their chatter unable to disturb the deep, ancient stillness of the place. How strange, Sarah thought, that this rocky hill had once been a threshing floor, purchased by King David with gold, and sanctified through the ages. Now it echoed with the accents of tourists from every corner of the globe. She turned toward the mosque that now crowned the site, wondering whether Solomon's temple could have rivaled its serene beauty. A clatter of footsteps broke her reverie. The Boynton party emerged from the mosque, led by an animated guide. Mrs. Boynton leaned heavily between Lennox and Raymond. Nadine and Mr. Cope followed just behind, while Carol trailed at the rear. As the group began to move away, Carol glanced back and spotted Sarah. She hesitated only a moment before wheeling around and hurrying silently across the stone pavement. "Please?" she said, breathless, her face pale. I had to. I must speak with you.
Yes,
said Sarah. Carol was trembling. It's about my brother. When you spoke with him last night, you must have thought him terribly rude. But he didn't intend to be. He simply couldn't help it. Please, you have to believe me. Sarah found the entire situation absurd. Her pride and her sense of decorum were both affronted. Why would a complete stranger dash over and offer such a foolish apology for a brother's bad manners? A dismissive retort was on the tip of her tongue, then abruptly, her feelings shifted. This was no ordinary encounter. The girl before her was in deadly earnest. That part of Sarah which had drawn her to medicine now responded to a clear, urgent need. Her intuition screamed that something here was profoundly wrong. She softened her tone. Tell me what's going on. He spoke to you on the train, didn't he? Carol began. Sarah gave a nod. Well, I spoke to him, really. Of course. It would happen that way. But last night, Ray was scared. She broke off. Scared, Sarah prompted. Carol's pale face flushed. I know how insane this must sound. You see my mother? She isn't well, and she doesn't approve of us making outside friends. But I'm certain Ray would like to know you better. Now Sarah was fully engaged. Before she could reply, Carol hurried on. Everything I'm saying seems ridiculous. I know we're a rather unusual family. She shot a frightened glance over her shoulder. I can't stay. They'll notice I'm gone. Sarah decided instantly. Why shouldn't you stay if you want to? We could walk back together. Oh no, Carol recoiled. I couldn't possibly. Why ever not? Sarah pressed, her voice calm and clear. Sometimes it's terribly hard for parents to accept their children are adults. They cling to running their lives, but it's a mistake to always give in. You have to stand up for yourself. Carol whispered, You don't understand, not at all. Her hands twisted anxiously. Sarah continued, We avoid confrontations because they're unpleasant, but freedom is always worth fighting for. Freedom? Carol stared, her expression hollow. None of us has ever been free. We never will be. That's nonsense, Sarah stated firmly. Carol leaned in, her fingers brushing Sarah's arm. Listen, I have to make you see. Before she married my father, she's my stepmother, actually. She worked as a prison guard. My father was the warden and he married her. And ever since, it's been exactly the same. She's just kept on being a guard, but for us. That's why our whole life feels like being locked up. Her head turned sharply again. They've seen I'm missing. I have to go. As Carol darted away, Sarah caught her arm. Wait, we need to talk again. I can't, it won't be possible. Yes, you can, Sarah said with authority. Come to my room tonight after you've gone to bed. It's room 319, don't forget. She let go, and Carol ran to catch up with her family. Sarah stood watching, lost in thought, until she realized Dr. Gerard was beside her. Good morning, Miss King. I see you've been speaking with Carol Boynton. Yes, we had the strangest conversation. Let me tell you. She recounted the discussion. Gerard seized on one detail. A prison guard was she, that old battle-axe that is revealing in its way? Sarah asked, You mean her tyranny comes from her old profession? It's just a habit. Gerard shook his head. No, that puts the cart before the horse. There is a deeper compulsion at work. She did not grow to love tyranny because she was a guard. It is more accurate to say she became a guard because she already loved tyranny. In my view, a hidden craving for power over others led her to that career. His face grew solemn. The unconscious mind buries such strange things, a hunger for control, a thirst for cruelty, savage instincts to dominate, all the dark inheritance from our collective past. They were all present, Miss King. The cruelty, the savagery, the raw desire. We lock them away, refusing to acknowledge their existence in our conscious minds. Yet there are moments when their strength overwhelms every barrier. Sarah felt a chill. I understand. Gerard went on, his voice low and urgent. We witness it everywhere now, in political doctrines, in the actions of nations. It's a revolt against compassion, against empathy, against simple human decency. These ideologies can sound reasonable on the surface, promising order and benevolent rule, yet they are enforced through coercion, built upon a foundation of brutality and terror. These champions of force are swinging the door wide open, unleashing that ancient barbarism, that primal thrill in causing suffering for its own sake. The balance within humanity is fragile. Our most basic drive is survival. Moving too far ahead can be just as catastrophic as falling behind. We must endure, and perhaps we must even cling to a trace of that old ferocity. But we must never, under any circumstances, worship it. After a silence, Sarah asked quietly, "You believe Mrs. Boynton is a sadist? I'm nearly certain of it. She takes pleasure in inflicting pain, psychological torment, mind you, not the physical kind, that is far more unusual and infinitely harder to confront. She craves dominion over others, and she delights in watching them suffer." "It's monstrous," Sarah murmured. Gerard recounted his talk with Jefferson Cope. "He doesn't see it, does he?" she reflected. "How could he? He isn't a psychologist, right? He has one of those straightforward, sentimental, typically American minds. He believes in goodness over wickedness. He senses the family's atmosphere is poisoned, but he attributes it to Mrs. Boynton's warped sense of devotion, not to active malice." "She must find that hilarious," Sarah remarked. "I imagine she does." Sarah's frustration surfaced. "But why don't they just leave?" "They could." Gerard shook his head. "No, you're mistaken. They can't. It's like the old experiment with a rooster. Draw a chalk line on the floor and press its beak to it. The bird becomes convinced it's tethered there, unable to lift its head. It's the same with these poor souls. She has conditioned them since childhood. Her control is mental. She has hypnotized them into believing disobedience is impossible. Many would dismiss that as nonsense, but you and I know the truth. She has made them believe their dependence on her is absolute. They have been imprisoned for so long that even if the door stood open, they wouldn't recognize it. At least one of them no longer even desires freedom, and all of them would be terrified of it." Sarah turned practical. "What happens when she dies?" Gerard shrugged. "That depends on timing. If it happens soon, it might not be too late. The younger ones are still impressionable. They could become normal, I believe. With Lennox, the damage may be too deep. He seems like a man who has abandoned hope. He merely exists and endures like a creature stripped of spirit." "His wife should have done something," Sarah exclaimed. "She should have dragged him out of it. Perhaps she tried and failed. Is she under the spell too?" "No, I don't think the old woman holds any power over her, and for that very reason she despises her with a venomous hatred. Watch her eyes sometime." Sarah frowned, puzzling it over. "I can't figure her out, the young wife. I mean, does she realize what's happening?" "She likely has a very clear idea." "Honestly," Sarah said, a sharp edge in her tone, "someone ought to slip arsenic into that old woman's morning tea. It would be a public service." Then she shifted abruptly. "What about the youngest girl?" the redhead with that distant, almost haunting smile. Gerard's expression darkened. "I'm not sure, there's something strange there. Ginevra Boynton is, after all, the old woman's own daughter. Yes, I imagined that might change things, or would it really?" Gerard spoke thoughtfully. "I don't believe that once a hunger for control and a taste for cruelty takes root in someone, it can make exceptions, not even for those closest to them." He paused briefly before asking, "Do you consider yourself a Christian, miss?" Sarah hesitated. "I'm not certain. I once thought I believed in nothing, but now I'm not so sure. I feel that if I could just clear it all away—" She swept her hand out sharply. "All the institutions and the factions and the bitter, squabbling churches, then maybe I could picture Christ's calm figure riding into Jerusalem on a donkey and truly have faith in him." Dr. Gerard replied solemnly, "I do hold to at least one core Christian ideal, finding peace in a humble life. As a doctor, I've seen how ambition, that drive to achieve, to wield influence, feeds so many sicknesses of the spirit. If that desire is fulfilled, it breeds arrogance, brutality, and eventually a hollow emptiness. And if it's thwarted, if it's denied, then every asylum for the mentally ill should stand and bear witness. They are full of people who couldn't bear to be ordinary, unnoticed, or without impact, so they built escapes from reality until they were cut off from life completely. Sarah said bluntly, "It's a shame the old Mrs. Boynton isn't in one of those asylums." Gerard shook his head. "No, she doesn't belong among the failures. It's worse than that, you see. She succeeded. She made her dream come true." Sarah shuddered and cried out with feeling. Things like that shouldn't be allowed to happen. Later, Sarah was very unsure whether Carol Boynton would actually come to their arranged meeting that night. On balance, she rather expected not. She suspected Carol might have a strong recoil after her partial openness that morning. Still, she got ready, putting on a blue satin robe and setting up her small spirit lamp to boil water. She was just about to give up and go to bed. It was well past 1 o'clock when a light knock came at her door. She opened it and stepped aside to let Carol enter. Carol said breathlessly, "I was afraid you might already be asleep." Sarah kept her tone deliberately casual. "Oh no, I was waiting for you. Would you like some tea? It's genuine Lapsang Souchong." She brought over a cup. Carol had been anxious and uneasy, but accepting the tea and a biscuit seemed to settle her. "This is rather fun," Sarah said with a smile. Carol looked slightly taken aback. "Yes," she said uncertainly. "Yes, I suppose it is. Like those midnight feasts we used to have at boarding school," Sarah went on. "I expect you didn't go away to school?" Carol shook her head. "We never left home. We had governesses, different ones. None of them stayed very long. Did you ever travel anywhere?" "We've always lived in the same house. This trip abroad is the first time I've ever been away," Sarah said offhandedly. "It must feel like a grand adventure." "Oh, it is. It's all felt like a dream." "What made your stepmother decide to travel abroad?" At the mention of Mrs. Boynton, Carol flinched. Sarah quickly added, "You know, I'm training to be a doctor. I've just finished my medical degree. Your stepmother is quite interesting to me, as a clinical case. I mean, I'd say she's a definite pathological example." Carol stared. This was clearly an entirely new perspective for her. Sarah had spoken this way on purpose. She understood that to her family, Mrs. Boynton appeared like some dreadful, overpowering idol. Sarah's aim was to strip away that terrifying aura. "Yes," she continued, "there's a kind of sickness, a delusion of grandeur that seizes people. They become extremely domineering, insist everything is done exactly their way, and are altogether very difficult to handle." Carol set down her cup. "Oh," she exclaimed, her voice filled with relief, "it's such a comfort to speak with you. Honestly, I think Ray and I have been becoming rather strange. We'd gotten ourselves so terribly agitated over everything. Conversing with someone outside the family is often very healthy," Sarah replied. "When you're inside it all, things can become too intense." She then asked, as if it were a casual thought, "If you're so unhappy, have you ever considered simply leaving?" Carol looked shocked. "Oh, I couldn't. How would we? Mother would never permit it." "But she couldn't actually prevent you," Sarah said gently. "You're an adult. I'm 23, precisely." "Even so, I don't see how. I wouldn't have the faintest idea where to go or what to do." Her voice was lost and confused. "The truth is," she admitted, "we don't have any money of our own." "Is there no friend you could turn to? Friends?" Carol gave a slow shake of her head. "We don't really know anyone at all. Has the idea of leaving ever occurred to any of you?" "No, I don't believe so. We couldn't." Sarah shifted topics, finding the girl's helplessness genuinely heartbreaking. "Do you care for your stepmother?" Carol hesitated, then slowly shook her head again. Her voice dropped to a frightened whisper. "I despise her. Ray does too. We've sometimes wished she would just disappear." Changing the subject once more, Sarah asked, "What about your older brother?" "Lennox?" I don't understand what's wrong with him lately. He barely speaks anymore. He moves through the house like he's in a trance. Nadine is desperately worried. You're fond of your sister-in-law. Yes, Nadine is different. She's always kind, but she's terribly unhappy. Because of your brother? Yes. How long have they been married? 4 years. And they've always lived at the house? Yes. Sarah pressed gently. Does your sister-in-law like that arrangement? No. There was a long silence before Carol continued. There was a dreadful scene about 4 years ago. You see, none of us ever leaves the property. We go into the gardens, but that's all but Lennox did. He slipped out one night and went into Fountain Springs. There was some sort of dance. Mother was furious when she discovered it. It was awful. After that, she invited Nadine to come stay. Nadine was a very distant cousin of Father's, quite poor and training to be a nurse. She stayed for a month. You can't imagine how thrilling it was to have a guest. She and Lennox fell in love. Mother said they should marry quickly and continue living with us, and Nadine agreed to that. Carol paused. I don't think she was entirely willing, but she didn't object strongly later, though she wanted to leave with Lennox, of course. But they didn't go. No, Mother refused to even discuss it. Carol's voice grew quieter. I don't believe she likes Nadine anymore. Nadine is hard to read. You never know what she's thinking. She tries to help Ginny, and Mother hates that. Ginny is your younger sister? Yes, her real name is Ginevra. Is she unhappy as well? Carol looked uncertain. Ginny has been acting very strangely recently. I don't understand her. She's always been somewhat delicate, and Mother fusses over her constantly, which only makes it worse. Lately, she's been frightening. Sometimes she doesn't seem to know what she's doing. Has she seen a doctor? No, Nadine wanted her to, but Mother said absolutely not. Ginny became hysterical, screaming that she wouldn't go. But it worries me abruptly. Carol stood up. I shouldn't keep you. It was so generous of you to let me come talk. You must think we're a very peculiar family. Oh, everyone is peculiar in their own way, Sarah said with a light laugh. Come again, will you? Bring your brother if you'd like. May I, really? Of course, we can do a bit of secret scheming. I'd also like you to meet a friend of mine, Dr. Gerard. He's a wonderfully kind Frenchman. Colour rose in Carol's cheeks. That sounds like such fun, if only Mother doesn't find out. Sarah bit back her initial sharper response and said, instead, why should she? Good night. Shall we plan for tomorrow evening? Same time? Yes, that would be perfect. We might be leaving the day after, you see. Then tomorrow it is good night. Good night, and thank you. Carol left the room and moved quietly down the hallway. Her own bedroom was on the floor above. She reached the door, turned the handle, and froze in the doorway. Mrs. Boynton was seated in an armchair beside the fireplace, wrapped in a deep crimson dressing gown. A small gasp escaped Carol's lips. Oh! Those dark, penetrating eyes fixed on her. Where have you been, Carol? I was just where? The voice was low and husky, carrying that familiar threatening undertone that always sent a wave of irrational fear through Carol's chest. Did you go to see that woman, Sarah King, the one who spoke to Raymond the other night? Yes, Mother. Have you arranged to meet her again? Carol's mouth moved without sound. She gave a faint nod. Dread, thick, nauseating dread, washed over her. When, tomorrow evening, you will not go, do you understand me? Yes, Mother, do you promise? Yes, I promise. Mrs. Boynton shifted, struggling to rise. Automatically, Carol stepped forward to assist her. Leaning heavily on her cane, Mrs. Boynton moved slowly toward the door. She paused there and looked back at the trembling girl. You are to have no further contact with this, Miss King. Is that clear? Yes, Mother. Say it. I am to have no further contact with her. Good. Mrs. Boynton left, closing the door behind her. Stiffly, Carol crossed the room. She felt ill. Her whole body was numb, disconnected. She sank onto the bed, and suddenly a storm of sobs shook her. For a moment a vision had opened before her, a glimpse of sunlight, Green trees, open fields, now the dark walls had closed in again, tighter than ever.